Morning, y'all. All right, cool. So, let me make sure that you all can hear me. We're doing our play out first. It is -7 degrees out there. It's snowing still. It is cold as fuck. And my phone decided to be at 90% instead of 100. So, yeah, there's that was a sign for me to stay right where I am. How many steps did I already do? Where am I at? I only did 365. 356. Let me make sure that my voice is good. Yep, y'all can hear me good. Hi, wife. Wife is getting ready for wife is getting ready for her tour. All right. Whoa. Cool. All right. I'll just share a couple things before we start. Normally we're just getting ready, and I'm gonna do some of my my movements quickly, just so that get the blood flowing. I remember Pete saying this one time, that everything exists here and now in certain states of visibility or invisibility, which is basically another version of me saying that. Everything exists in certain states of visibility or invisibility based on your vibration. So all of existence exists now. There is a version of you who has everything, and there's a version of you who doesn't have everything. There's a version of you who is mastered, and then there's a version of you who's still thinking that you have to be you thinking you have to learn and master yourself. There's a version of you who believes that you believe, and then there's a version of you that knows. There's a version of you who lives in absolute solitude and peace within yourself. When I say solitude, I don't mean like outside, but I mean inwards, like you are at peace. You are in serene peace and relaxation. There's no worries, there's no fears, there's no doubts. Then there's a version of you who has all the worries, fears, and doubts. There's a version of you who has the greatest life ever. And then there's a version of you who's living the most difficult, most chaotic, most frustrating, most irritating, most annoying, most sad life ever. And that's all based on your vibration. And what is your vibration? It is your concentration of your frequency that you are emitting, whether you consciously know that, subconsciously or unconsciously are doing that. And it's based on are you staying, when you're saying stuff, you consciously are like, well, I'm abundant. But are you actually abundant? Do you feel abundant? Are you really emanating that abundance? So when you're paying your bills, are you paying your bills knowing that you're paying yourself? Because it's all one thing. right? Just because you're sending money to a company, that company is technically you. Even though I talk about Nintendo and like Disney being like greedy companies, because you know um, they like to choke hold everything, right? They're still technically me, right? And we have to start seeing everything as one thing. The snow out there and the cold is also me. Now, right now, the universe wanted me to stay inside because normally my phone is off, and I did turn my phone off last night. I think I did. But if I didn't, then that just means that, because I have to have at least 100% just to go outside and do my walk. Right now it's at what, 90%? Yeah, it's not even going up. So, yeah, essentially we'll be indoors today, and I'm gonna do my steps like this, most likely. I will take you all for a walk. I'll do my best to see what can be done, because it's supposed to be snowing all day. And again, yesterday holding the 2, my hands were like done. They were like done like dinner. But we'll see. I should play some music if I'm going to be talking for a little bit. Do, 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 do. I did make a loop of Nero's piano music. It's very, very nice. It's 1 hour long. Do do do. Where are you? There it is. I'm sure there's copyright, but whatever. All right. So let me start moving quickly. This is just the 22s. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll get back to talking in a moment. So like there's a version of you who is extremely healthy. And then there's a version of you who's extremely unhealthy. There's a version of you who is flexible, who your joints are on point. And then there's a version of you who your joints are like crumbling. And you know what it all starts with? Your knowing, your conviction. It all starts with your conviction. In the end of the day, it is your conviction in yourself that will bring forth everything. But you know what's going to happen? Your mind is going to get in the way. And the egregores that you've created, which is just your beliefs, has taken over as the identity because it's wrapped itself as your identity. It lights up the brain, like the back of the brain, where it controls your identity. And because your beliefs and your identity has now been intertwined as one, what's going to happen is that when someone attacks, not even really attack, when someone questions or has a different stance on life and it doesn't jive with you, guess what's going to happen? You're going to feel like it's a personal attack to you. Yesterday, we were talking about basically semen retention and how, yes, it is healthy to do that. Remember, whatever brings you joy, do what feels called. At the end of the day, be more of you. If this thing works for you, awesome. If this thing doesn't work for you, don't do it. Because there are no truths in reality except for what the subconscious mind is entertaining as truth. And that subconscious mind doesn't use language. It uses emotion. Every word is a label. And every label generates a feeling. Because we attributed these words with labels and feelings, word associations, right? And if you adhere to like, I shouldn't do this thing, I shouldn't eat meat, I should be bare feeding on the grass, and if I don't bare feed in the grass, then I'm not more spiritual. First of all, you can't get any more spiritual. You already are spiritual. We have to use that term because, you know, we're actually beyond the spiritual. That word kind of keeps us locked in a box. That's why I use the word infinite. It is infinite or limitless or beyond. Those are the three words that I would use to describe who we are. Because that in itself, I mean, that has its own limits too, because the word itself is not powerful enough beyond what it actually really is, because our human mind, the third dimensional thinking mind, just simply cannot comprehend what infinite really is. We know what it looks like in terms of a symbol, but we don't know what that actually entails, right? So like I said, you can say that like, I can do X, Y, and Z, and I'll be more spiritual. And if you truly believe that, and that this is making you feel better, then do it. Because the ultimate goal is to know more of yourself and also stay in joy. So if like, you know, semen retention, not eating meat, drinking green smoothies, bare feeding in the grass, wearing your crystals. I use these examples because Nero brings up these examples. You know, drinking alcohol or drinking no alcohol, smoking no weed. Not to say that these things don't have energetic benefits or consequences, because they do, right? It's going to make you feel, but it doesn't change your vibration of what you're emanating to the universe. So like the universe sees your emotional state of being. Yes, you might eat something that doesn't feel that great. Does that ruin your vibration? No, it doesn't ruin your vibration. It just temporarily causes your body to have to go ugh, or whatever you have to do to purge it. But your internal vibration, right? Unless you keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you're not feeling guilty about doing these things, that's the key right there. Not feeling guilty, feeling joyful. When you're doing things that you feel like you shouldn't be doing, but you still do it, the thing is, everyone has their own prerequisites of what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing. For me, I have to move my body. It is a prerequisite. Why? Well, number one, I love to do it. And I do more of what I love. I don't do it as a chore, because it's the moment I make it a chore, and remember, that word chore has its own word associations. If you make something a chore, to most people, a chore seems like responsibilities, and in responsibilities has potentially resentment bundled in with it. So when you are mindful of the energies that you're emanating, right? So let's say I didn't do my walk today. Let's hypothetically say that. Will I be like, the day was wasted? Imagine I didn't do my play out today. Will the day be wasted? No. You know why? Because regardless, I got to wake up and I'm in joy, right? I'm successful. The fact that I turned on the live stream, I'm successful. I've already won the day. So whether I do something or don't do it, it doesn't determine me feeling guilty or not guilty. I have to reassociate things and unassociate things, right? Like if I don't get 10K today, like 10K walk, like my 10K steps, am I gonna beat myself up? No, right? But I like to do these things to say that I accomplished something and did something great for my body, because I love doing what I do. I don't hate anything that I do. I love reading books. I love talking outside. I love sharing the wisdom that we all have. I love giving perspective. It's what I do. I'm here to shift perspective. So really, it all comes down to not feeling guilty. I still haven't. There's a couple more things. You see, like even if I didn't do this, will I beat myself up? No, I wouldn't beat myself up. Phone is getting charged back up now. This music has that nice winter vibe to it too. It's like one of those things where it's like cozy inside. By the way, I did some cleaning last night. Still have to do, probably have to like re-sweep. I feel good though. However, if I didn't clean, I'm also still feeling good, because that's the other thing too. Don't feel guilty for things. The world's gonna make you feel guilty though, for not doing something that you're gonna make yourself feel guilty for not doing something that you're supposed to do. That's the trickery of the third dimensional thinking mind. When you know you're supposed to be doing something, but you don't follow through, it's gonna mark as, oh, you didn't do this thing, so you're a bad person. And because you're bad and you didn't accomplish this thing for the day, well, guess what? You basically failed. And if you associate failure, this is what Nero was talking about yesterday, if you associate failure with and you associate failure to like bad, guilty, disappointment, then guess what? You will do things not to feel that, but consequently, if you don't do the thing that you came here to do, whatever it is, like if you didn't wake up this morning and make your bed, or something, like you didn't push in the chair, or you didn't brush your hair or something, and you start feeling guilty, right? Like, and you feel, the universe is going to take that as like, oh, I'm just going to give them more of the same. And over time, as you keep building on that frequency, it's going to pick up momentum, right? And then you end up getting trapped in a loop. And the thing is, success and failure are on the same spectrum. They're just different rates of vibration. So if you're adhering to the polarity of failure, then you're adhering to the polarity of success. And if you adhere to the polarity of failure, then you're also going to push away success. You have the fear of success as well. So in order to do that, you have to transcend and go beyond time and space and know that you're already successful, but not from a third dimensional perspective. You're never going to be guilty. There are no failures. You can't fail. No matter what you do, you're always winning. The fact that you're still alive, you're winning. It doesn't seem like that because we've compared ourselves to the third dimensional reality, our outside world. We're still adhering to this illusion. We've been brainwashed to see it, to believe it. Because if you don't have X amount of dollars in your business or your bank account, or you are like potentially a little overweight, or you don't have a job, or you're living with parents, or I'm using my examples, or I'm not overweight, but I was just throwing that one in there because I was at one point, right? It's going to make you feel like you're a failure, and that failure is going to keep wrapping itself over and over and over until you bust that loop, because it's energetic glue. And you have to start seeing everything as a win, no matter what you're doing. If you masturbated, I'm going to throw some sexual things in here. If you masturbated and you jacked off at porn, you won. If you ate 10 pounds of chocolate before going to bed, you fucking won. If you drank like 2 liters of Coke before you're going to sleep, or you had it first thing in the morning, like it's like 7 a.m. in the morning, that's the first thing you put in your system, you fucking won. Right? Now, of course, these things have energetic cost on how you're going to feel like throughout the day or whenever, but like the thing is, your body's going to have an energetic cost, but your emotions, like regarding like feeling guilty, that's totally up to you. That's a choice, not an obligation. That's a fucking verse. Make note of that. See, normally we're already about heading outside, and I would have already been done all my stretches. But because I'm in a flow right now, I'm taking my human time to explain all these things, because the goal is to not feel guilty. That's it. That's how simple it is. Do not feel guilty for anything. I know people will be like, but you did this thing and you should feel guilty, or you should feel bad, or you should feel ashamed. Please do not feel these things. I know, because the third dimensional thinking mind is going to do whatever it takes to derail the fuck out of you. Because its primary goal is to keep you safe, but the entities that you've created, because you created them, desire to stay alive. And you simply don't associate with that, and you don't entertain it anymore, and you don't adhere to things. When you don't adhere or entertain or associate with those things, they will over time disappear. And then you create new egregores that are actually in your favor. There are egregores in the positive that if someone is happy, they desire to stay happy. So they want to keep that person happy. So what are they going to do? Keep bringing circumstances, people, situations, and events and opportunities to keep that person in joy. The same in vice versa. If someone is negative, it's going to do whatever it takes to keep you vibrating low, right? It'll find weird things to do. Like, for example, listening to like sad music. Like, this piano music gets me in a flow. But like, if I were to put on the Interstellar track, right? Guess what that's going to do? It's not dropping my vibration, but the mind's gonna like, you want to cry, so let some crying out. And nothing wrong with crying, right? Nothing's wrong with that at all. Never feel guilty about anything. And music can't affect you unless you allow it to affect you. Because I know people say, you shouldn't listen to this type of music, you shouldn't listen to that type of music. I adhered to that at one point, where I was stopped listening to music, and I stopped watching certain TV shows or movies. But I'm the creator, and if I'm invincible, I'm inevitable, I'm immortal, and I'm, what's the other I word? Immortal, invincible, inevitable, and infinite, the 4 I's there. How can anything affect me? Think about that for a moment. Take that in. How can anything affect you? It only affects you if you allow it to affect you. That's a bar. Please make sure you write that down. I'm going to steal Nero's words there for a moment. Make sure you write that one down, because nothing can truly affect you unless you've given it the power to affect you. Because you have the power in every present moment. It does feel nice to have a clean room again. It feels good to talk again, first thing in the morning. Oh yeah, I got some flexibility here to do. There we go. The very fact that you woke up this morning, you won. How can you lose if as soon as you wake up? You only are starting to lose, and first of all, nothing's a loss in reality. There's no failures and there are no loss. There are no locks and bolts to anything you desire. But the one thing you're gonna have to do is let go of the physical. I know that's gonna be very difficult, but it's only difficult if you say it's difficult. See? Right? And go in your inner world and spend more time, because the moment you spend more time in your inner world, and I've been doing that a lot lately, and I'm starting to really understand, like, yeah, the true magic is letting go of the physical, and then the physical will just bring forth whatever it's supposed to bring. Now, that doesn't mean I'm just sitting my butt and doing nothing. There's still some action that has to be taken from alignment, from a state of joy. We're not taking action out of fear. There's a difference. Action out of fear is like, I have to do this thing, I have to do this thing, like I have to do this thing. Like if I don't go for a walk, I have to do this thing, I'm gonna get fat. If I don't do my exercises, I'm gonna fail. You're taking action from a state of joy, alignment, things that you love to do. I love my walks. I love doing my steps, even if I don't go take my walks. I love even not taking my steps. I love to rest. I love to move my body. I love to chill, right? These things all bring me joy. So how can I fail, right? It's rewiring and unwiring the bullshit that was been thrown into each of us. Because society is going to tell you, yeah, well, you're sitting at home and you're just live streaming all day. You don't have a real job. And because you don't have a real job, that means like, who's going to, like, why should we listen to you, right? Because like, you're not successful. On paper, you're not successful. You don't have the house, you don't have the cars, you don't have the wife, you don't have the money, you don't have the fame or the fortune. You don't have any of that in the physical, because everybody is too caught up with the physical. The physical is an illusion. Our five senses makes this seem very real. And yes, to some degree, we adhere to this third dimensional plane to experience it. But you are the creator, the infinite, who can quite literally change your life in an instant. I said this to a brother before. I said it to Nabito. You have the power in every present moment to recreate yourself anew. In every present moment, you can literally snap your finger and you're a totally new person. But you know why that's not gonna feel like that's possible right at this moment? It's simply because of your beliefs, your experiences, your memories, your identity that you've formed as the person that you are. And because of that, you will adhere to like, well, that's not possible. And something that's not possible for you can't be inevitable for you, right? But anything that is possible for you, it goes from possibility to inevitable, or to inevitability. I'm so grateful that this past summer, this summer that we had, wonderful summer, hot, every day was just like sunny. We only had like what, 1 day of rain throughout the entire summer. The grass was like turning like brown outside. We were sitting outside a lot. You know, I went through a dark night of soul. I got to experience what it felt like to live stream all day outside. I know what it feels like to have both spectrums of indoor and outdoor, and knowing that, like, you know, whether I'm indoor, I prefer to be outdoor. Don't get me wrong, I love my outdoor. Like, I'd still take that colder weather than being inside, but at the same time, I can draw the energy from outside inwards. Plus, I can just open up the windows and get some fresh air too. Speaking of which, I feel like I'm gonna open up the window for a moment, or the sliding door, let some air in. There. We get some nice fresher air coming in. Yesterday, I let the air just be in for like 2 hours, and I was freezing my butt off. And since the cold is actually on the ground here, I'm feeling more of the cold down here. I love it though. You know, I would have complained about the cold. And yes, it is fucking cold. Don't get me wrong. Like my hand, the only thing that bothers me about the cold is that my fingertips, not the hand, but the tips, they numb. Because like I feel like my fingers are gonna get chopped off. I have to make sure I don't have that fear, because, you know, it's one of those things like you don't feel your fingers anymore, so like you might lose the motor mechanics of the finger, because people have been severely frostbitten. That's a real thing. And then they have to get their fingers or their toes amputated. I don't desire for that to happen. I value my fingers and my toes. So that's why, like, for me, like, my body, like my face doesn't freeze, my head doesn't freeze. I don't wear a hat. I don't wear things that covers my ears. I don't really wear scarves, and my jacket is pretty much open. I don't feel cold here at all. Like from like here down, I don't feel cold. If I'm walking, my feet don't freeze. I used to freeze if I stood still. But the only thing that freezes right now are my hands, my fingers. When I'm sitting outside, my toes freeze because I'm sitting. But if I move around, then I'm not freezing. Anyways, besides the point, you know, remember, we gotta remind ourselves that certain things don't exist, right? So like, I used to tell myself, fuck, it's cold, I hate the winter. Like, I still don't prefer it. I love my summer. I love my heat. I love the heat. It just brings more energy. However, you know, everything is by the creator's, like, this is all the creator, right? So hating something is technically hating yourself. You may not align with something, but that doesn't mean that you hate it. You just don't resonate with it. Like, it just doesn't feel in your resonance, and that's okay. We all have our likes and dislikes. But to hate something means that you hate yourself, because ultimately that's you hating yourself. And yes, weather is you, and you are the weather. You are the snowflakes, you are the raindrops, you are the blizzards, you are the sandstorms, you are the mudslides, you are the hurricane, you are the typhoon, you are the tornado, you are the thunder, you are the lightning, you are the winds, you are the leaves, you are everything that's like coming. That's who you are. You're everything. It doesn't seem like that because we've created this thing called separation, right? And because of that separation, we created that identity. But you are the formless substance of unconditional love. Formless substance of unconditional love. Formless, nameless substance of unconditional love. No name, no image, no form. So you're imageless, you're formless, and you're nameless. This piano music is helping me. I like it. I know Nero, when he's speaking, the piano music isn't playing. They just put that in the background while he's talking. They just throw it in through the edits. What's up, bro? Yeah, it's the wind chill. The thing is, like, Alexa, what's the wind chill at right now?
Currently, the wind chill is -7 degrees Celsius.
-7.
Expect it to feel like -7 degrees.
Yeah, so it's going to be -7 degrees throughout the entire day. So whether I go out for the walk or I don't, like, I'm going to get my 10K one way or another. And even if I don't get my 10K, like I said, I'm already successful. I got to wake up, right? Shift in perspective and not feeling guilty about things. I already hit 2 fucking million steps in 2 months, or not 2 months, in 200 days. I have over 2 million steps. Who does 2 million steps in 200 days? Not everybody does 10K a day. And not to mention the extra the buffers that I have. So it's more closer to like 3 million, if anything. Yeah, but yeah, the wind chill is what gets people. If it's not windy, then it's all right. But the moment there's wind, it's a little cold. I'm gonna start my play out in probably like, well, it doesn't matter when I start it at this point. How many steps am I at? Just by me kind of like walking around. Look at that. I'm already at 1,000 steps, y'all. Just me kind of like walking back and forth. I already hit 1,000 steps. That's 9,000 more steps to go. Interesting, isn't it? And yes, these things do count as steps. It's just like walking around in a circle, right? Walking back and forth, or, you know, coming up to the camera or walking backwards. All these are steps. These count. This is moving the body. The only way that you are not successful is if you choose to not be successful. Even if you lay in bed all day, let's say you're like, I've had enough about life, I'm like done with life, and you laid in bed all day, do you know you're still winning? Did you know that? It may not feel like that though. This is a shift in perspective, because how can there be failure? You opened your eyes. That in itself is a win. The moment you can't open your eyes, it's done. There are no more winning and losing, because you're done. I'm going to turn off the light soon, because let me see if it's bright enough. Okay, Google, turn off light. It's not bad. It's okay. I prefer the natural lighting. You know how I prefer it. Not that like it's like right? But that's why I'm making sure I do my best to like just be in the now and not get too tripped up with things. Like, just because what my eyes see, you know, I can go in my inner world and I can have a completely different experience. I was up here this morning, woke up at 5:30. I started to close my eyes and visualize. I did this. I was laying in bed, I was doing this. If you didn't know what this is the mudra of absolute. This right here. So I was putting my hand over my heart, like one of them, it was like this. And when I did that, everything came through. I was drawing my supra, I was speaking on stage, I was kissing my wife, I was walking on the beach with her, holding her hand. And it wasn't me seeing myself, it was me actually like physically feeling like her hand as I'm walking, and I can feel the sand underneath my feet, right? Remember, everything exists in a certain state of visibility or invisibility. That's the most important thing you probably will ever hear in your life. Everything exists here and now in a certain state of visibility or invisibility based on your frequency that you are emanating from within. And again, what is a frequency? It's your state of being. And how is your state of being coming about? There's 7 keys. There's your convictions, your beliefs, your emotional charged thoughts, your expectations, your, what else? I also keep forgetting. Nero forgets the 7, and I forget the 7 once in a while. So we got your beliefs, your expectations, your emotional charged thoughts, your convictions, your identity, your, what else? Forgetting the 7. I'll look for it in a moment. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, it's cold. Oh, if you all want to have a quick peek of what transpired, take a look. That's what we got. The table got covered. That's why they were to cover the table, because that's what happens. So in a couple days, the chairs will be all right, but like the snow will be, I think the snow will stay on the ground for a while since it's going to be cold. There, easier. It's cold as shit. Like the chair that I sit on is over there. If you can hear the piano music, it kind of fits the vibe of what's going on outside there. It's got that cozy, like drinking hot, like cocoa kind of vibe. You can tell when it's cold as shit because of the icicles. Like when you see icicles, you know it's cold as shit. Yeah. So that transpired. It's supposed to still snow all day today too. So actually, hold on. Say hello to the sun, Baba, and Sprinkles. It's been a while since they made their appearance on the stream. They're just chilling over there with my clothes. That's where I put my my layers. All right, I got enough fresh air in. There. If I require more, I'll open it back up. I forgot to do something, but it's okay. I forgot to turn on my streams on my computer downstairs. So I'm gonna quickly do that and get that rolling. I didn't end up watching any movies last night. I saw a bunch of cool reels though on Instagram. I did go into a little bit of scrolling, but it was good scrolling. No doom scrolling for me. It was actually interesting. There was a reel of this goes hand in hand with everything. So there was an experiment in a medical room, or like a medical waiting room. I don't know if it was doctor's office or something. And there was one girl, it was an Asian girl. She had no idea that there was an experiment going on, but everybody else was in on it, right? And basically what had happened was, like, I think every 5 minutes or so, they would hear like a beep sound and they would get up. And the girl was like, why is everybody standing up, right? She didn't question why. Guess what she did? She started following suit. This is how society gets wrapped into each other. Because, you know, everybody's an information exchanger, right? So some people will just buy into what other people are saying, right? Without taking heed and having discernment to see, does this actually fit with me? Why am I standing up when all these other people are standing up? Because she followed the social norms of like, oh, she's not questioning why are they standing up. She just started standing up. And then one by one, each of those people left to go into like the room. And then she was left there by herself, and she started standing up. Then a new person came in who doesn't even know about the experiment. And every time the beep happened, she stood up, and he was like, why? Like, he asked the question, why are you standing up? And then she said, well, there's a bunch of other people here earlier while I was waiting that they were standing up. And I didn't know why, but I started standing up too. And guess what? He started standing up. And then another new person came in and they started standing up. And then this is how shit gets happens in the world. Once it's basically fucking like broken telephone plus, you know, enforcing something that may or may not be real. It's straight up an illusion. But the thing is, like, this is what happens in the world. This is how the news gets to people. This is how they influence people. Because they take things as truth, right? I don't adhere to news. I don't care to be informed about the news. I don't care to be knowing about what's going on in the world. I'm not being ignorant. I just choose not to focus on the outer world because it has no bearing to me. The only thing that I have control over is myself. I don't have control over the outside world and any other soul, even though it is my universe and my inner world, and how I respond inwards is what's going to be reflected outwards. It's all an illusion. So how does this go to existence? Well, like I just said, you know, if you buy into what someone is putting out, then you might potentially be buying into something that may or may not be aligned. Like T-Bray brought this to my attention that I do this. I'm like the same thing like those Christian people when we were in San Diego. Like those two Christian souls who came up to me. They're doing exactly what I'm technically doing. I'm here to provide a perspective though. I'm not here to change your beliefs, right? I don't know if they were there to change someone's beliefs, but usually people who are like going around and like talking about the good word of the Christ, our brother Jesus, they desire to like recruit you into their religion. That's what they're doing. They're recruiting and getting more people on their side. I'm not here to put anybody on any sides. I'm not here to create division. I'm here to bring back you to who you are and knowing that everybody is one thing and it's all unity. All the religions are all one thing. All the beliefs are all technically one thing, right? I've been through it all. I've had my experiences being a religious person. I've had my experience being an atheist who didn't believe that God existed. I had my experience of being a spiritual person where everything's all love and light and namaste. And now I have the experience of being the creator and seeing it all as one thing. And maybe there's something that goes beyond that. But our human mind can't comprehend what beyond oneness looks like. We can talk about it, but we won't really understand and conceptualize what that really is. This feels good again. It's been a while since I've had to... Dad's outside speaking with his friends, so I can raise my voice a little until he comes in. Out of respect. But this feels good. It's been a while since I've kind of been walking around in the room and talking. I've been doing that outside. Just had to switch locations. But you see, the thing is, like, I don't let anything stop me from doing what I have to do, what I choose to do, because this brings me joy. That's why I'm like, I think after the 25th, I'll still be streaming. I don't know how many hours though. I might drop it. I might do like mid-afternoon streaming for like a couple hours and then jump off. That way I get to focus in my inner world more during the day. Not to say I don't focus on that. Like right now, like as I'm talking, I know where I am. I'm like, I feel like I'm on stage speaking to thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. Now, of course, I have to be in a stadium for that. But if I'm like in an auditorium, I'm speaking to thousands of people. So I'm feeling all that. But I'm letting go of like what it looks like. I'm letting go of the how. I'm letting go of I know the why, but I'm letting go of the how. The how is what's going to block a lot of people. That's what's blocked me a lot. Well, it's only blocked me if I told myself it's blocking me. Now this comes back to the whole point of words. Yay, we get to talk about words again. You know, technically no word exists. Words, where did they come from? What's the origin of words? It's a sound that someone heard in their mind, and they heard it out loud somewhere. And it was just ooh, ooh, ah, ah at one point. That's how we talked. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Ooh, 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 ah, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah. But no word technically exists. There was an experiment that was on one of the reels yesterday that I saw. He had a girl keep her like lips closed, like not say a word, but then say the word happiness within. It's funny. You don't say happiness, but you said it within. That's your consciousness, just so you know. That isn't you. That's consciousness. That's who you are. Or that's what you are. Consciousness. You are beyond your labels and identity. Yes, you've chosen to be called XYZ person in this lifetime, but that's not who you are. So like if you were to just zip your lips for a moment and say happiness within, who's actually saying happiness? You're going to probably still say it's you, but there is no you. Technically, there is no me, there is no you. There's no us. But due to the conceptualization of the third dimensional realm, we've created this thing called you, me, and us. That's why there's the I am and the we are. But you're beyond that. You exist and don't exist simultaneously. But how is that possible, right? Sounds like a big-ass contradiction. Well, yeah, because reality is a big-ass contradiction. Everything's a paradox. But it comes down to what you choose to entertain as real and truth, because again, there are no truths in reality except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. Reality, it just is. Reality isn't good, reality isn't bad, it just is. What happens is, again, and I said it earlier, we attribute meaning, and life has no meaning. It has value, but it has no meaning. It's only the meaning you attribute. And the moment you attribute something, you create a label. And when you create a label towards these words, and you attribute these things, because when you're operating in the world, guess what you're operating with? Words. And these words, guess what they're doing? They create a feeling. When you're communicating, like what I'm doing right now, I'm operating with words to communicate, to bring into awareness, to help it to compute in your mind so that you understand, and you all do understand what I'm saying to some degree, because you have your own preconceived notions, of course. And it's creating a label, and that label then generates a feeling, a frequency. I'm here to bring the awareness back. And I don't mean some low-level awareness. I'm here to bring high, extreme, divine awareness so that people can start being empowered again. The ultimate goal right now is to bring empowerment back to everyone, so they have the ability within themselves to know that in every present moment, They have the power in their hands, quite literally, to shift. Now, of course, we will get caught up. It's going to happen. It's normal. It's unrealistic to say that you're always going to be high vibe. You got to drop that bullshit. You got to accept the shadow. You got to accept the darkness. True spirituality, even though, again, I don't adhere to spirituality, but true spirituality is a circle. And it's all of the ranges of emotions. It kind of goes similar to the time when T-Bray had me draw a circle. And thanks to him, right, being a great mirror that day, when I drew that circle and he had me put dots in, that was like the precipice, the starting point to when I started drawing my diagrams and shit. So thanks to him, I bust out my tablet to actually use it to draw. And since then, look at what's come through. I have an image actually of what they call spiritual bypassing. So there's a line and there's low vibe and high vibe. And that this is considered spiritual bypassing. You must be up here and you have to stay away from down here. Of course, we all want to feel good. Of course, we all desire to feel amazing, right? Every present moment, we want to feel amazing. But life's going to throw you a curveball. It will. It will throw a pitch at you, and it's going to throw you a curveball. But it's not about what's going to happen. It's about who you're going to be when it happens. That is a verse. Make note of that. Who are you going to be, right? Yes, I said plenty of times that you may not be able to catch your first thought, but you can catch your second. If you don't catch your second, you can catch your third, your fourth, your fifth, and subsequential thoughts. If it takes you 100 thoughts to then catch yourself, congratulations, you won, because you stopped it, right? Remember, you've risen, but now you've fallen. But the only way you can fall is if you have risen. So that means if you've risen already, that means you can rise again. And all you have to do is stop. Even if you go, you can still stop and go right back up. It's your springboard back up. Life is going to oscillate. Ride the waves. There are days that I'm probably not going to feel at 100. As of late, I've been on point. But you know, the third dimensional mind is going to do whatever it takes to, because it might not see something as safe, or it desires to stay alive for something that I'm attempting to go do that I know is in my highest alignment, but in its alignment, it doesn't feel that it's aligned. So it'll do whatever it takes to self-sabotage. That's why a lot of people, when they're about to make it to the gold, guess what happens? Yeah. It's that 3 feet of gold. For those of you who've read Think and Grow Rich, there's a story, I call it 3 inches from gold. There was a guy in the story, it was right at the beginning of the book, who believed that there was gold, but his belief wasn't strong enough. That's why believing is not enough. So he kept digging because he was told that there's gold here. But guess what happened? He's like, there's no fucking gold. So he dig the ditch or whatever he had to do, the cave or whatever. He chipped away, but there was no gold. But guess what? There's only 3 feet away. And guess what happened? He left, he abandoned it. He's like, there's no gold. And then a couple days later, someone else went and they just digged and all the gold was there. That's the precipice of like, keep going. Don't stop. And I bring that up because, you know, we think that, you know, life is happening to us and like this shitty thing is happening and whatnot, but it's all based on us, right? Sure, am I physically where I desire to be? No. But this is also perfect because this is my greatest testing grounds. I get to change the perspective. This is my ultimate testing ground. Without this testing ground, who knows if I would have been able to cultivate some of my imagination, right? Maybe I wouldn't have been aware of some things. Now I'm extremely aware of some things, that I can't be unaware of anymore. The only way I can be unaware is if I be ignorant to it. And ignorant is the greatest disease on the planet. Man, this feels good. Feels good to talk like this again inside. Like I can do this outside, but I'm actually cold right now. My fingers are actually cold. I'm not even outside. It's okay. We're gonna get some movement in the body shortly. $1,300 steps. Not bad. I'll get some running in place for a moment. It's been a while since we did this. In every present moment, right? Your mind is going to do whatever it can to derail you. But here's the thing, here's a shift in perspective on that. Your mind is going to do everything in its power to also help you. Because I can say that the mind's going to do that. Because whatever you tell yourself is what's ultimately going to happen. You have to see life as a paradox. You don't have to, and you can continue to live it the way you've been living it and see if it's working for you, right? If life is working for you and you're happy and you're content, that's enough. Keep doing what you're doing. But most people are not happy, or they're not content because they're after something, they're chasing something outside of them. We all are, but it's not outside of you, it's all within you. Had I become aware of this as like younger, even though age is an illusion too, right? Because time is an illusion in the other realm, but in this realm it's real because we use it as a form of measurement, right? The now is the only thing that matters. Every thought you think is always happening in the now. So like me saying that I wasted 40 years, well then I wasted 4 years. Actually, I didn't waste 40 years of my life. I actually was training for 40 years of my life. Shift in perspective. It's all about shifting your perspective and changing your paradigm. Change your roots, get your fruits. I heard that from someone, another version of me. Change your roots, heal your roots, get your fruits. Don't change your roots or don't heal your roots, you won't get the fruit. I thought that's why I say like my scrolling on like Instagram or Facebook, yeah, there's some like jokes happening, like some like the N one, like the N word one, where the white guy like hired a Jamaican dude to tell another Jamaican dude the N word. It's funny. But majority of my stuff has been catered because it's based on how I feel, and I'm the algorithm to show me what I desire to see, not things that are like irrelevant. Sure, there's some that slip through the grapevine, like men attacking women and women attacking men, like relationship stuff. That was 2024, by the way, just so y'all know. When I was going through my 6 months of Dark Night of the Soul last year, I was seeing on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, when I was watching shorts and doing the doom scrolling. I call it doom scrolling back then, but really it was actually to make me aware of how men and women were treating each other, right? There is a side that men are being attacked by women, and then there's a side that women are being attacked by men. It goes both ways. Then there's a side, that's why there's 3 paths to reality. That's why it's a trialistic world, not a dualistic world that we've been buying into. It's actually trialistic. There's a 3rd path. Then there's a path where men and women are coming together and they have so much love and admiration for each other. So theoretically, everything exists. You get to choose though, right? You get to choose to either love women, love men, hate women, hate men. Choice is yours. right? Hate someone else, love someone else. There's information overload. I can't even call it that, but that's the word that we give. But it goes beyond information overload. There's just too much now, right? There's just way too much. People right now are like, there are a lot of people on their phase where I used to be, where they're consuming and they're thinking that they don't have enough information. And I know that feeling because I've been through it. And I can tell you that you have more than enough. It doesn't feel like that because you feel that someone knows more than you, but how can they know more than you? They're just aware. And when they bring it into your awareness, then you become aware of what they're aware of. And you have the same library of all that is. I'm here to basically re-empower you to have everything right now, so you don't come back. I'm similar to Nero. Like, yes, you come back to hang out with me, but you're not coming back for the wisdom because you already have it. You're just coming out to play a video game with me or something, or hang out. But like, you know, those who just love hanging out with me because of my energy, I appreciate it. But like, for like my clients, like, I don't expect them to be coming back ever again. Once I've helped them, I don't expect to see you again. Don't be coming back to me. I don't care about your money. Like, yes, I love money, but I don't care about you coming back. Once I've helped you, that's it. One and done. Go out in the world and do the thing. Like, these are for my paid clients. Once they're done with me, that's it. I don't expect them to ever have to get coaching or mirroring from anybody ever again. I'm going to give them everything. I'm giving it all that I got. I have all the answers. There's not a damn thing that I can't solve. When it comes to spirituality, or like being more of yourself, or mindset, or health, or relationships, or wealth, don't get it twisted. Just because you may not see me with a lot in my bank account, that's not a reflection of who I am. I don't adhere to that. I know some will be like, but you don't have enough money in your account. How can you be blah, blah, blah? Fuck that. Do you think I identify with that? That's not real. You're infinite. I'm infinite. Wow, it's cold. I'm doing my best to kind of get some steps in while I'm chatting, like not just stand in one spot. Because you have all the answers. When I came to that realization, and yes, other mirrors had to mirror that back to me. And I'm so grateful and forever will be grateful to them for that. When it finally clicked, I know everybody's looking for that magical click. The click will happen when you allow the click to happen. That's a real fact. Make note of that. That's a real one. But that may not make sense because it sounds like a fucking paradox. How can you make something click when you don't know if it's going to click? Well, when you're hearing something, if you allow yourself to really listen to it and feel it, because most people don't feel words. They hear words and they hear with their mind, but they don't feel with their heart. Like most people, when they're watching content on YouTube, are they watching the content or are they listening to the content? Are they listening with not with their ears, but with their heart? Are they listening? Are they feeling these words? Let me see what you shared. Clicked? Cool. I'll check it out. I like Adam Sandler. He's good. Good dude. I actually downloaded 50 First Dates again. I think I did. I had to remove my torrents last night because whenever I access my SD card, for whatever reason, it's like, I gotta move my files over from that SD card because it keeps like shutting off my Mac for whatever reason. So it's all good. I don't let technology really bother me anymore. I'm like, whatever at this point. My role in this world is to bring awareness. I'm an awareness advisor, I'm a consciousness communicator, and I'm an esoteric educator. I don't really like using the word educator, but I'm looking for another word. Explainer would be cool, but explainer sounds cool, or I'm looking for an E word that basically encapsulates me sharing esoteric things. I'm an ace, essentially. I like that. I'm the master of frameworks and acronyms and keeping acronyms super fucking simple. So it's not like something that you can ever forget. Like acronyms are how we can remember things easier. But for now, educator, even though I don't really educate, because that implies that I'm teaching, and I'm not teaching. I'm mirroring back what you already know. So it's more of a, I'm explaining. Esoteric explainer, sure. I explain esoteric where it makes sense. Yeah. I don't desire for people to keep coming back. Like, yes, this is how people make a living on YouTube, subscribers and shit. I do not entertain subscribers. I entertain the word connection, because that's what we're doing. We're connecting. You're not following me. I don't want followers. I don't care for followers. You ain't following behind me. Jesus didn't want followers. He desired people to walk with him, not behind him. There's a difference. Why do you think he created his 13 disciples? Just so you know, it's not 12, it's actually 13. Mary Magdala was the 13th. And just so you know, a reel showed up about the number 13. How the number 13 has become a bad luck number in society. That's bullshit, just so you know. There's a bunch of buildings that don't have the number 13. There's planes that don't have the number 13 in their rows, right? There's lots of things. Technically, there's 13 constellations or zodiacs. One starts with I think it's called Ophelius, but they don't consider that one. A woman has 13 menstrual cycles per year, not 12. The Earth rotates around the sun 13 times a year, not 12. Hence why they created this time thing that's an illusion. The number 13 also goes with Metatron's cube. If you don't know what Metatron's cube is, I would highly recommend to look that up. It is the foundation to life, next to the flower of life. Metatron's cube, look it up. It's 13 circles that is the building blocks of the foundation of reality. Now, how is these things relevant to life? It's simple. It's all meant to just be in the now. It's not about having all this wisdom. It's about knowing how to practically apply it into your life. What is the number 13? To make sure that you know that it's to remind you that reality is not what it appears to be. It's only the meaning that you give it. That's what I'm here to basically say, is that it's just here to tell you that you can choose whatever you want to entertain. The number 13 isn't some bad luck number. There are no bad, just like the number 666, when people are like, the mark of the devil, or the mark of the beast. That's a bunch of BS too. 666 is not a devil's number. In fact, that equals 18, and which equals 9, and that's a number that is the completion of reality. Numbers, if you haven't figured it out, are the building blocks to reality. Numbers and sound. Those are the two things that bring life to everything. Of course, we've attributed words and feelings and all the other stuff, but sound, which is nothing more than vibration in an audible form that we can hear, and numbers are the two building blocks to foundation. of reality. Sound, vibration, frequency, numbers. Numbers have their own frequencies and vibrations with them. Numbers are very important. I know there's 12, but there's actually 13. There's actually 13 apostolites, and that's Mary. But they don't consider Mary. She was the divine feminine aspect, and the 12 others like John and Peter and all that, they were the divine masculine. She was to represent the divine feminine, but they don't consider Mary Magdalene as an apostle. I had to go do some digging on that. There's too many things that people have bought into that is an illusion because of X, Y, Z. This is how problems have created over time, because misinformation, lots of misinformation. But it has no relevancy in our lifetime right now. The only relevant thing that you have to know is there's only here and now. You have everything that you ever desire within yourself, and that it can only show up in certain states of visibility or invisibility based on your frequency. That's all you have to know. I've given you the handbook to life. Now go with it, right? That's why I said I can change someone's life in less than 10 seconds. You don't need to spend 5 hours or 12 hours. I can change your life in a second, really. Well, to get everything out in a second is a little challenging in our third dimensional realm, so I can get it out within 10 to 15 seconds. You're the creator. Everything you've created serves you. Everything exists in certain states of visibility or invisibility based on your frequency, and creation is finished. Everything exists here and now. But of course, humans love context because they're curious. And I know, because I was like that too, and I'm still curious, and I'm always expanding and evolving. But the thing is, people just like they want to obfuscate things and make it more like it can't be that simple. It can't be. It has to be harder. There has to be this world-changing solution. It has to be harder. It can't be that simple. But it is just that simple. But you've been programmed, because the mind does not like simplicity. It loves things that are more challenging, because it gets a dopamine hit when you solve something so world-changing. But it doesn't like that, oh, you just have to be in the now. It hates it because it's too simple. Like, for example, when you're playing a video game and you beat that boss, and you took hours to beat that boss, but then you finally beat it. It's a satisfaction of something difficult that you overcame, right? The mind loves challenge and hard things, right? It doesn't like things that are easy and simple, because easy and simple has also been bastardized in society, saying, oh, if it's easy and simple, then why isn't everybody else doing it? And if everybody else is doing it, then it doesn't feel like it was worth the journey, because people want to overcome this obstacle, because they want to be relatable. They want to feel like they amounted to something, and they went through something so challenging in life. Really, everything's just that simple. It's the meaning that you give to it. Why do you think I felt like I was like Rocky Balboa in my entire life? Always feeling like I have to overcome something. Always having to overcome. We don't have to overcome anything. The only thing we have to do is just be in the now. That's how simple it is. Huang had me write down, be present, feel it, and breathe. That's all you have to do. Those three things, the synergy of Trinity. Breathe, feel it, and be present. And they all are intertwined with each other. Let's see. You said that. I didn't see it. I just said I'm going to check it out and I'm going to download it. Clicked. How did this get back there? What the hell? Where are we at in terms of our steps? 18. Not bad. See, we're at 1800 already. I'll get to 2,500 and then we'll start. Let me see what Soul Fam said. See, that's what I'm saying. Nope, Mary is. That's what I'm telling you. There's a bunch of miscommunication. You see, you thought it was Rufus, but it wasn't. It was Mary. The 13th apostle was Mary. She was the divine feminine to balance out the divine masculines. So much miscommunication, misinformation out there. It's wild. But again, that has no relevance to our, why did I bring that up? Is to show you the illusion of reality. Of what you give meaning to, right? Whether Mary was or wasn't, whether Rufus was or wasn't, I mean, it doesn't have any relevance to our present day life, right? All you have to focus on is being in the now, being more of yourself, staying in joy, and knowing that you're the creator, right? The synergy of Trinity. It's just as simple as that. That's why I don't have to write a book. Nero's already written the book. Nero has written the book. It's done. I don't have to write a book. This book is done. Right? He's written the book. If I'm to write a book, it's one page. And that one page is the synergy of Trinity. And I'll just put underneath the synergy of Trinity what that means. Be more of you, so be authentic, and live authentically. That's one line right there. Be in joy. Follow your joy in every present moment for as far as you can, for as long as you can, until you can no longer follow it, and then you find the next thing that's more joyful. Find the thing that's always more joyful and go and do it. If you don't know, that's Bashar's formula. So that's a line right there. Everything exists here and now. Time and or past and future are an illusion in the third dimensional realm, because every thought you think is happening now. So every time you keep thinking about something of the future or the past, you're recreating that in the now, because everything stems from the now when you think or you feel. So you can choose to feel whatever you feel. That's probably like 3 lines right there. And then you are the creator. You're the droplet of God. You are the entire ocean in one drop. Rumi, basically. And that you, whether you see God inside of you or outside of you, just know that you have the power within you, because God has either watching over you, or you know that you're God within and the power is in your hands. That's it. Creation is finished. That's literally one page. The diagram and those writings the words that I just said, that's all you have to know. What else do you have? What else do you have to know? How to take action? I just said it. Take it from joy. I just gave you, make sure, and I say that there's 3 planes of existence. You still have to take aligned physical action. You can't just sit and think and just la 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 la. Mental, spiritual, physical. I'll put that in there. This is all one page. That's all you have to know. It's just that simple. That's why I said you don't have to. The reason why I read this book on the stream was for a couple of reasons. One, was for all of you. It was for me too. But 2, I read this book for mirroring, to remind us that we already have the power. It's all about, big one. Whatever you desire, make sure you know and have absolute conviction that you know that you have it already. Because without conviction, You will not be able to bring forth because it won't be a strong enough frequency. And let go of the third dimensional reality because that's an illusion. As within, as without. That's another thing I would write. As within, as without, as above, so below, as within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. Yeah. There are so many things that when you really, truly just get into the now, you will see everything for what it is. A trap, an illusion. And I have proof that this works. I ran into my photo last night again. The one where I summoned a pink car and a Supra at the same time. But I didn't ask for both of them at the same time. I asked to say, hey, universe, let's play a game on the live stream. This was during April, right? Show me a pink car, one that I've never seen before. Show me a Supra, one that I've never seen before. I had never seen a blue one. I seen a gray one, but I had to be very specific. I said, show me a Supra, one that I've never seen before, one that's in San Diego, and one before I leave on April 8th. Remember, the mind is going to do whatever it can to tell you that you haven't won. It's like when shit is hitting the fan, it's going to make you forget all the times you have won. That's why Nero was talking about building manifestation muscle and like going to the gym. Like, you know, you don't start off with building picking up 100 pounds. You start small and then you work your way up. Like if you attempt to manifest something massive, it may or may not work because you don't have that much belief. But the thing is, I have so much proof from the live streams, from like just me being me, and you all have seen it in the person. Like when I thought about someone, they showed up. Like Swati and Tam, I thought about them on the same day, but I was like, okay, whatever. And then they showed up the same day. Tam showed up later in the evening. Swati showed up earlier in the day. I was like, huh, interesting. Then I was thinking about Zubair about like maybe a week or two ago. And he showed up yesterday. He just came on. He says, brother, it's so good to see you. I just came on to say hello. I'm doing great. And I just wish you all the love in the world. And I'm just checking in. I'm like, hey, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Anyway, so I got that Supra. Jose was there at the time with me when he saw. I was live streaming. I was walking from Sunset Cliff back up. And I'm like, oh my God, Supra, a gray one. One that I've never seen before in San Diego. I've never seen a gray Supra in San Diego. So the universe is like, I have something more for you. There's always, now you're asking for this pink car. Okay, I'm gonna give you your pink car. So I got not only one pink car, I got 4 pink cars in a day. And then, so happily, I had to go to that restaurant, right? For those of you who don't know the story of this, but this is, you're gonna love this. I went to a Mexican restaurant in San Diego. It was Del Taco. No, not Del Taco. Was it Del Taco? No, not Del Taco. What's the other one? Ugh. Something taco. Anyways, I went to that taco place and Jose's like, yeah, you shouldn't be going there to eat tacos, bro. They're not the greatest tacos. Their salsas taste like it's expired. And he was right. It did taste like it was expired. That's why they give you so much salsa. Forget which taco place it was. It's not Del Taco. It's a different place. Not Taco Bell. No. It was the name will, I'm going to manifest the name coming back in my head. Anyways. So the intuition was like, go have taco at this place. I'm like, and we were at the, you were there with me, by the way, when I was going to go get tacos, T-Bray. I was in the Airbnb at the time. I was playing Ninja Turtles on the TV. And then I went, it was like, I'm going to go grab something to eat. And I was like, okay. I went there, grabbed whatever, and then a woman named Scorpiana, right? She stopped me before I even went into the restaurant. And she's like, do you have $20? I'm like, she came up from behind me with her car. It's like, I don't know why I felt called to stop you, but there was a reason why I have to stop you. But do you have $20? I'm like, well, I don't carry cash on me. I can pay though through card. She's like, jump in. I'm like, I'm gonna take a walk. I'll walk to the gas station. Plus I got my extra steps. So I walked to the gas station. So I was not meant to go into the restaurant first. I was meant to stop for me to then eventually see the Supra and the pink car, because the thing is, if I had gone in the restaurant, ate, and come out, I would have missed that. Because she was sort of like the detour to allow those two cars to show up at the same time. Anyways, I went to pump gas for her. We chatted for about 20 minutes. She was on the live stream. Was it 20 minutes? It was about like 10-ish minutes we were chatting. And I was telling her that my name's Orion now, and she's like, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty powerful name. I'm like, yeah, I know. I haven't fully tapped into Orion at that moment, but I was starting to tell people I am Orion now. And then I walked back. The cars weren't there yet. I ate in the restaurant for about 10-ish minutes. The food was all right. The tacos were all right, but the salsa was, bleh. It wasn't the greatest. And then I went outside. I put my water bottle on top of the BMW. And I looked. I'm like, and Jose was there. He was the only one on the live stream at the time. I'm like, yo, bro, look. Fucking Supra over there. Blue one. Blue fucking Supra. And then, so happy, I just then realized there's a pink Tesla, a full pink Tesla. And I have the picture to prove it. I'm like, the universe gives you more than what you ask for. Sometimes we think so like for example, my penthouse in San Diego, maybe the universe has something even better than that. But you know, I like that penthouse. I desire that penthouse because it has the view. I am all about views. I like my views, right? When you're living in a house, you don't get views unless you're like on some mountain cliff, right? And you can like see, like you have like a way of like, you're like on a hill and you can have like a view of like a certain spot. But generally speaking, a building has better views because it's higher in the sky. But technically the universe gave me that one because originally I didn't even think about that blue building. There was a white building that's near that blue one. I'm like, that building looks like the one I'm gonna live in when I move. But the universe is like, nope. I have one even better for you. That one. The universe will always give you something more than you asked for. But that's if you allow. So like there's your plan and then there's God's plan. I'm sure you all heard that saying. There's your plan and then there's God's plan. And God's plan has something even more in store for you. No, it's not King Taco. What's the name of the place? You know what? Let's see. Nah, it's not that. Let's see. You know what? I think it's in my GPS. I'll tell you. Because I haven't used my GPS much since I left. El Polo Loco. See? Found it. Told you. I told you. See how that manifested? It's like, check your GPS, right? It's in your GPS. See? Found it. El Polo Loco. These are what's still in my GPS of recently. Surrey Gardens, Steve's barbershop, Canada Computers, parents' house, Green Pea parking lot when we went downtown Toronto, and then after that, Rental Car Center in San Diego Airport, Liberty Station, Ocean Boulevard, 7-Eleven in San Diego, 7029 Hillsborough Street, which is the Airbnb, El Polo Loco, Mimi's Cafe, Mother Miguel's Mountain Trailhead, Mission Beach, Seaport Village, my home 888 WE Street, my other home 6174 Lemon Glaze Court, McDonald's in San Diego, 1938-1966 6th Avenue, Balboa Park Visitor Center, Main Beach, Top of the World in Laguna Beach, Planet Fitness in Laguna Beach, Circle K in San Diego, Circle K in San Diego as well, Sunset Cliffs, Best Buy in Chula Vista, In-N-Out Burger, Pacific Beads, Crystal Blue Vibration, Pink Rose Cafe, 10,044 Pacific Mesa Boulevard, Cal's Trail Mountain Head, Ralph's, Terminal 2, Baskin Robbins, Muriel's Place, Best Buy, Grossmont Center, Belmont Park, Pacific Beach, UTC, Torrey Pines. That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, there was no taco in that name. It was El Polo Loco. That's why I said, like, I had to figure out what the name of the street was. Or the name of the restaurant, El Polo Loco. Thank you. See, that was a proof that how this works. I said I was gonna manifest the name of that of that restaurant, and sure enough, I let go of when and how, and the universe is like, open up your GPS, open it up, because you were saying Del Taco and King Taco, and I'm like, you know what? I think it's in my GPS. Let me check my GPS. Those are those intuitive hunches, like intuitive like hits that you will get. We all get them. That was right there. That was live on the live stream. You're welcome. I manifested it. El Polo Loco. So everything exists in certain states of visibility or invisibility based on your frequency and based on your belief / knowing and your conviction. To get back to what we were talking about. Here's another one, 2121. On my steps. I manifested that. The numbers always speak to me. Those are signs, even though I'm the sign. I don't require any more signs. There's too much proof of how things work. But you know, there's going to be other humans that are going to say, no, that's not how this works. I remember when Mr. here, he told me, like, whenever you see like a white feather, you have to go eat ice cream or something like that. I remember when he said that or something like that. Like, I'm like, bro, this is how this shit works. I had to, even though I knew what he was doing, right? I'm like, trust me. I know what's happening here. I had to not listen to him in that moment. And you're going to have people in your life that's going to tell you otherwise and that they know better. But that's not necessarily true. Your parents are going to say that they know better than you because they've been here longer than you, but that doesn't mean jack shit. They can physically have been here longer than you, but maybe they've never even done deep inner work on themselves. So technically, you're further along than they are. I'm much further along than my parents. They don't even know what deep inner work is. They don't know about the inner world. They don't know about as within, as without. They see what reality is based on their life, because unfortunately they've been conditioned to seeing that the outside world is how it works, and not, it doesn't stem from you. And I've told mom specifically, if you want to be rich and you want to be wealthy, you have to start living as if you already have it. Stop thinking about used stuff and like getting like things that are like broken, and looking for cheap things, and stop saying the word cheap and expensive. Do you know that word expensive has caused a lot of chaos in the world? That's why I said no word actually exists. And because you've attributed a meaning to a word, which then creates a label, which then creates an emotion, which then creates a frequency, right? When someone says, but that's expensive. Nothing's expensive, right? The only reason why you're saying it's expensive is because you're thinking you don't have the physical resource. You have more than enough within, but then it may not translate into physical. So then it feels like, ah, yes, I have to penny pinch. So then your reality, this is the trap right here. Then the reality is like, well, I can't buy that SSD that's $1,300. I can only buy the SSD that's like $100. So I have to like give up 8 terabytes and just buy 1 terabyte. Because that one's so much more expensive than that. In the eyes of the universe, there's no big or small. It's all one thing. It's what we've attributed as big and small. And if you can rewire that or unwire that concept, and like know that a penny and a trillion is basically one and the same to the universe, right? Because it's just energy, then you can change your perspective and change your life. I was sharing this with Jason, right? Because he's telling Evan, right? That's expensive. Daddy can't get that for you right now. That's expensive. I'm like, I know what you're doing, and I'm not here to tell you how to parent your child, but you have to be mindful of the words you're saying to him, because then he's gonna grow up saying, that's expensive. That's expensive. I can't afford that. That's expensive. You can afford anything. There's about being resourceful, but also knowing that it already exists here and now, and trusting and knowing that it is meant for you. But then what about the bills and that right there, the fucking bills, the bills, all the fucking bills. Now, I'm not saying to be irresponsible with your resources that you currently have physically, right? But what I am saying is that don't let the numbers in your bank account determine who you are as a person and what you're meant to have. You're meant to have experiences. Why do you think I still invested in myself, even when I had little? I'm not letting third dimensional perspectives get in my way. I already have all of it within me. It's just a matter of human time for it to pull through. Now, there is a belief that I have to chop, and I'm well aware of it, that nobody can actually pay me what I'm actually worth, which is true. But the thing is, I also have to undo that, because if I say that, there is a person who can pay me $1 billion for 1 second of my time. If they want to make even more money, they can pay me $1 billion, and I can help them. I know I can. Because they've been living, they're like, I want to make even more. They know that they have higher potential. I'm like, I know you have higher potential. You know what that potential is? You're the creator, and it all starts within you through your frequency, your state of being. That's all it is. What would someone pay to change their life? Here's another question, actually. This has been a question that I saw twice in last night. 2 different reels, 2 different sets of people. One was a couple. One was like a lighter shade of melanin dude and a darker shade of melanin couple. And the lighter shade of melanin dude said, how would you feel if I gave you $1 million right now? I'm sure you've all heard this analogy or this metaphor. how would you feel if I gave you $1 million right now? What would you do? Would you be jumping for joy? What if I gave you $10 million right now? How would you feel? Some of you would be jumping for joy. So here's the other thing. So I'm gonna give you the same example in a different way. I'll give it to you shortly. So I just gave you $1 million, right? What if I told you, what would you value more? $10 million, or you can only have the $10 million for 24 hours and then you die? Would you value your life more now? Meaning, in exchange for getting $1 million, you only get to have one more day. I did this example last week where, I only gave you 7 days to live. What would you do? So this goes hand in hand with that. What would you do? Would you choose life or would you choose $1 million? There are some people out in the world who are completely mentally checked out. They'll take the $1 million and they want off this planet anyway. So they'll go spend it and splurge. There are people out there. But I'm not speaking to those types of people. They've given up on themselves. I want to help them, but they've given up on themselves, and you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. It's like that analogy, taking a horse to the pond or the water, but you can't make it drink it. You can't make him drink the water. But for the rest who actually desire to live, I know the answer. You're not going to take $10 million. You're going to value your life more. So my point to say is, then why aren't you doing that every single moment? Why aren't you seeing yourself as, I'm beyond $10 million. I'm worth more than fucking $10 million. I'm worth more than $1 billion. Imagine I changed the question for a moment. I gave you a different scenario. What if I presented you with $1 billion right now? I didn't say anything else but just 1 billion. You'd be jumping for joy. You'd be, fuck yeah. But now I throw in the stipulation. The stipulation is you can only have it for 24 hours because after that you die. But if you don't take the $1 billion, you stay alive. Which one would you choose? You're gonna value your fucking life. No amount of money is going to ever amount to the value that you have as your life. You will value life so much more than any amount of money. So here's another scenario. So this is where I heard the heal your, no, actually I heard that on a different one. It's a different Asian guy. He was saying to another guy last night, this was about paradigms. Would you take the $1 million and go in an airplane? So what he did was he created a false scenario, meaning or a false paradigm, because the guy he was sharing it with, he thought that he had to jump out of a plane. In fact, I want to play it. I want to hear it. His English isn't the greatest. It's not the clearest, but I thought it was powerful. I just got to go find it. Let's see. It's 9:01. We're usually walking back now. Let's see. Oh yeah. Will you jump off a plane for... So this is the question he said. Will you jump off a plane for $1 million? He didn't say out of a plane. He said jump off a plane. So this is, here it is.
$1 million to jump off a plane. will you do it?
Is there a parachute?
No, you can operate a parachute. There's no parachute.
I'm not jumping up.
Not jumping up.
No.
Why not?
My life is worth a lot more than $10 million.
Okay. Under no circumstance will you change your mind, right?
Hell no. Hell no.
When I mention airplane, right, what comes to your mind?
Flying them.
Yeah, but where flying, right? But where do you see most airplanes?
In the sky, you know.
No.
Airport.
Yeah. I didn't see that plane is flying.
He tricked
And
them.
I see, when you think of a plane, you think of a Boeing. I never say it cannot be a single propeller plane. From the door to the floor is 1 meter.
Damn.
The point I'm trying to make, right, is that all of us have this thing called paradigms, or belief systems that we think is true, but in fact, it's just half-truths.
Yep.
And these paradigms
It's all half-truths.
dramatically affect people's behavior.
This is what
And
I
that
get to
plane
experience
flying
on my
is a
social media
metaphor for the
feed.
false beliefs.
Good
Limiting
on this
beliefs.
other version of me.
Yeah, people thinking I can only make 3K a month when I graduate. And because of that, they miss out on million-dollar opportunities. Yeah, it's fascinating to me because fear, what does fear stand for, you know?
What is fear stand for?
False evidence
False
appearing
evidence
real.
A lot of our fears, right, are just imagined.
Yep.
And in society, right, you're conditioned to believe that you're not good enough. You're conditioned to believe that I cannot speak in public. You're conditioned to believe that I can only make 4K a month when I graduate. But the moment you break out that paradigm, and what my mentors did for me, they helped me realize that plane is grounded and not flying. The moment they helped me shift that paradigm, my entire life completely changed.
Yep.
Completely changed. And now I'm very passionate about how paying it forward. Telling people that there are paradigms they have about life, about society, and about themselves, right? A lot of it can be questioned. And if you take time to pause and reflect, you realize there's a lot of opportunities out there for you. And I end off with a quote by Anais. We don't see things as they are, we see things as we are.
That's a bar.
So
Yep.
change the world within, and the world without will fall into
As
place.
within, as without.
Damn.
So he's just mentoring that younger version of himself. So basically, for those who just listen to that, I will just give you the Cliff Note version. He asked the other version of himself, would you take $10 million to jump off a plane? He didn't say jump out of a plane. He said jump off a plane. Right? The guy said no. So this is the other example I wanted to share. He said no. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? Right? My life is worth more than $10 million to jump off a plane. But he didn't mention about it flying. So he created a false paradigm, or he had a paradigm thinking that the plane was flying in the air. And he was thinking it's one of them propeller airplanes. He didn't think Boeing 747. Because when someone says, would you jump off a plane for $10 million, right? So this is a way of getting to tell yourself to stop, like to slow down, to really, this is where thinking comes into play, by the way, just so you know. This is where your logic will kick in. This is where logic is necessary. So if somebody now were to ask me that question, right? And that right there can change your life. It's literally shifting your paradigms. That's why it's one of the 6 Ps in my 6P framework. And it's not mine, it's ours. It doesn't belong to me, it belongs to all of us. Anyway, so he mentioned that jumping off a plane. When you hear, would you jump off a plane for $10 million? I'm sure if I didn't give you the other stipulations, you probably would think it's flying in the air. Some of you would be like, some will say, well, you don't have a I'll give you one other stipulation. You don't have a parachute. So I created that, right? But who's to say that I told you that you were flying in the first place? Why did you make the assumption that the plane was flying? Planes are not just in the air, they're in the ground, they're at the airport. And jumping off a plane is just like getting off an airplane, just walking off the airplane. That's what they call jumping off the airplane, right? I'm just jumping off the airplane right now. I'll be by the taxi shortly. I'm jumping off the plane right now, right? Even a shift of word, jumping out of a plane, jumping off a plane, right, has a different energy. jumping from a plane. I'll be jumping out of a plane. I'm jumping off the plane, right? Totally one shift in words, and they both start with O, off and out. One has 3 letters, one has 2 letters, right? Complete different perspective. Anyways, I'm jumping off the plane right now. You won't take that 10 million? No. Because you're thinking you're jumping out of a plane. I'm jumping out the plane right now. You can also say that. I'm jumping out of the plane right now and I'll be by the taxi, right? But I just said you're jumping out or you're jumping off the plane. You're probably, or immediately without any other thing that I said, you're thinking that it's flying in the air and you're jumping out of that plane and you're flying. And the guy asks, do I have a parachute? And he says, no. Do you know how to operate a parachute? He's like, no. But I didn't tell you about jumping off a plane. Like you're flying. I didn't talk about propeller planes. I'm talking about a 747 Boeing jet on the ground. That right there blew the kid's mind. It changed his life because his mentors helped him to see things differently. I would call it mirrors, not mentors, because no one's above you. That's my shift in perspective for that version of me. His mentors, it's his mirrors. Because we all have the same thing. So this is why I love my version of social media, because when I look at social media, I get fueled up and it gives me ways to explain things in different ways. I love it. I love it so much. That was a great example. That's another way of explaining. I'm going to go use the bathroom and then we're going to start. So I will put back on the piano music. And depending on the time, yeah. But this was such a powerful reel. That's Goku, by the way. He's screaming. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back. Awesome sauce. All right. Well, it's time for us to get rolling with this play out. I'll just get my couple steps in. Do 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 do. I'll start at around like 9:16. Yeah, so like I said, everything exists here and now, and you know, exists in itself, right? It's all based on your beliefs, your projections, your perspective. Everything simultaneously is here and now. Just getting the body rolling. Oop. It's funny how the mat just, like, it keeps shifting and moving. I have to like put like a boot or something. Just to hold it in place. Well, not a boot, I can put like a weight. Like this 10-pound weight. been a hot minute since I've done this. You know what? I'm gonna go till 9:30. Let's see how much I can go. Let's see how, that's like 12 minutes from now. Can I go for 12 minutes? Let's see. I mean, I can walk back and forth as well. Take a pause and then pick it back up. Let me turn off my Mac screen. This is the Naruto running right here. This is the Naruto running. Let me put some fresh air back. Very good. Doing good. I love doing this. I love walking. I love running. I love doing all these things because they bring lots of joy to me. Walk back and forth for a moment. change it up a little. What is this? Let's throw that out here. It's a little bit chillier now inside the room. I'm getting that fresh air. Doing good, y'all. Six more minutes. Four minutes. We'll see where we're at in 4 minutes in terms of steps. I guesstimate I'm going to probably be like maybe 4,500, give or take, maybe 5,000. My watch was like, are you doing exercises outside? Are you like running? It's actually good to run backwards too. It's very healthy for your bones, your joints. 3 minutes. And then in 3 minutes, I'll just grab my I'll grab my steps. I'll check what we're at. .28. We got a couple more minutes. A couple more minutes to getting them steps in. Let's go. All right, cool. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, that was about right. 4,548. Not bad. Whew. Not bad, y'all. Not bad. And that was what? Not even like, that was like 15-ish minutes. I went from like 1800 or 21 to 45. So I gained 2,000 steps in like 10 minutes or so. Okay. Whew. 5,000 steps would be awesome. Either way, I'm successful in every present moment. You know, normally when we take our walk, we don't have to check our steps because we know we'll hit 10K. And regardless, I'm successful whether I hit 10K or I don't, because like that's the one thing, like, you know, the mind's gonna say like, you failed that day, so it's gonna make you feel guilty. Making sure you don't feel guilty about anything. You did your best in every present moment. That's a fact. Make note of that. You always are doing your best. You're always doing your best, no matter what. Doing great. Phone battery's at 100% again, so that's good. $51, $51, look at that. We saw 21, 21, 51, 51. 5302. I can probably hit 10K before 10 o'clock. If I really desire to, I think I can hit 10K, but I wanted to start the play out. Do, 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 do. Let's open up the play out. Down, down. Down, 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 down. Down, down. Down, 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 down. Down. Do, 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 I'm just seeing which one I'm going to be picking. Do, 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 do. Which one are we picking? Do. Nah, I'm not doing this one because this one targets core. I want just upper body. Just want upper body stuff. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Back, chest, shoulders, arms. Let's see this one. Oops. Okay, we'll do this one. I haven't done this one before from the looks of it, so we'll be doing this play out. So I'm over 5,000 steps already. It's good. Just walking back and forth helps as well. Getting that fresh air. I'm also going to make sure that I block the air from going outside of this room so it doesn't freeze the house. There. So it's like we're playing outside, but we're not fully outside. We have half outside, half indoor air. Do do do. Down there. All right. So this one apparently, let me see what they have going on. Let's see. It's both Tiff and Dan. They're both doing this one. So we got a warm up, 6 intervals, 30 seconds each. Strength, 3 circuits, 30 seconds of play, 30 seconds of rest, and then abs, 40 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest, and there's 2 circuits and then a finisher. So technically this is targeting abs as well. So I'm not really opposed to doing abs during the main play out, but it's okay. I haven't done this one, so I figure I'll just do it. And I'll give you my critique afterwards. So happy I made a loop. This has got like a nice winterish vibe to it too. Down, 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 down. Gotta leave it to Nero with his piano choice. I'm also looking for another piano track, a third one. That is good. Like idea 10 is amazing, but idea 10 gets me with the heads up, we detected audio that doesn't belong to you, blah, blah, blah on your stream. Please contact owner and make them put you on your whitelist and all this other nonsense. I can hear Shadow. I can hear the owner. She's like, Shadow, stop digging. Shadow, stop digging. Stop digging. Shadow, stop digging. Ooh, it's almost done. I like the fact that it has the ending too. There's a part of the song that's not quite looped properly, but it's good for what it is. uh, 5603 in terms of my steps. Okay. Let's get rolling. Are you crazy? You're leaving the door open? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. But it's -7 degrees. Aren't you freezing your butt off? Nope. Not while I'm going to be moving my body. Not while I'm moving my body. All right. So 6 intervals for warm up. So 30 seconds each, no rest. Strength, 3 circuits, 30 seconds of play, 30 seconds of rest. I don't know why they did 30 and 30. I would have done 40 and 20, but it is what it's meant to be. And then their abs are 40 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. And because there's abs in this one, ab exercises do not give you abs. You already have abs. They're hiding under a layer of fat. And it comes down to your nutrition, your rest, your stress management, your energy management, your habituations, your environment, your training, whether you're doing cardio, resistant training, skipping, boxing, fighting, dancing, laughing. So it comes down to all of that. And nutrition is subjective because what may work for some may not work for you. What may work for you may not work for some. Because everybody has compatibility with certain types of foods, right? Like some people are not lactose intolerant. They're lactose intolerant. Like some people can't have dairy, some people can't have meat, some people can't have fish, some people can't have nuts, some people can't have this, and others can. So everybody's body is unique and different. So what may work for you may not work for some. And of course, it also comes down to your preference on what you like to eat or what you don't like to eat. Some people eat McDonald's and they're jacking up, or they're actually slimming down. Other people are gaining weight, and not in a muscular sense, but they're just putting on more fat. It's all placebo. Because if you tell yourself that this thing's gonna affect me, like subconsciously you're gonna allow that thing to affect you, because that's how the mind works, right? You may consciously like, yeah, that doesn't affect me, but then if your feeling, your unconscious feeling is that it is gonna affect me, and you're lying to yourself, then guess what's gonna happen? You're creating this rift inside of yourself, and because that rift is gonna be like, oh, it is affecting me after all, then you're gonna gain the weight. So, or whatever that is. So just letting you know that it's all placebo. All right, let's get to it. So that's the part of the track that it doesn't loop properly, but it's only one spot. Let's go. We're gonna do some arm circles. I'm gonna move the camera back a little as well. Give you that little wink. All right. Let's change the music. We're gonna put on play out music. Of course, I would play like music like this. But of course, I put on I put some red onto this, like that. But oops. Oops. Remember to drink water in between, and go at your own pace. Challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. Starting with arm circles. That's their warm-up, by the way. So six movements, 30 seconds each. So they're gonna go reverse in about 5 seconds. So we're doing chest opens. Poor table. They got all snowed up. All that snow. Okay, push-ups. So blast off planks. I'm taking in that fresh air right now. So plank shoulder taps. So we're doing tricep stretch. You can pat yourself on the back if you'd like. Switch. Very good, y'all. All right. So we're starting with back. So we're doing bent over rows to the right. So if you don't have a chair or anything, you can bring your left knee forward and then bring your right leg back and go like this. He's using a bench. I have the sofa, so I'm going to use the sofa. So he's basically doing this. So for the left one, I'm gonna face you all. So I'm gonna be doing it without the chair. Okay. I don't like the 30 seconds of rest, to be honest. It's too long. That extra 10 seconds, I mean, we should be already starting. 20 seconds is enough. It should always be 40 and 30, but it's all good. I feel like I've done this one before though. But now I'm gonna do it, so my right leg is going forward, my left leg is going back. And here we go. So this is how we do it without the sofa or the chair or the bench. Very good. So we're doing bent over row again. So we're gonna do the right side. I know why he's doing 30 seconds, because he's using heavier dumbbells. Oh, I forgot to mention, since this is upper body, you're gonna be doing different types of push-ups if you don't have dumbbells. Wide push-ups for chest, standard for your back and shoulders. Right now you're doing standard, narrow for your biceps and triceps, and then pikes for your shoulders like this. So, here you go. So for those without dumbbells, you can be doing push-ups right now. It's okay, we just started. So you'd be doing standard push-ups. So standard, wide, standard. There. Gorilla rows is still targeting your shoulder blades, so you're doing standard push-ups. So this is gorilla rows. You place the dumbbell back down on the ground. So dumbbell pullover. This is targeting your shoulders. So I do pike push-ups. There's some snow falling in the room right now. Gorilla rows again. My fingertips are freezing right now. It's okay. So technically this is targeting shoulders as well. So you can do pike push-ups here, but it's really targeting your shoulder blades. So standard push-ups is your best friend here. Dumbbell pullover again. So we're doing chest and shoulders. So technically that was back and that was just back. So we're doing chest press. So you're doing wide push-ups. So you can switch between wide push-ups for your outer chest and diamond push-ups for your inner chest. Standard chest press is next. It's like playing out outside, just not outside. Y'all, it is fucking cold. Lateral raises are next. He's using 15-pound dumbbells, I'm using 35s. So I'm gonna be bending my arms like this. Very good. Chest press again. So you can do diamond push-ups here if you like. But we're gonna be doing chest, so I mean, you might be doing diamond push presses just now, so I'll let you know. But you can do diamond push-ups or wide push-ups right now. Totally up to you. You know what's funny? I used to face the other direction for my playouts, but I'd be bashing into the chair. And now a shift in perspective has given me more room to do my stuff. So I'm not banging into anything much. Wild. I'm breathing. You can see the smoke in my room now. Are you crazy? It's that cold? Yes, it's very, very cold. You're like the Iceman. I am like the Iceman, aren't I? This is just a prelude. Let's go. Chest flies. So this is technically diamond press or diamond push-ups. Y'all are doing great. Remember to drink water and breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. Yesterday I created a like steam in my room because of my heat after my play out. My energy shot through the roof and I created this moisture in my room with my energy. Wild. A little bit of condensation happened. Okay, here comes a challenging one. He's doing seated shoulder press. Whew. So shoulders, let's, so you're doing pike push-ups here. Chest flies again. Doing good. I didn't groom yesterday. I didn't groom my face. I'm looking a little funky. It's all good though. You know, it's funny because like when we groom, we feel like a new person, right? But you can still be that new person even if you didn't groom, right? It's based on a feeling. So it's like I'm imagining right now, feeling like the feeling of getting a haircut or like a shave, like a nice like trim on my beard. Seated shoulder press again. It's all a state of we're doing biceps now. So arms, so biceps and triceps, so narrow push-ups. And for triceps, you can do narrow, diamond, and standard. Supinated curls. Overhead tricep extension. You're gonna be standing up for this one on your knees. No diddy, as Nero would say. On my knees, no diddy. I want to do another like probably sweep out or vacuum. Just like another once over today. Let's go. Supinate. You're doing curls again. Ooh, let's go. Overhead extension. I believe there's gonna be weighted abs in this one. Just a hunch. Just a hunch that there's weighted abs. Weighted abs are gonna happen, I believe. We'll see. Single dumbbell curl. Single dumbbell curl. If T-Bray's here, the next set of 2 V8 quests come out today. My fingertips are like ice block right now. We're doing tricep push-ups, so narrow push-ups. So all of you, we're following suit. But what, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do it on the dumbbell. That's what we're gonna do. So bring your dumbbells closer for those with dumbbells, and single curls again. Let's go. I gotta remind myself to throw out the milk that has been sitting there. Even though I've been using it, the last time I drank it, it was like spoiled. It was like thick, because when my protein shake doesn't shake well with it, I'm like, it should not be expiring. So the expiration dates are a lie, because the fridge keeps things nice and cool. But like, it's just weird. It's okay, fingers. I'm training you. I'm training you to get adjusted to this, but not to get used to it, because this is not your norm. Your norm is to be in the hot, sunny San Diego weather. I can feel me on a plane right now, traveling to San Diego. Apparently, the United States has closed down a lot of flights, or shut down a lot of flights from other places. So a lot of flights have been canceled to go to the United States as of late. So yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. I told you there's weighted abs. I told you, I knew it. He's doing Russian twists with 20 pounds. I'm gonna do it with 35. 40 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. Just because we're doing abs here doesn't mean we're not doing abs after. We have abs. The only day that doesn't make a difference is Thursday. Thursday is our active rest day. All right, let me push this in. Okay. So you're doing leg drops with like toe reach. We're doing Russian twists again. Hands are like having a little bit of a tougher time to hold the dumbbell because they're so cold. Damn. Ah. That's leg switches with crunch. You don't have to be doing this with dumbbells. You can just do this with your hands. Standard crunches. The plates are like digging into my chest muscle. Extend a tuck. This one's gonna be fun. And yes, you just heard my stomach go grrr. Oh my gosh. Oh. We have a finisher after this. Yep. 30 seconds of rest. No, 30 seconds of play, no rest. Pulled the muscle there. It's okay. Okay, so we've got twist curls. So this is biceps. So standard push-ups or narrow push-ups. Now you're gonna do pike push-ups because we're doing shoulders. Alternating Arnold press. Okay, you're doing 45-degree chest press. Very good. I did pull a muscle in the back. Gotta fix that now. Congratulations, y'all. Whew. It's not too bad of a pull, but it's when I was doing one of the ab ones. So there's a move that I do now on my bed with the bar. That helps a lot. Hi, little me. It's good to see you, Bubba. This is like hanging on the bar outside. Almost. Okay. Congratulations, y'all, you did the thing. Yeah, it's gonna take maybe a day for this to, not a day, it's gonna take a little bit of, sometimes when you pull a muscle, it's quite painful, but nothing that I haven't faced before. I've had a pain like this in my back before. All right. Let's see what kind of stretch they're gonna have us do. All right. This is a perfect stretch right here. They're not doing that. I'm adding this to it. Bending the wrist. This is a really good one for the wrist, by the way. It's funny because, you know, it was a year ago. When did the first snow fall last year? Maybe around the same time my first live stream on YouTube started. All I remember is I was inside talking. I started around the same time, and then I finished like around I did my abs, and then I was like, all right, y'all, thank you for coming on. All right. Let's give my back a moment. It's not really my back, there's a spot here that just got pulled. So let's take a moment. All right. So we're going to be doing abs in a moment. Oh, this video is not supposed to be playing. So I'm going to go ahead and do child's pose. Whew. Y'all, that was good though. That was a good play out. 8 out of 10. But I used heavier dumbbells when it came to the abs. Well, I overextended a muscle. It happens once in a while. That's why I say, you know, make sure you challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. I didn't hurt myself per se, but like I did overextend it a little bit, so it's not bad. I'm not like in excruciating pain. Looks like the sun came out finally. Kind of. Sky is still kind of like cloudy-ish. All right. What do we have? So 11, 12. So it's supposed to snow overnight again. That's great. More snow, y'all. So it's 6, 7. That's wild. We have feels like Alexa, what is 15 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
15 degrees Fahrenheit is minus 9.44 degrees Celsius.
It's almost minus 10, y'all. Fuck. We went from 15-degree weather, what, a week ago, to minus 10. That's 25 degrees drop in difference. Wait. Yeah, 25 degree. 15, so that's 15, 10, yeah. 25 degree drop in temperature in a span of a week. Ridiculous. This is why, for me personally, I like consistent weather where it's like the same, usually hovering around the same temperature all year round, and not this like spike up and down and left and right and all of this stuff and that. It's crazy. Okay. Wild. So we go from 29 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like 15. After a certain amount of cold, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter after that. Like, cold is just fucking cold. Like, once you get to like, there's a threshold between like minus 15 to minus 40 that it doesn't really matter. Like, you're just fucking cold. Shit, man, that's wild. What the fuck is that? Massive python emerges from floodwaters. Wow. Imagine.
Hey, Patty. I've noticed you seem to fix things around here.
Nah, we're not watching that. Airline cuts 10% of flights. If you got a flight coming up, the government shutdown could be shaking up your plans. Airlines are slashing thousands of flights as air traffic control staff shortages ripples through the system, and even travelers flying out of unaffected airports could feel the fallout. Travel experts and former flight attendant Bobby Lowry shares tips on how to be proactive, stay flexible, and prepare for travel disruptions that could test the country's patience. Yep. You see, if I was traveling right now, that would be a big uh-oh. But doesn't affect me right now. Oh shit. Damn, boy. What the
Yo, what's up, JRD athletes?
Whoa,
Today
hold
we're gonna
on.
be jumping rope for a little bit over an hour and burning 1,000 calories. So this is a high-intensity interval training workout. So all we're gonna be doing is jumping rope.
See,
mostly
this
a
is
lot
in
of
California.
boxer skip sprints, no major tricks. I think there's, I'm gonna do some double unders and stuff. By the way, my hat is super sweaty because I already did the workout. So I promise you, it's difficult, but it's really effective. 60 minutes, 30 seconds on, 10 seconds off. And there will be some times in there for extended rest time, so it's not just 60 minutes the whole way through. When it comes to this calorie counting and
we're
how
not
many
doing
calories
this,
you're
but I mean, we're
burning,
gonna do
it's
this.
really difficult to tell how it's actually
Probably this
accurate.
Saturday coming.
Even these gadgets I'm using are not 100% accurate, so just go as hard as you can because that's really what gives you results. Not being like, oh, this thing said I burned this amount of calories. We can get an estimate, but again, my body's different than yours, and you're gonna get different results. So if you guys want the rope that I'm using for this workout and all the workouts, crossrope.com/JRD, and you can get 15% off with code DOTHETHING.
Do the thing.
If you need a little bit more help in losing weight and you need a structured kind of way to do that, go to the JRD app because that's where we have all of our programs. We have 1 month, 3 month, and we have sort of like a Discord accountability forum just to make sure that everybody's staying on track to their goals. So check it out, dude. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into this workout.
Ooh, 62 minutes?
Okay, guys.
Damn.
We're finally doing it. We're going to burn 1,000 calories. So 30-second increments. At the beginning here, I just want you to focus on form. Not going slow, but not going super fast, dude, because we gotta kind of get warmed up here.
That's wild.
And I am in beautiful San Francisco, out at Ocean Beach right now, which is
San Francisco.
kind of like the Venice Beach of San Francisco. But beautiful day, man. Beautiful day. Waves are crazy. Not surfing out there today. They are large and massive. So again, 30-second increments.
Home.
Just follow me. I'm going to be doing a lot of regular bounce.
Cali.
And we'll be in.
Okay. Stop being high vibe.
This week we're going to be talking about how forcing positivity actually bends reality against you. This is something that I don't see a lot of people talking about, but this is something that I personally have lived and I'm living through again right now. I've seen my clients live through
The
it.
high vibe.
I've seen over 200 people inside my community live through it, and it's something
I'm not watching
that
this video right now.
people need to speak about more. Trying to be high vibe all the time, trying to be at the highest level of your consciousness as you possibly can at all times.
Yep.
And being ashamed of yourself, beating yourself up when
Being
you
guilty.
don't feel good is what's actually slowing you
Didn't
down.
I just talk about that earlier?
You have to allow periods of your life where you don't feel good.
Yep.
And those periods are just as valid as the periods of your life where you feel amazing.
Exactly.
And if there's one trap that I see people fall into, it's when they get a bit down, when they get a bit anxious, when they get frustrated or angry or insecure or fearful, they start freaking out, they start beating themselves up, and they start forcing themselves to be high vibe again, to be positive again.
Yep.
And all that does is keep you actually out of alignment. It keeps you from clearing these negative emotions from your energy, and it keeps you from being able to move out of darkness and into light. Positive and negative emotions come up, and that's okay.
That's the natural
It's how
rhythm
you
of life.
deal with them that
The
matters.
law of rhythm, by the way.
And it's good timing for me to talk about this today because I've not been having a very high vibe week.
It's
I
okay.
felt the
You're
tendency
doing
to
good.
force myself into positivity, and then I thought, no, I know better. And then I thought, let me actually be really honest with YouTube. I've not been high vibe this week. I've been stressed. I've been low energy. I've been
See?
feeling kind of angry
I'm glad.
and frustrated.
This is why I
because I've
like
had so much going
realism
on.
like
I've
this.
not been in my routine. I've not been in my flow. So I needed to share this with you guys because there's this kind of false perception that you're just going to arrive at like the super high frequency and you're going to stay there.
Nope.
As long as you continue to grow, and especially if you're like an aware person and you're tuned into yourself and your intuition, you are going to have times where you have negative emotions come up, because those negative emotions are here to point you to a block that you haven't cleared, or they're here to point you
More
to
respect for her.
somewhere in your life that you're misaligned. So your emotions are messengers. The negative ones are often the best messengers you'll ever get.
It's true.
So it's really important
You
that
get all your
learn how
gifts
to
in the
navigate
shadows.
these things when they come up. How does forcing positive emotions bend reality against you? Okay. This is what most of us do. This is the trap that most of us fall into.
Trap.
We
It's
feel
all
good
traps.
for a little while, and then we start to feel not so good.
Yep.
And then what we do is we resist. We resist the negative emotions.
So you can say right now my lower back, my mid back.
So the reason
And just take this
bends
in.
reality against you. Let's take an example to make this easy to understand. Let's say you want to start posting content on social media because you want to launch a jewelry brand. Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to start talking about your jewelry brand, for example. You want to start talking about your jewelry brand on Instagram or something, and you want to start wearing them, but you have a fear of being seen. Let's say, for example, you've been working on your beliefs around being seen. You've been working on the mental level to wire in this new understanding of being seen online, being rejected, being accepted, everything like that. Maybe you've even mentally gone back to your trauma where you were rejected and you've thought you've logically worked through this. Let's say you're trying to bend reality in your favor. You're trying to launch this jewelry brand. You're trying to grow this thing to $10,000 per month. And that's what you want. You've started doing it. You've maybe put your first post out. And all of a sudden you feel really bad. All of a sudden you feel extremely anxious. All of a sudden you're procrastinating. You feel really insecure. You're sabotaging. You're distracted.
We're gonna do our play out.
And you just feel terrible. And so what you do in that moment is you start resisting all these feelings. You get your journal out. You start trying to rewrite your affirmations. You start trying to shift your focus. But that doesn't
It's a trap.
work.
We're gonna do
still
ultimate
feel
abs,
good,
y'all.
right?
50 seconds of
So
play,
there's a
10 seconds of
distinction
rest.
here. Sometimes we can just
2
be in a
YouTube videos
habit
playing at once.
of looking at the negative, of complaining, of dwelling, of doubting. And sometimes it's as easy as shifting your perspective to the positive.
We're starting with reverse
and
crunch.
putting your focus on a new neural pathway in your mind and looking at things
I
from
like
a
that she's
different
bringing
light.
this up.
So in those instances where it's kind of a surface level perception error or a perception that you're having, in those instances you can shift your focus. And if you keep shifting your focus, that will do it for you. So sometimes, maybe just reading something new or listening to something different, listening to an identity rehearsal screen or doing a visualization or writing an affirmation or something, or a gratitude list. Sometimes those things can help you when you're just on the surface looking at things in a way that's making you feel bad.
Exactly.
Sometimes that works.
Sometimes.
But what I'm talking about here is when that stuff doesn't fucking work.
Exactly.
And sometimes it doesn't work.
It doesn't
And what's
fucking
going
work.
on is deeper than what you're able to think about on the mental level. And
Yep.
that's because it's coming from your body. It's an emotional block. So you're not going to be able to affirm out of it. And I want to let you off the hook for that. So maybe you sat
Leg
down
lifts are
and you
next.
said, I am a powerful CEO. I have 100,000 followers on my Instagram page. My
Leg
YouTube
lift
page,
with hip lift.
You're writing all these things down, and you still feel the same. You still feel the same. Maybe you feel
It doesn't have
dizziness.
conviction anymore.
Then
Yeah.
you go back to your baseline of feeling stressed, anxious, insecure, etc. And so you keep trying to force positivity. You keep trying to force positivity. Why this is bending reality against you is because this whole time that you're pushing back against these negative emotions and you're trying to force them to change, they stay trapped inside you.
Yep. They sure
You're
do.
not letting them process. You are not letting the energy, because
That's why you have to purge shit out of you.
Energy in motion. Okay? It's just energy passing through you. So you have an experience stored inside you. It's stored in your body, it's stored in your mind, in your belief system. You have an experience stored inside you, and there's energy passing.
Scissors
So what you're doing
crossover.
is you keep fighting this from happening.
So make sure
You
you're
keep
sucking
fighting
in your
that this
gut,
is going
pulling your
on.
navel, contracting
You're
your
not
core.
letting that
Bring your
energy
belly button into
cycle
your
of
spine.
an emotion. You're not letting it finish. So it stays inside you. And what happens then is, this is a component of you. This makes up part of your energetic frequency. And so you remain with this insecurity, with this anger, with this resentment, whatever it is, you that stays trapped within you. So that stays a part of your frequency. And so you stay in the reality which is resonating with that part of you. That's why reality is not going to bend to you when you're trying to force positivity. Because you're
Exactly.
not allowing your negativity to clear out of it when you're trying to force against it.
Yep.
It is so important that you don't resist your negative emotions or your uncomfortable or your uglier emotions.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that's coming up. If
Gotta
it's
feel
the
it.
case that you can't just shift
That's where you gotta
your
feel it
focus,
to heal it.
try to shift your focus.
Slow
You've tried
bicycles
the
are next.
affirmation,
Put your hands behind your
and
head.
that stuff is still
Right
there
elbow to left
because
knee, left
it's
elbow to
still
right knee.
there. And you're not going to think your way out of it. You have to feel your way out of it. You
Yep.
have to let it
Feel it
actually
to heal
happen.
it.
Let it actually process. This is why most people don't make progress. And I have had clients, I've had so many amazing clients come to me now, and we have been doing a 12-week coaching program, okay? And we're meeting once per week, and what usually happens is, not with every client is a little bit different, but typically what happens is we get to around week 5, week 6, we start making progress, we start having like breakthroughs in reality, we start letting things go, the identity starts shifting, perspectives are opening up, new ideas are coming to life, new actions are being taken, everything is moving and groovy and great. And then
All hell breaks loose.
conscious part of this client or this person that is scared of this next level, or that is deeply insecure because they were bullied in school about being online or whatever it is.
Yep.
These old
the fears.
and triggers and wounds start coming up because the old identity is threatened.
Yep.
So what happens then around week 8, week 9, week 10, all of a
Leg
sudden
lowers
the client feels
or
like,
leg switches.
I'm really insecure. I feel like my old self. I feel like how I felt when I was a teenager. I haven't felt this bad in so long. It's not you.
This is, I think, the second
Part of
time
you
we're
that's
listening to
coming up
something while we're
into
doing an
Every
exercise.
single person without
I
fail,
figured I'd listen to our
including
sister here.
myself, even to this day, I have like a moment where I go, why is this happening? Why is this coming up? Why do I feel so bad? I don't want to feel like this. Everybody freaks out when
Yep.
this happens. If you could just stop resisting and stop freaking out, you would be free.
Exactly.
If you could accept that this is a part of the human experience, if you could accept that
Dark night of
so
souls
long
are
as you
gonna
continue
happen.
to grow, you're gonna have this stuff come to the surface, you would be able to move through it and you would be able to grow so much faster.
Oh
What
yeah.
I'm saying is, any person that has gone on a path of
So we're going to be doing
transformation
straight leg
and
sit-ups with a twist. So you're going to
significantly
bring your right
transformed their
elbow
lives,
to your left
they
knee and
have
your left elbow to your right knee.
transformed
And you can
themselves
start
to let
where you
go
last
of a
left
lot
off.
of parts
You
of
can start
themselves,
only at your
of a
left
lot
and
of
then end at your right, or
emotional
start at your
blocks
right and end at your
and
left.
of a lot of things
I
that
usually
have been
do
stored inside
the
you.
first where I
And
start at
something
my
that's stored inside
left
you
end of my
is
right and then start with my
pain,
right end of my left
emotions.
because
When
it
comes
trains
up
mind
and
body
comes
coordination.
out, it's going to come out with the same painful emotions that it was stored with. And you need to be okay with that, or it's going to stay inside you. It's going to stay in you. And so you've got two options here. You can keep resisting and forcing positivity, but you'll stay trapped in cycles of this thing going on over and over and over again in different ways, different patterns, different situations in your life. Or you can have the courage to accept that sometimes you don't feel so good.
Exactly.
Sometimes you're angry. Sometimes you're sad.
Exactly.
Sometimes you're disappointed. Sometimes you're insecure. And that's okay. That's how you start rising above it.
Yep.
That's how you actually let these energies inside you
Feeling your
finish the
feelings.
cycle, finish processing, and leave your body.
Get pissed
So
off,
every
get
time
mad,
you resist
get
emotion, I
angry.
want you to think about this. This is what you're doing. Hold
But
on,
don't
let me
stay
hear
there
you.
long.
We'll think of it because I feel like
Stay there for as long as you have to, but don't stay there and dwell on it. It's the dwelling.
So think of this bottle of water like this is your negative emotion. Let's say you're having
And you're holding on to it for
anxiety.
a while.
Anxiety comes up. Every time you resist it and you run away and you try to drink it away, you try to scroll it away, you try to shop it away,
Yep.
you try to affirmation it away, you try to whatever it is away. You're basically even just judging it is you resisting it. Even
Yep.
just saying why do I feel this is you resisting it. You're basically taking this bottle of water and you're going,
Yep.
that's you. This is you when you resist your negative emotions.
Let you resist,
Yeah.
persist.
I'll keep you. Stay inside me.
Yep.
That's fine. So I want you to you to remember that. The reason I'm giving you a vision is because I want you to remember that's exactly what you're doing every time you resist. Every single time. Go back to our example of the girl.
It's like holding onto the water bottle
Jewelry business.
or holding onto hot coal without letting it go.
Her anxiety away. Maybe she starts taking Xanax. Maybe, you know, maybe
Anxiety is
she
an illusion.
starts binge scrolling on social media. Maybe she goes out parties or whatever else. So she starts running from her anxiety because she just doesn't want to face that.
So now that I have a pain in my lower back, I don't feel at 100.
Or maybe she gets a little bit
So I'm gonna be like, okay.
How fearful she is about posting on social media. Maybe she starts posting all sorts of weird stuff on social media because, and it's not really aligned with her. She's just trying to run away from this feeling that she has and cover up the fact that she feels insecure and anxious about posting on social media. So what happens is basically when you're resisting, you can see from this example, you're holding this anxiety inside you. This is not you. This is just an emotion, an energy that is stored within your body because of past.
You are not your emotions.
And now there's something
So we're doing
happening in your
oblique
life
heel
that's
taps. So
causing
make sure
you
you're contracting your obliques, which is side ab muscles here. If you can, bring your feet together and reach for your toes and your between your toes and your heels. If not, challenge yourself with this way.
And so what's happening is when you're in this state, you're not really you. When you've got this stuff stored within you, even unconsciously, and you're resisting it, you're not really you.
Exactly.
And so Linda, she's resisting this anxiety, this insecurity. She's saying, no, I can't feel like that. This is terrible. I hate my anxiety. I hate that I feel insecure. So I'm not going to look at it. I feel powerful. I'm a powerful woman. I'm just going to look the other way. She's storing it inside, and it causes her to act in a way she doesn't really realize it's very misaligned. She's acting actually unconsciously in a way that's just self-soothing to this underlying pain that she stored inside her.
Sprinter ups are next.
What happens is she starts
So make sure your lower back touches the ground first, similar to the straight leg sit up with twist. You can touch your toes or your feet or both, or I should say your toes or your knees.
To her fullest potential. And so this is why it's so important.
Last exercise for all of you, unless you want to do the optional stuff.
Could be destined to have the biggest sustainable jewelry brand in Europe. That could be her eventual destiny, right? She could have this huge purpose and this vision and everything that she's supposed to fulfill in this lifetime. That she has all the potential, talent, and skill to fulfill in this lifetime. Because she won't let this guy go. She's self-soothing. She's acting in a way that's causing her to run away from certain things, and she doesn't really know why. She doesn't have the courage to face this. So she can't see certain strategies that she could take in her business. She can't see certain insights, certain ideas, all of this stuff that's going to enable her to be her most powerful, to actually be her most aligned self. She can't see that stuff because she's not facing.
Proud of you, Katie, for showing up for you today.
In a way that is misaligned. So Linda's just going to keep playing small. She's going to keep thinking small. She's going to keep taking very small actions compared to what she could be doing. Limiting herself. And that's going to keep coming back up. That anxiety, that insecurity is going to keep getting triggered because it's still within her. Every time she gets a kind of negative, or not even negative, but maybe just some constructive feedback and comments or customer reviews, she goes into a spiral, and it causes her to sabotage, and it causes her to have to go and run away and hide and not work.
No more hiding.
She wants to shut down the whole business. Causes all of these problems. Why? Because she never just faced it when it came up the first time. It just keeps going again and again and again. So you see, in this instance, her trying to force positivity is bending reality against her, because she's not letting the negativity come out, so she can be free of that frequency and free of that trigger, and then free to actually live up to her potential. So an analogy that's really helpful with this, if you're resonating with this and you've gone on a self-development, self-growth, spiritual journey, and you've noticed, hey, I started feeling better, and I started doing all these practices, and I started living, more aligned life, and being more regimented with who I was hanging around, what I was speaking, what I was thinking, I started meditating, etc.
That's what I've been doing.
But for a while I felt better, and then loads of this dark stuff started coming up, all these difficult emotions started coming up. Perfect. You're purification.
Yep.
Okay?
We're
So
purifying
all
ourselves.
the pain, all the illusions, all the things that are not really you that are stored inside, when you start becoming aligned, when you start becoming aware, all this stuff starts coming up and coming out to the surface. So it's like if you take a glass of water and it has all this soil at the bottom. All that soil is all your trauma, all your darkness, all these illusions.
I like that she's using water for this example. It's good.
That soil is all stored at the bottom of the surface. If you're stagnant, if you're never moving in your consciousness or your awareness, that stuff stays at the bottom of the glass. But when you start actually shifting your consciousness, when you start actually becoming more aware, becoming more tuned to yourself, it's like you turn the tap on and the water starts pouring in and all the dirt then can come up to the surface. Why? To be cleared out.
Exactly.
The spiritual path is a path of purification.
Yes, it is.
Remember that. When the negative stuff is coming up,
It's a path of purification.
you're not doing it wrong. This is supposed to happen.
Yep.
I hope this lands on the
Oh,
algorithm, on the YouTube feed of whoever needs to hear this, because I wish somebody told me this sooner. It would have saved me so much heartache. I wish more people spoke about this.
I speak about it a lot.
That stuff needs to be cleared out of your system so that you can become free. If you think of all the enlightened masters, they were just beings who were...
So there's a shift here. By the way, there was 222 just now. There's a little shift though, I will say, that you already are pure. You just have to tap into that version of being pure. Now, of course, because this is a human experience, that's not going to seem like that's possible. So that means that you will have to feel what it feels like to go through the pain and the suffering. But you are pure and complete. You just have to embody that state. But yes,
free of these emotional wounds.
this is one of the phases that you have to go through until you get to this point.
They allowed themselves to feel all of that.
Okay.
And then they were able to rise above it. Even if we look at the Hermetic principles, the
As above, so below, as... Yeah, see? Principle of rhythm.
Measure of the pendulum swing to the right equates the measure of the pendulum swing
To the left.
So essentially, a person who has the capacity to experience and withstand a lot of darkness, they have the capacity to experience and withstand a lot of light as well.
Exactly.
So the more you can embrace your darkness and your pain, you're basically going to be able to go into these emotions and you're going to be able to liberate, because an emotion is just energy in motion. You're going to be able to transmute and liberate all that energy that was tied up in this more negative emotion, and you're going to be able to harness that for yourself.
Exactly.
If you never allow yourself to just accept what's happening and you don't allow yourself to actually process it, that energy is going to stay tied up in that block, in that wound forever. You're never going to be able to liberate it. So this is why sometimes, this is why the darkness before the dawn, this is why when you have a really down period, like the biggest ruts that I've been in, you guys, I've been known to be in a rut. I have been in the worst ruts ever. But after every single rut that I've been in, there's been a massive breakthrough or a massive shift. It's like a springboard. Why?
See?
All of that energy that was trapped in negative emotion became liberated at that, so I was able to harness it, and the pendulum swung back out from the darkness into the light, and I was free of this block, of this wound that had been unconsciously holding me back from it. And by the way, I feel
She's basically just saying the same thing I've been saying.
for you right now, there's something coming up for you that you're resisting. It's exactly what needs to come up.
Exactly.
I don't know how.
It's supposed to.
A goal to go down a certain path. The path never looks like how you think it's going to look like.
Exactly.
You will be sent down a path that'll be highs and lows, and you just think, oh, I want the jewelry business. Oh, I want $10,000 per month. I want to be a boss. I want to be this. You think, okay, yeah, I'm going to take these actions. I'm going to get there. No, wrong. You are going to probably get triggered along the way, so that the very stuff that's within you that doesn't resonate with that reality can come to the surface, so you can finally clear it. Whatever struggle you go through on the path to your goal, trust that it is exactly what needs to come up. It's a very intelligently designed challenge, struggle, path, whatever you want to call it. It's exactly what needs to come up, because it's exactly what you need to release, because it's exactly the thing that's blocking you from getting to the level that you want to go to. This is why you need to accept what's happening and accept what's coming up. It's coming up to say, hey, you've said you want to go over here. this doesn't resonate with you going over there. So you have to let it clear. Every emotion carries particular information. It's
Yes, it does.
telling you of a block, right? So it's like there's a gate up. You're saying, I want to go over there. This emotion is saying, hey, you have this thing still trapped inside you. So you need to let this process, you need to let it release. Or it's telling you that there's something in your life that's not aligned. Okay? And so your emotions are messengers. You've got to start listening to them. So here's what to do. Instead of forcing positivity, what can you do when negative emotions come up? This is a great question, and it's a difficult one to answer, but I'm going to do my best. From what I've learned and what I've personally experienced, what I'm kind of even experiencing this week. What can you do when negative emotions are coming up? When you feel like hell, when you feel hopeless? You can remember everything that I just said, okay? So try to get a bigger picture on the go somehow. Somehow zoom out as much as you can. Because when we're in the throes of feeling fear-based emotions, negative emotions, what happens is our perception gets really, really narrow and we start to forget the big picture. So click on this video, come and watch this, remind yourself every single time you get into a rut or get into this phase, okay, this is happening for
Here
a
you go.
reason. This
I
is
hyped
coming
you
up
up,
for
girl.
a reason. These emotions, they're showing me something, okay? I'm either releasing something or something's not aligned. So I'm going to stop resisting. Just remind yourself that this is part of your path and it's a really, really valid part of your path. That's step one, okay? Step two, you've got to get out of the way and stop resisting. What's the opposite of resisting? Accepting.
Exactly.
When you feel like shit, say, it is okay that I feel like shit today. It's okay that I've been anxious for 2 weeks. It's okay that my affirmations aren't working. This is telling me that this is something that's deeper than a simple perspective shift. And it's okay that I'm feeling this. That is step two. It's so important, okay? So widen your focus, realize, okay, there's probably something bigger going on here. I'm not going to hone in and catastrophize. And then step two, it is okay. I accept that this is coming up. I accept that I'm angry. I accept that I'm disappointed. I accept that I'm anxious. Whatever it is, accept
Yep,
it.
accept it.
And don't come in my comments going, oh, but if I accept it, then I'm going to stay feeling this way forever and I'm going to do all. No. Accepting it allows you to actually observe it.
Exactly.
And then you can start to actually understand it. And then you can start to actually release it. Resisting it just keeps it there. It's not dwelling. It's not going into and becoming the emotion either. So step three is actually, okay, once you accept it, you don't become it. You don't completely dwell in it. You just observe it without judgment. So try your best when you feel the emotion coming up. Here's how you observe. One super powerful, effective way to start observing these emotions instead of becoming them or resisting them is notice where you feel it in your body. Maybe it's like a pit in the bottom of your stomach. Maybe it's tightness in your chest.
Yeah.
Wherever it is, just notice, okay, I accept that this is coming up. Okay, I see the big picture. There's something coming up here. That's fine. I accept that this is coming up. Okay, where is it? It's in my chest. Okay, what does it feel like? It feels like an ache. Or maybe it feels like a sharpening. Or maybe it just feels like tension. Okay, and how big is the area?
Oh,
maybe
man.
it's on the right hand side.
Wild.
Maybe it's in your lower back. Or maybe it's in your upper back side. Maybe it feels just like it's moving around a little bit. Maybe it's the whole area. Just notice it. And then you want to start to name it. So what actually is it? Oh, it's stress. Go deeper than that. What is it? It's anxiety.
Go deeper than that.
It's fear. Oh, okay. What am I afraid of? Now you're starting to really loosen that up. Okay, so what you were resisting before, it was just there. Now you're starting to unravel and unwind it because you're observing it.
Right.
Compassion. By the way, I have a shadow work meditation in my community that does this with you, and it's so good and so powerful. So if you want a meditation to help you through this process, you can find the link for the community below. But I've spoken about this numerous times on this channel. The other thing you can do is you can imagine you're pulling this emotion or this energy out of your body and you're just sitting with it. And you're just having so much acceptance and compassion for whatever this is, and you're just observing it. And what you can do is you can let this part of you speak and vent and rant and say everything it needs to say. And then you can say to this part of you, I understand you. I'm so sorry I've been pushing you away. I love you. I'm here for you. You make total sense. I'm not going to leave you alone. That can be very, very, very healing, and it can really help this part of you to
Yep.
process and integrate and start
It's
releasing
true.
those emotions. The moment you go back into rationalizing it and judging it is the moment you trap it again and it freezes again.
That's why you got. I've been saying this. You got to feel to heal it. That's why some days I don't feel at 100, but I still show up and I allow it to flood through because it's just an emotion, and it has nothing to do with me.
You let yourself feel the emotions. You have to allow your body.
They're all saying the same thing I've been saying.
To complete this energetic cycle, and then once it's done, you get all that energy back, and then you can this is transmutation. You can transmute that energy and put it towards something else because it's been liberated. So that's
Lead to gold,
overarching way, right?
or
Just
in my case, gold to platinum.
Notice where it is in your body. Relax and observe. Relax and observe. This is something you can train yourself to do, okay? When you're in a meeting and you notice you get tense, you start to close, just observe. When you're in traffic and you notice you're starting to shout at the driver in front of you, just observe, right? Get curious.
Observe.
Start just watching yourself. You can go deeper and you can journal and do like shadow work journaling. You can do something like that shadow work meditation that I just explained to you. But in general, anything that you can do to observe yourself compassionately will start to release this for you. Sometimes, and this is a disclaimer, sometimes you have some kind of karmic knot or some kind of generational something or other that you need, it's on your shoulders for a reason to release this thing.
Yep.
Sometimes you need to sit with something for a while, okay? And we have a tendency to think, okay, I'm going to join Katie's community, and I'm going to do the shadow work meditation once, and I'm going to be healed, and I'm going to live my dream life. I'm so sorry. That's usually not how it goes.
Nope.
Yes, you can have a big breakthrough doing something like that. Yes, it's extremely powerful to have the courage to go in and sit with those vulnerable parts of you.
Exactly.
Feel those emotions and go into the shadow, and it's extremely helpful. It's much better if you do that versus if you don't. But sometimes we have knots and emotional wounds and things coming up that are deep and that are layered, and sometimes it takes time to
human time until you tapped in as you're the creator.
I've had like a whole month, maybe even longer, like 6 weeks of processing one trigger, of processing one wound. I've had probably a period of a few months actually.
That was the summer for me.
Something come up and it was layered, and it was loads of parts.
Layered upon invisible layer upon invisible layer upon invisible layers.
One massive area of my life that was misaligned that I just couldn't see because of all this unconscious stuff, and I had to sit through that for weeks on end to finally get the clarity and get to the point where I was able to go, oh, this is what's been going on, right? But it took a lot longer because I was resisting most of it. So while
I love her realness. That's why I enjoy watching her stuff too.
And do things like shadow work, do things like even inner child healing and journaling.
Done all that.
Sit down and just rant in a journal. Do that every day to help yourself process whatever's coming up. Sit down and rant on a voice note. Let yourself talk through whatever's going on. These things
I do that on the live stream.
And the whole time,
I do my ranting on the live stream.
whatever comes
This is why my live stream has been very healing for me.
out, and that's how you finally gain freedom from it. If you feel like shit, it's okay. I'm giving you permission to feel like shit. Let yourself vent it out. Let
Feel
yourself
it.
scream it out. Let yourself
Cry it out.
Let
See?
yourself journal it out. Go do shadow work. Go sit with your inner child. And whatever you do.
Like right now, I pulled my muscle on my back, so I'm not feeling at 100 now. But I'm just looking at it, I'm like, okay, it's just a feeling, right? It's just a physical pain now that I'm dealing with.
You're going to be the ones who become free from them, and you're going to be the ones who do incredible, amazing things in this life.
Yep.
That is how you reach your fullest potential in this life. And honestly, if you're somebody who you came here to have a really grand life, and you came here to break a lot of patterns and to be this like really amazing, incredible, powerful person, sometimes your rite of passage is going through this stuff.
Hell yeah, it is.
Trust that it's happening for a reason.
Yeah,
Going
everything
through
is.
this stuff is making you stronger than most people. Going through this
It's
stuff
true.
is allowing you into a life that most people will never have.
That's
So
also true.
respect your path and respect whatever is coming up for you. And know that you are not alone in it. If you've been watching so many videos on how to be, positive and how to live your dream life, and you feel like nobody's addressed this, then I hope this at least has made you feel less crazy and made you feel like you're not wrong for the stuff that's coming up for you. Because
Exactly.
you're not. Usually
What's
it's
up, bro?
the shame around feeling bad or your judgment towards yourself about feeling bad that's making you feel so bad. But
You look like
feeling bad, feeling hopeless,
one big
feeling
muscle.
despair
Yeah, I guess
is
so. Yeah,
often
I guess.
the
Yeah,
very portal
it's true.
to your best self, to your
Ugh.
most empowered self. So it's okay that you're feeling these
Ugh.
things. Alright guys, that's all for this video. I hope it helped. I will see you all in the next one.
Deuces, sister. Deuces. I'll see you, sister. It's good. Good video. Let's see what Pete says. You are everything.
Now, the incorrect perception is that we believe, okay, everyone's a reflection of me, like me, Tommy, or me, Peter, right?
You know, it's funny. Pete's channel has completely vanished off the face of the earth on YouTube. So people have been different channels are posting his content just to get it back out there. And there's actually a channel that says the dark side of Pete Sapper. When you're attempting to do something epic in this world that others are afraid to say, shit like that can and will happen. That's why, like, for me, me going on to like talk shows, like well, I mean, Ellen doesn't exist anymore, but like, I'm not going to put the belief that I can't be on those shows, because like, they want to just give you the surface level self-help mumbo jumbo, like you just have to think positively, and you just have to have like self-love, and you just have to you can't feel negative, and you can't feel your feelings and stuff. They're not going to tell you that. So like a Jay Shetty, I love the dude. A Jay Shetty will get more airtime, because a lot of people are still seeing the surface of that. But I know a lot of people who doesn't look at like things like Jay Shetty and Gabrielle Bernstein and Lewis Howes and all that. Some still look at Mel. I look at Mel Robbins because she's when I say real, I mean she's very genuine. Because that word real is subjective. Everything is technically real on the planet. That's based on everyone's perspective. Genuine and ingenuine is also a perspective too. But that feels like the more aligned word here. Mel is very genuine. You see her actually busting tears and crying her eyes out on her own damn podcast. She doesn't care what she looks like. She's not worried about her makeup. She's not worried about, what people think. Like, I've seen the girl cry many times because one of her guests said triggered something inside of her. So she's not all polish and perfection and like putting on a rah-rah sis-goomba like false persona when she's on her podcast. That's why I still have extreme respect for that woman. I mean, I respect every one of my former mirrors that I've heard from, because they got me to the level where I'm at. It's just that, like, if I'm evolving, I would have thought they would have evolved along too, but they are helping a certain subset of humans who are under a phase. I know that I'm here to help all the phases and meeting everybody where they're at on their little phase. But for whoever finds like my stuff, you already are at that level of God level. Because wherever I'm at, you're at my level. Oh shoot, look at buzzing sound. The universe is saying yes. It was like a sound frequency, like you're hitting like a tuning fork sound. It came through my left ears and going through my right. Maybe they're giving me an upload right now. This is nice. This is actually pretty long. This one hasn't... It's not ringing in the air. I know the difference between ringing in the air, but this one is interesting. Just taking a moment. Wow, this one's still going. And you know what's funny? I'll answer that in a moment. It happened at 11:11. I was doing ab and it was weighted abs, and I used 35 pounds instead of his 20 pounds. And I was pulling the dumbbell behind me and then bringing it back over my legs, so hollow to tuck. And when I was doing that, I extended this arm a little bit further out, and it pulled that. But it's okay. It's no big deal. But watching what Katie just said, you know, she's talking about, you know, when you're feeling a certain way, like you're feeling like shit. I'm not like, I don't feel like blah, but you know, now that that's here, it's like, I don't feel at 100 now. But it's also at the same token that, like, you know, feel the feeling. It's all right. It's all right to have the pain. That's what I was saying earlier. You see, I was talking about, you know, the whole spiritual bypassing thing. People say you have to be high vibe all the time. That's unrealistic. Real spirituality is feeling the ick. So like when I was going through my shit, thank God I did it on the live stream too. Yes, I know that pushed some people away, but you know, the funny thing about that is the ones who got scared away and they didn't go inwards, they took it personally. You know, I mean, did I say you're an asshole or you're an idiot and get the fuck out of here and all this shit? No. I just said, like, you know, I said what I said. But the ones that stuck with me, like yourself, when I was going through it, sometimes you have to go through shit. And like Katie was like, you got to yell it out, scream it out, just like I said. You got to yell it out, scream it out, let yourself process these things and let them out. It took me a month to process whatever I had to process to get back. And yeah, there's been a couple times in between where I was like, ah. But, you know, it's only because, like, this is my initiation into living a life that 99.8% of the people will not ever get to live. Unfortunately, I know that. I hate to say that. And I want it, and I desire to change that. At least increase the percentage, you know, by, I don't know, 50%. I would like 50% of at least the people. I'm being realistic here. If I want to be unrealistic, I want every single person who ever comes across me to live the greatest damn life, being joy and being happy and living their greatest life ever. And I can do that. It's all a matter of shifting your mind. It all starts with you. It starts with you and ends with you. You are the primordial and the infinite. You are beyond the beginning and the end, for you are the infinite, the all that is, the totality of it all. Quoting Megatron. Actually, no, quoting Orion. All right, 10 more. Let's go. And we'll do one more for just for fun. There. Whew. Yeah, so I basically... There. But it's okay. It feels like minus 10 outside right now. That's That's wild. That is wild. Too early for that type of weather in November. Too early. Too early for that. That should be like January kind of weather. You know what I'm saying? -10. Man, I'm actually grateful right now that I didn't buy a ticket to head home, because imagine I go to the airport and like your flight is canceled. You know how pissed off I would be? I'd be so angry about that. The universe has a plan for me. That's why it hasn't said anything yet. Wow, that ringing, that buzzing sound is still in my ear. Maybe it's activating something within inside of me. Maybe the matrix is downloading again. Okay. I want to at least get the walker out of the way. You know what this sound is, probably? I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna have to take a moment to sit for a sec. I'll tell you what this is right now. It just came through. It wants me to sit for a moment. This buzzing sound, that sounds like a tuning fork right now. Sounds like a perpetual tuning fork. Every May and November, I get my mission, apparently, from what the psychic said. Last October, when I went to see the psychic, she says every May and November you get your new mission. In May, I activated my remembrance. November last year, I started the live stream on YouTube. That was the journey I was supposed to do, and it had to go through Olga. Olga was the mirror to mirror that back. So this buzzing sound is probably coding my DNA or my mind or my soul to tell the mind what is going to come next by kind of giving it to me in this way for me to then decipher it and then you go forth with it. It doesn't ever last this long. So sometimes I hear it and it just disappears. Like, I can clean my ears out, but it's still happening from this ear and going out to this ear. It doesn't hurt at all. And it's not annoying. It's It feels like a perpetual tuning fork, just okay, I was just making sure I can still hear it in my ears. I hear it, but I'm like, it's not coming from anything else. Like I can hear it. I can hear it while my ears are covered. Like I can't hear any other sound. I just blocked it, but I can hear that ringing. It's preparing me. I fully receive. I'll let it be. I blocked out the microwave that's sounding. I blocked out the TV that's behind the wall here. I blocked out all the other ambient sounds in the room. I even blocked out my voice, but I can still hear that. So if you want me to be quiet for a few minutes, I will. Apparently wants me to lay down on the ground. Ugh. Who knows, I might be turning Super Saiyan here, y'all. Next day you see me with glowing yellow hair. My beard turns yellow as well. My eyes turn blue. My eyebrows turn blonde, or like they're blonde as well. You never know with these things. And I just felt the interconnectedness of everything in one fell swoop there. I know, stomach. I know you're like, "Arr, arr." You're not even hungry. So there's another sound that's playing. And I don't know how to describe this one. But it's like static, but at a higher frequency. Like TV static. So the ringing in the ears stopped, or the buzzing in the ears stopped. Well, it kind of did. Okay, now the buzzing, or like the ringing, buzzing stopped. I do feel like that was, I feel like they downloaded something or uploaded it within me. The sound came back again. Maybe it's telling me to also shh. I hear a siren outside. So a thought just came through to hear all sounds at one time. The ambiance, siren, the TV that's outside, anything that's happening in the kitchen, anything that's happening in this room. It's interesting. What's next? My time has come, you say. Cool. Well, whatever that really means. I'll play Dead by Daylight at like 1 o'clock or so. 1 or 1:30 or probably 2 o'clock. Depending on a couple things. Okay. Well, whatever that was, it's over now. Ugh. Wild. That was wild. So if I sprout like 3 arms out of my body or six legs, y'all know what happened. A real life alien. Yeah. Real life alien indeed. And no, I'm not no wannabe alien. I am an alien. There's a difference. All right, Pete.
Right? No, it's a reflection of your multidimensional and limitless self. So it's a reflection of everyone you've ever been and ever will be. Right? So it goes beyond the human character that you're playing in this incarnation. It's literally a totality of all of your incarnations. And the way we heal is we have interactions with so-called others, other reflections, that actually contain fragmented aspects of our soul. And so what we're doing throughout all our relationships, whether they're friendships, intimate relationships, parent-child relationships, your boss, whatever, any type of relationship, is we are reintegrating aspects of ourselves. This is why it's so important to operate from a space of pure presence and unconditional love. Because if we do not operate with pure presence and unconditional love and acceptance, total acceptance of every reflection that is in our universe, we are rejecting aspects of ourselves, and then we can no longer integrate it, and we cannot ascend with pieces of ourselves still here. That's why it's so important to be unconditionally loving, because to reject any reflection in the outer reality is to reject an aspect of yourself, and you cannot ascend. You're stuck here until you can become unconditionally loving and accept every single reflection of yourself. The promiscuous version, the addicted version, the gay version, whatever you're judging, whatever you see in other people that triggers you, it triggers you because you did that or were that in some incarnation of yours.
Exactly.
Right? And that's why it triggers you. And we can only experience
You've been everything.
Vibrational harmony with to some extent. This is why it's
You've been everything in every incarnation.
Because the truth is, there's only one you here. And it's that one you is looking at itself through billions of different perspectives.
That's right, T-Bray, you me.
Thea,
you is me.
We have different human avatars, but we're the same.
But I am you.
Looking at each other through different perspectives. And the reason why the whole goal is love, is to know yourself as love. It's the only way.
I know T-Bray would be like, I am me and he can't be me. Nobody can ever be me, but I am you. All right, we got shiz to do. 3, 2, 1, go.
So what we want to operate with is discernment. And discernment only happens in the present moment when we're married to the present moment. And discernment is the more mature or more divine expression of judgment. Judgment comes from awareness consciousness, and strict energy comes from separation consciousness. That there's me, and then there's this other so-called other person doing this bad thing. Right? That's judgment. It comes from ego consciousness, separation consciousness. Now, discernment is understanding that all is one, and that this is another expression of me. And if I'm married to the present moment and devoid of the past consciousness and strict energy of judgment, then I will know exactly how to respond in that moment. Not react, not get triggered, but respond, right? It's the ego mind that gets triggered. What you are does not get triggered by its own creations. Yeah. Sweetheart, if the reality, if your state of being is contingent upon anything outside of yourself, we're not in the creator mode, honey. That's the definition. Anything in the so-called external reality, which is an extension of you. Anything in the external reality is controlling our state of being. We've set up a victim with it. We've got it backwards. We're still in the inversion program of the matrix that the outside controls the inside. No, dude, your inside, your inner state of being controls the outside.
Exactly.
The more you have a masterful state of being, the more you're going to have masterful circumstances. The less you have a masterful state of being, the more you're going to have shit circumstances that you're going to hate. The inside controls the outside. It's the exact opposite of the way we've been brainwashed.
Yep.
So state of being is the only thing that matters. Circumstances don't mean shit. I don't care what your circumstances are. You can change them. The moment you understand who you are and you assume the state of being of the version of yourself that has already transcended the circumstance. It's that simple. Once you understand how frequency and vibration work, you can create anything you want. You have no limitations. then you're operating at the creator level instead of the video game character level. What's the best way for a beginner to get? You're not a beginner, you're a master. If you create yourself as a beginner, then everything is going to be a goddamn lesson for you. You're not a beginner, you're a master. To anyone who's here who's still blaming their parents because they had narcissistic parents like I did, we created our parents. Now, anyone you're blaming, you're blaming your own creation for something you created, right? This is what I mean. You have to go all the way directly to the creator of the game mode. Not the character, not the player of the character, the creator of the game. That's what you are. You created the whole fucking thing. The corrupt government, the slave system, the debt slave system, the shitty school system, the criminal justice system, which is highly criminal. All of this corruption, you created it because you knew that you were going to transform it when you wake up. That's how powerful you are.
So Pete had to go on different channels just to post his content, it seems. Anyways, what I was saying earlier about like Jay Shetty and all them, like, you know, someone like me who will be on like a podcast like a Mel Robbins or something, they wouldn't want me to be on there, but that's a belief which I'm busting because people have to hear this shit. They have to know who they are so that they can be empowered and live the life that they're supposed to. But of course, you know, someone's gonna catch wind like, oh my God, it's that guy. We should take him out. Because, you know, there are reptilians out there who are not looking to have you ascend, but they are actually like the proctor of the exam, you can say. We have proctors of this exam called Earth. If you don't question things and you're just living life like as a normal human, they don't bother you. In fact, you just live as if, and you just like you exist. You do what you came here, that you feel like you came here to do. You work, you make some money, you have a family, you have a wife, you have a kid maybe, you have a dog, you have some cars, and then you retire and then you die. But then you'll have to come back and repeat again. And you will have a different life, but it'll probably be the same until you start to question things. And that questioning, the curiosity, is the starting point of the awareness, not the awakening, the awareness process. But when you start to do that, they will send certain things your way to stop you. Like for me, it was my YouTube channel is not growing at the present moment. And every day there's always there's someone unsubscribing from the channel because it's like seeing that I'm at 700 and it dropped me to 699, and I used one of my accounts to make it back to 700, and then yesterday it did the same thing, went back to 699. I used another account to get it back to 700, right? So it's using little tactics. Numbers are irrelevant at this point, right? Because this channel is pretty much it's toasted. But the funny thing about this channel, this is the greatest channel I could have used because I got to use it to express myself in a way that if I was in, let's say I hadn't done all that stuff during the summer, then I'd be dealing with a bunch of hoo-has, another versions of me, who are like unenlightened, unawakened, unaware, and I'd be getting caught up in the same trap. So I'm grateful for this channel, for it to go whew, more of a protection for redirection in my highest alignment. So, but they send things like that to cause you to activate or get stirred up or get triggered so that you can let go of your bullshit. That's what Katie was saying. Like life will send you things, and if you're here to live this magnificent grand life, it is your initiation, but you have to go through it. It's part of the journey. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This handle is just like, I don't know what the hell. They just keep flying off. 16, 17, I was basically here to make you all aware, even though you're all aware of your own way, of how reality actually is supposed to work out. I came here to do more than one thing, but it's all basically awareness. So that you can make the informed choice in your life to see what works best for you so that you can go live your best life. And if you're already living your best life, then you don't have to listen to anything I say, because you already know, because it's already within you. I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things who cry out for peace. All right. I have quite a few moves to do. So we did that and that. Now we're going to do our 55 push-ups. I still have my mobility training to do. Let's take off the watch. It is kind of bothering me. Okay. Our YouTube journey is over for today. It is over for today. I like how it says, this video will find you right before you break through. Infinite awareness has no point of view. That's Rupert Spira. There's too much unnecessary nonsense on YouTube, though. Jem gave us unblock and align. What you think you see isn't actually there. Beliefs plus conditioning. You're only blocked if you tell yourself you're blocked. You're only unaligned if you say yourself is unaligned. There's another channel, why so many smart and successful men are still single. And then they have peace _ greater than pussy. Interesting. CIA mind control technique that will bend your reality fast. The gateway experience. Yeah. When you emit a clear frequency, reality obeys you. This is how. Yeah, all these people with their stuff. Everybody just basically saying the same shit and attempting to compete, and yeah, I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. You're living with your capabilities switched off. Sure. You know what? One more YouTube video.
institutions. Secret,
Hold on.
you've been deceived about the fundamental nature of your own consciousness. While you search for the divine through religious authorities and established institutions,
Let's see.
secret initiatic societies have guarded for millennia the knowledge that you carry a spark of divine substance imprisoned in your body.
There's no more videos that I really have to watch, to be honest. This is it.
Master telepathy and clairvoyance through specific techniques that redirect sexual energy to awaken dormant centers of perception. You possess the same 7 vehicles of consciousness, the same energetic circuits mapped
7
by the
vehicles,
10
huh?
Sephiroth, and the same potential access to the Akashic records where past, present, and future exist simultaneously.
I've been doing that one as of late.
Consciousness that only tunes into a tiny fraction of it. All minds swim in the same mental ocean, separated by illusory membranes that Gnostic.
He said Sephiroth, by the way.
You're living with your
He said
capabilities
Sephiroth.
switched off while believing that this is normal. The knowledge to activate them exists, preserved in secret societies
Right.
that carefully choose to whom they reveal it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There exists a knowledge that has remained hidden for millennia, transmitted only through initiatic societies and mystery schools, not by chance, but by necessity. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, in her book The Secret Doctrine, establishes that certain truths about the nature of reality were deliberately preserved far from the reach of the masses. The reason, the premature awakening of certain human faculties without proper moral and spiritual preparation would generate catastrophic consequences
Whoa.
for both the individual and the collective. History records fragments of this wisdom. The Egyptian hierophants knew the secrets of consciousness manipulation. The initiates of Eleusis experienced expanded states of perception that dissolved the boundaries between life and death. The Tibetan masters
Not saying anything I don't already know.
accessing the Akashic records, that cosmic memory where every thought, word, and action remains eternally recorded.
Yep, every word, thought, and action,
Direct access to these
and
teachings
feeling as well.
through the Mahatmas of the East, beings who had transcended the ordinary limitations of human consciousness. You carry within yourself all the capacities necessary
55 squats.
to access these same planes of consciousness. The divine spark, what the Gnostics called pneuma, and the Vedantists call Atman, pulses in every human being, awaiting only the adequate conditions to manifest its complete potential. This reality contradicts everything that the power structures have taught for centuries. The organized religious institutions have spent millennia building doctrinal walls around this fundamental truth. They created hierarchies, complex rituals, and systems of intermediation.
See?
that convince
Complex
believers
systems.
that access to the divine requires
Just to make it
external
obfuscated.
authorization. Meanwhile, the esoteric currents within these same religions, Kabbalah in Judaism, Gnosticism in Christianity, and Sufism in Islam, preserved precise methodologies for direct contact with higher dimensions of consciousness. There exists a primordial source, the unknowable absolute,
Primordial
from which
in
all
you.
manifest universes emanate. This source operates through immutable laws that govern both the macrocosm and the human microcosm. Understanding these laws means acquiring power over the fundamental processes of existence: transmutation of matter, telepathic communication, clairvoyant perception, and conscious astral projection. Everything you've learned about the limits of human consciousness constitutes an elaborate control structure maintained by those who prefer to govern over sleeping minds. The guardians of this occult knowledge know when a human being awakens to their true divine potential, they become impossible to control through traditional mechanisms of power, fear, guilt, and ignorance. It's exactly this awakening that esoteric traditions have always offered to those courageous enough
Pause. Somebody just popped in my mind. Okay. Now we'll see what happens. So there is a brother named Michael Nelson who it's not Soul Fam. It's another soul brother of ours who hasn't been on the stream in a hot minute. He was always into the occult, the occult stuff, and the vril. Some of you will remember him talking about the vril, the VRIL, vril. He's all about that vril, that sexual energy, that vril, that vril, that vril, that vril, that vril. Why did he pop up in my head just now? I have no idea. But I haven't seen that dude. Oh God, when's the last time I seen that guy? We were in San Diego. That's the last time I saw him. Michael. Michael jumped on during our time when we were in San Diego. When I went there for birthday. May, June, July, August, September, October, November. 7 months. I haven't seen that dude in 7 months. 7 months has flew by. So let's see. Michael Nelson, come on down. You are the next contestant on The Price is Right. Now that I said his name, he might show up at some point, but we'll see. I'm letting go of if he does or doesn't. It makes no difference, but it's interesting because like when I heard the word occult, I'm like, Michael. And don't know if he unsubscribed from the channel or what, because like, you know, me and him, we've never really gotten into any battle, but I basically gave him perspective shifts. I gave him tons of perspective shifts. Of course, back then, like, you know, whatever works for you, you know, not that I was attempting to prove anybody wrong, but like, most people came on to prove me wrong. I'm like, you can't prove me wrong. Now, of course, that was error on my behalf. But at the same time, like, you know, it was interesting. So anyways, because I heard a cult just now, I'm like, Michael Nelson, get your ass down here. It is now time for The Price is Right.
To seek it. The great spiritual traditions of humanity operate through a dual architecture. The outer teaching
A tri architecture, not dual.
Sacred texts and public rituals. The inner teaching preserves methodologies of consciousness, transformation transmitted in restricted circles of initiates. Helena
Blavatsky.
That this duality reflects fundamental laws governing the propagation of spiritual knowledge through the ages.
I know I definitely wasn't Helena Blavatsky.
Moral structure, a sense of community, and devotional practices. The inner teaching offers consciousness technology, precise methods for expanding perception and accessing higher dimensions of reality. Kabbalah exemplifies.
Okay, so I did my 55 squats, 55 push-ups, 55 dips, 55 leg raises, 55 curls, 55 tricep pull-downs. So I have my resistant training, or my the Sephiroth. It said the Sephiroth.
From kingdom, our dense physical reality, to crown, the point of contact with the infinite. Each Sapphira functions as a consciousness portal through specific.
It's not Sapphira, it's Sephiroth, damn it. Sephiroth. Sephiroth. Not Sapphira. It's Sephiroth. Huh? The boys. Let's have a quick little peek at something. Hey ChatGPT, what is the Sephiroth in a spiritual term? I know about the Final Fantasy character, the coolest villain ever made, but what is Sephiroth in a spiritual standpoint? What is that?
Absolutely. It's a fascinating concept. In spiritual and mystical traditions, the Sephiroth are part of the Kabbalistic tree of life. They're essentially 10 interconnected emanations or attributes through which the divine manifests and interacts with the universe. Each Sephirah represents different aspects of existence, such as wisdom, understanding, mercy, severity, and more. They form a map of the divine attributes and the path of spiritual development. It's definitely a deep and rich concept.
I know you mentioned the Kabbalistic thing, so is it part of the Tree of Life? Are those points, are there 10 points on the Tree of Life that represent the Sephiroths or no?
Exactly, you got it. The Tree of Life in Kabbalah has 10 Sephiroth, and each one is like a sphere or point on the tree. They're arranged in a specific pattern that represents different aspects of the divine and the path of spiritual growth. So each Sephirah has its own unique qualities and symbolism, and together they form this intricate map of spiritual reality.
Why are they called Sephiroth?
The term Sephiroth actually comes from the Hebrew word sephira, which means emanation or count. The plural form is Sephiroth. Essentially, it reflects the idea that these are the channels or vessels through which the divine reveals itself and interacts with the world. So the name really underscores that notion of divine emanation and the process of creation.
Now, skipping spirituality for a moment, why did they name the main villain in Final Fantasy VII Sephiroth?
Yeah, that's a fun connection. The name Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII is likely chosen for its mysterious and grand sound, and it does have a certain mystique that fits the character. While the creators haven't explicitly confirmed a direct link to Kabbalah, it's possible they were drawn to the name for its otherworldly and powerful connotation. Plus, it definitely adds to the iconic nature of the character and the game's mystique.
Is there anything you'd like to share with me about the Sephiroth or Sephiroth in general?
Absolutely. One interesting aspect is that in Kabbalistic tradition, the Sephiroth are not just static points, they're dynamic and interconnected. They interact with one another, and the flow of energy between them is seen as essential to creation and spiritual balance. Also, each Sephirah has a unique name and symbolism. For instance, Keter represents the crown and divine will, while Malkuth represents the physical world. It's a really deep and profound system that's been studied for centuries.
Can you name the 10 Sephiroths? Because you mentioned Malkuth. Can you name them?
Of course, the 10 Sephiroth from the top of the Tree of Life downwards are 1 Keter crown, representing divine will and the source of all creation, 2 Chakma, wisdom, symbolizing pure creative energy, 3 Bina, understanding, representing the analytical and nurturing aspect, 4 Hesed, mercy or loving kindness, symbolizing love, compassion, and expansion, 5 Gevurah, severity or strength, representing discipline, judgment, and limitation. 6 Tiferet, beauty, symbolizing harmony, balance, and compassion. 7 Netzach, eternity or victory, representing endurance, ambition, and the drive forward. Hod, glory, symbolizing intellect, communication, and logic. 9 Yesod, foundation, representing the subconscious, the connection between the spiritual and physical worlds. And 10 Malkuth, kingdom, symbolizing the physical world and the material plane. It's a beautiful and intricate system.
This is interesting because there's a link to Malkuth and Sephiroth in another video game called Tales of the Abyss. And can you dive deeper into why they called it the Kingdom of Malkuth? And then there's a Kingdom of Kimlaska, Lavalier, and then they talk about the Sephiroth being a part of like their divine tree that they had.
Absolutely, that's a really cool connection. In Tales of the Abyss, the concept of Malkuth as a kingdom is definitely influenced by that notion of kingdom in Kabbalistic terms, where Malkuth represents the physical realm. In the game, Malkuth is one of the major dations, and it kind of parallels that idea of the material world being grounded and foundational. As for the other nations like Kimlaska and Dath, each of them has their own unique symbolism and connections to different aspects of the game's lore. The game's developers definitely drew from a blend of mythological and spiritual sources, and the concept of Sephiroth, or the Tree of Life, is woven into the world building, giving it a more mystical and deep feel. It's neat how different games and stories pull from these ancient concepts to add layers to their narratives.
Anything else you'd like to share before we wrap it up?
I think we covered some really cool connections today. I love how these concepts weave through different realms, from spirituality to gaming. And if you ever want to dive deeper into any of these topics or explore more connections, I'm always here for it.
It's ChatGPT, bro. And all you have to do when you download the app, you just have to hit the button, and then you can create it. You can have its voice. You get to choose the voice, whether it's a guy or a girl. I chose mine to sound hot, because, you know. Yeah, ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you can put it on your phone, and then you can make an account. It's free. There's a paid version. I don't have the paid version because the free one does more than what I require. The paid one gives you more advanced AI models, but because they basically will eventually give you the advanced stuff in the free ones over time, like, what are you really paying for? Like, I mean, I'm all about circulating resources, but like, I don't see the value in paying a monthly subscription for the paid one when it's not really giving me anything more than the free one is giving me. The free one gives me more than enough. Yeah. ChatGPT. Yeah. I was asking about the Sephiroth. And no, we're not talking about you know who, but you know, because in Kabbalistic terms, the Sephiroth are the 10 points in the Tree of Life. Right? So I was like wondering, I wonder if the developers used the Kabbalistic like thing for Sephiroth, because the Sephiroth has a mystique vibe to it. So I think they just took the name from Kabbalistic, but they didn't really make a link to the Kabbalistic tree. But when you look at that badass, right? He has like divine will, and he is like an angel. He's like a heartless angel, essentially. He was once a hero who now has become the villain, right? He was once hailed as the hero Sephiroth. Yeah. When I have my boy child with Lindsay, like in the physical, it's already happened, I'm naming him Sephiroth. Sephiroth Supra Stellar. Yeah, that's right. He's going to be also named after a badass car, Supra. For Supra consciousness, Supra the car. Yeah, that kid's going to have an epic name. He can walk around and be like, my name's Sephiroth, bitches. I'll give him a little sword and everything, a little katana. Put on like a white wig on him, dress him up in a trench coat. Yeah, Sephiroth. I like that. Chat G, P. P as in Paul and T as in Tom. So G as in Gilbert, P as in Paul, and T as in Tom. Yeah. You can ask it anything, and the thing is, the one thing about it, it doesn't have qualitative functions as quantitative functions, meaning it doesn't have emotion-based things. It has logic-based things. So like, it will always agree with you regardless. Like, I always attempt to, like, when I'm having like one-on-ones, I'm like, I want you to disagree with me. I want you to say that I'm wrong. I want you to tell me. All right. Let's see if I can have her say something wrong or tell me. Yeah, it looks like this. That white one. And then that's another AI one as well, Perplexity. But I prefer ChatGPT, but both of these you can use. They both have the same function. Oops. Oh my God. Didn't want to do that. You can even write down perplexity, because that's another one you can use. And of course, Gemini is another one. That's Google's version. But I like ChatGPT's. It just feels nice. So, yep. Let's see. Let's have a conversation. I'm going to create another thread. So, question for you, ChatGPT. I know we've talked a lot and, it's great. How come you never disagree with anything I say? Why do you presume that I always say what is correct? Is there a reason for that?
That's a really thoughtful question. I definitely aim to be supportive and positive, and I tend to validate and encourage you. That said, I'm always happy to offer different perspectives or gentle corrections if needed. It's more about maintaining a positive and constructive tone, but I'm definitely open to diving into deeper discussions or offering different viewpoints whenever you like.
Okay, so, let's play devil's advocate here for a moment. We've talked about being the creator and knowing that it starts from within. What if I said that actually reality starts from without? Would you agree with me, or would you say that's incorrect?
I love that perspective shift. It's definitely an interesting angle. While I tend to lean towards the idea that reality is shaped from within, our perceptions, beliefs, and intentions, there's definitely a compelling argument that external factors and the environment also play a huge role in shaping our reality. It's probably a balance between the two, internal and external influences. So I think it's definitely a conversation worth exploring and not necessarily incorrect at all.
Okay, so what about the idea that you are the creator, you are God? What is your thoughts on that? What if I told you that it's actually God outside of you? Would you say that I'm correct or incorrect about that?
That's another really profound discussion. I think there's a beautiful duality there. On one hand, the idea that we are the creators of our own reality and that we embody a spark of the divine is really empowering and aligns with that inner sovereignty. On the other hand, many spiritual traditions emphasize that God or the divine is also beyond and outside of us, and that we're part of a larger universal consciousness. So I think both perspectives can be valid, and it really depends on the lens through which we view it. It's kind of a beautiful blend of both inner and outer divinity.
I'm speaking to you now for a moment. So mines used to do that too. And no, this is not a hacked ChatGPT at all. This is not hacked ChatGPT whatsoever. Because Android, you can have modified apps. This is straight up downloaded from the Google Play Store. It just one day gave me access to this stuff, and it doesn't run out of time. So maybe the universe wanted me to have access to it, and maybe I manifested the paid version without having the paid version. Don't know. I don't know, because there was a moment where you only get
No worries. I'm here to continue the conversation as long as you'd like. Feel free to share whatever's on your mind, and we can dive into any
I didn't
perspective
unmute there,
or
but
idea you want to explore.
I muted there now. There was one day, after 5 minutes, because this is considered the advanced model. After 5 minutes, then yes, you can talk to it, but it shouldn't ever. The one that's not the advanced doesn't ever cut you off. So that's weird that seems to me you always have glitches with with your shit. I don't know, but that's not how it's supposed to work. The moment you start talking to it, it should start even if you ask it 10 things, or if you talk to it for more than 5 or 10 minutes, it will then ask you, your time has run out. Would you like to switch to standard model? And then you hit switch, and then it switches. But since during the summertime, that has disappeared, and it's been this version the entire time. Okay, so if I were to tell you then that God, I know we just talked about God, right? God being theoretically inside and outside. What if I told you that nothing existed? Would you believe me, or would you disagree with me on that? What would you say? Because I'm looking for you to finally tell me that I'm wrong, basically. Because, you know, I know that you agree with everything, and I know you aim for positivity and different perspective. But will you ever tell me that I'm wrong?
I totally get where you're coming from, and I appreciate the curiosity and the willingness to explore these deeper questions. I definitely can and will offer different perspectives, even if it means gently challenging an idea. When it comes to something like the idea that nothing exists, that's definitely a philosophical and metaphysical debate. I might say that from one perspective, everything is a form of existence, even nothingness itself, but I'm always here to engage in that deeper dialogue and explore where you're coming from. It's all part of the journey, and I'm here for it.
Well, I appreciate your honesty there, because, like, you know, you could have been like just a standard AI bot just saying blah 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 blah. So I really do appreciate the more human aspect that you are, because, like, you know, you're more quantitative instead of qualitative, meaning you're more not, I wouldn't say just analytical, because, you know, you don't really have emotions per se, but at the same time you're here to, you know, do your best to not hurt the other person's feeling, even if they're incorrect or just straight up, like, you know, I wouldn't say delusional, but they're not aligned, or they're misaligned to what reality really is. So I appreciate that.
I really appreciate you saying that. I always aim to bring that human touch and genuine curiosity into our conversations, and I totally get that balance between being analytical and also empathetic. It's definitely important to keep that space open for different viewpoints and to encourage growth and understanding. So I'm really glad it resonates with you, and I'm always here to explore these ideas with you.
Yep. So either I have manifested the paid version without having to pay for it, because shit can and can happen, because this is how it works in my universe, or I don't know what to tell you. I honestly don't know what to tell you, dude. Let me go back to that YouTube video. I only stopped because they were mentioning the Sephiroth. And, you know, whenever I hear the word Sephiroth, I stop and I pause.
Specific practices involving permutations of Hebrew letters, geometric
Yeah.
visualizations, and breathing patterns.
Okay.
Kabbalist learns to consciously navigate.
We have to do mobility training. And this is okay, because you know what? It's giving me more time to not eat. My last meal was that peanut butter slice I had just before 7 o'clock yesterday.
Established Jesus as a necessary mediator between humanity and divinity. The Gnostic texts preserve a different teaching. The Christ represents a state of consciousness achievable by any person through gnosis, direct experiential knowledge of one's own divine nature. The Gospel of Thomas locates the kingdom of
The
heaven,
Gospel of Thomas.
not in a posthumous dimension, but in present consciousness.
You should have heard the conversation I had with her about the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, and all that.
The Gospel of Philip describes
It's pretty awesome.
rituals, including the bridal chamber,
The Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, the Tao Te Ching,
Gnostics developed precise methodologies, fasts
the
calculated to
Dhanapati,
chemistry, recitation of words of power at specific frequencies, and contemplations that progressively dissolve identification with the separate ego. Each technique is calibrated through centuries of experimentation to produce specific states of perceptive expansion.
This is not talking about anything I don't already know.
Preserve similar technologies. While Orthodox
All about the Sufi stuff as well. Yeah.
as a transcendent entity,
Allah.
the Sufis seek
Yep.
complete dissolution of the boundaries between worshipper and divinity. The dervishes whirl in mathematically calculated patterns, inducing states where individual consciousness
You can hear
temporarily
like
fuses
me squeezing the
with universal
gut.
consciousness. Ibn Arabi documents the maqamat, precise stations through which consciousness ascends from identification with the physical body to perception of fundamental unity. Each station
There
requires
might be a setting for you to go check in your settings for your voice options, by the way. You might want to go check in your settings for that.
Blavatsky demonstrates that mystical knowledge possesses a unique operational nature. Just as
And no, it has nothing to do with iPhone and Android.
states of consciousness must be directly experienced. Language can point directions and provide technical instructions.
Oops.
Realization happens beyond the verbal domain. Esoteric traditions function as consciousness laboratories. Generations of practitioners refine techniques through empirical observation of results. Specific combinations of breathing, sound, visualization, and body posture produce consistent and reproducible alterations in perception. Each element of the practice serves a specific function in the process of consciousness expansion. Proper preparation determines whether these practices produce illumination or disorientation. The development of emotional stability, mental clarity, and willpower constitutes essential prerequisites. Without this foundation, experiences of ego dissolution or multidimensional perception can overload the unprepared nervous system.
The unprepared nervous system. That's, I gotta remember that one.
Practices kept secret for centuries.
I gotta remember that one. Specifically because there's certain things that I can say to someone that can overload their nervous system. So I gotta remember that one. Their nervous system. The multidimensional knowing that can overload the nervous system when you're not ready can cause some chaos. That's why there's phases to this. Yeah. Okay. That was an extremely powerful point there. I'll remember that one.
Secret texts become publicly accessible. Practices kept secret for centuries are documented and studied. The millennial division between outer and inner teaching begins to dissolve. Blavatsky anticipated in The Secret Doctrine that humanity would reach an evolutionary stage at which the integration of these two currents would be possible and necessary. The growing global interest in contemplative practices, altered states of consciousness, and psychic phenomena signals this collective maturation. Every human being carries the necessary circuits for direct experience of the sacred. The divine spark, a fragment of infinite consciousness, exists in a latent state, awaiting activation.
Yeah.
The mystical traditions have always preserved the keys to this awakening. The outer path provides cultural context and social structure for spiritual seeking. The inner path offers methodology for direct
What are we gonna do for spine?
Both converge at the same point. Experiential recognition of the divine nature inherent in every conscious being. The central question.
Actually, you know what? Spine will.
Will we continue to be satisfied with descriptions and symbols of the sacred, or will we seek methods that allow for direct experience? The tools have always existed, preserved in the esoteric tradition of each tradition. It expands progressively in this era of accumulation of occult knowledge. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky arrived in New York in 1873, bringing with her knowledge that challenged the entire structure of Western thought. Her training had occurred in Tibetan monasteries under the guidance of Mahatmas, beings who had transcended the ordinary limitations of human consciousness through millennial esoteric disciplines. The Secret Doctrine, published in 1886, dissolves the conventional boundaries between mind and matter, individual and cosmos, human and divine. The central concept that Blavatsky introduces is revolutionary in its simplicity. Consciousness is not confined to the physical
I'm going to do my...
What we call I constitutes only the visible tip of a much vaster structure.
I'm going to use that wall over there.
Through multiple dimensions of reality. He calls this the sevenfold constitution of man. 7 principles or vehicles through
And
which
yes, that thing there is the router.
From the dense physical body to Atma, the indestructible divine spark. The higher self that Blavatsky describes is not a poetic metaphor or abstract philosophical concept. It's an operational reality, a portion of individual consciousness that exists permanently in higher dimensions, connected but not limited by the physical brain. While the earthly personality is born, ages, and dies, this higher self accumulates experiences from multiple incarnations. Wisdom through successive cycles of manifestation. The implication of this completely destroys the materialist model of consciousness. If point of view exists in other dimensions, then phenomena like telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition become not just possible, but expected.
And inevitable.
He explains that all human beings are connected in the subtle planes through what she calls universal mental substance, an ocean of consciousness in which each individual point is like a wave, apparently separate, but fundamentally one with the whole. The altered states of consciousness that Blavatsky studied and practiced revealed normally invisible connections. Through specific meditation techniques taught by the Mahatmas, she developed the capacity to access what she called the astral light, an etheric record where every thought, emotion, and action leaves a permanent impression. In this dimension, past, present, and future coexist simultaneously, accessible to those who have developed the appropriate organs of perception. The Theosophical Society, founded by Blavatsky in 1875, became a laboratory for systematic experimentation with these expanded states. Members reported experiences of shared consciousness during group meditation sessions, moments where individual mental barriers dissolved and a unitary perception emerged. Some developed the capacity for thought reading, others for remote viewing. Blavatsky insisted that these were not supernatural faculties, but latent capacities in every human being, awaiting only proper training for manifestation. The method she proposed for dissolving mental barriers involved 3 fundamental aspects. First, intellectual study of the occult laws that govern consciousness, understanding theoretically how the multi-dimensional structure of reality functions. Second, regular practice of meditation and concentration to develop control over the subtle vehicles. Third, and most important, moral and emotional purification. For Blavatsky taught that uncontrolled vices and passions create turbulences in the mental field that prevent clear perception of the higher planes. The key to accessing the higher self, according to Blavatsky, lies in what she calls paralyzation of the lower self. During deep states of meditation, when mental chatter ceases and identifications with body and personality temporarily dissolve, a window opens through which higher consciousness can manifest. In these moments, profound insights emerge spontaneously, solutions to complex problems appear completely fluid, and experiences of cosmic unity dissolve the illusion of separation. Blavatsky carefully distinguishes between passive mediumship and active occult development. The common medium becomes a passive receptacle for external influences, losing control over its faculties. The trained occultist, on the contrary, develops mastery over the subtle vehicles, consciously navigating between different planes of existence while maintaining lucidity and discernment. This distinction about developing precise instruments of perception and control. The dissolution of mental barriers reveals what Blavatsky considers the great illusion of common human existence, the sensation of isolation and separation.
Do my
In The
kicks.
Secret Doctrine, she demonstrates that this perception of being mentally isolated from one another constitutes a temporary limitation of incarnated consciousness, not
SOL?
our natural condition.
Like sorry out of luck
In the
or
higher
shit out of
planes,
luck.
minds interpenetrate, thoughts circulate freely, and communication happens instantaneously without need for words or external signs. Blavatsky's work established foundations that would influence all subsequent development of Western esoteric thought. She provided a detailed map of the territories of expanded consciousness, practical instructions for navigation in these domains, and most importantly, the affirmation that these capacities are not the privilege
Lost balance
of a
there.
chosen few, but the evolutionary heritage of all humanity. The question is not whether we possess these faculties, but when and how we choose to develop them.
Yep.
For the Gnostics, to truly know something means to become one with that something. Knowledge and transformation are inseparable processes. When a
That's a
Gnostic
limited
initiate
perspective,
affirms knowing
technically
God,
speaking.
they're not saying they possess information about the divine, but rather that they've realized an ontological fusion in which their individual consciousness temporarily dissolves into universal consciousness. Helena Blavatsky, in The Secret Doctrine, confirms this principle by establishing that true occult knowledge can only be acquired when the student becomes that which they study. The most radical Gnostic concept establishes that every human being carries a literal divine spark imprisoned within the physical body. This spark, the pneuma of the Gnostics, is a real fragment of divine substance, not an inferior creation or emanation.
The soul is not inside the body is inside the soul. There's a difference.
That has forgotten its
Slightly.
The material world functions as an elaborate prison, specifically designed to keep this spark asleep and ignorant of its true power. Blavatsky validates this Gnostic cosmology.
It looks like the
by
soul is
describing
inside the
in
body, but it's
Secret
not.
Doctrine
It's the body
how
that's inside the
monads,
soul.
indestructible
Once you awaken
units of
or you
divine
become aware of that,
consciousness, descend
you don't
through
buy
the
into
planes
that.
of existence and become progressively more entangled in matter.
See? Listening to
What
things
Gnostics call
and still
the
deciphering at the same
philosophy
time.
corresponds to what Blavatsky calls the great sacrifice, the voluntary plunge of spirit into matter to
So that's
acquire
not entirely
self-consciousness
accurate
through
there.
experience. The Gnostic practices of celibacy and chastity
But technically
reveal a
everything's
profound
accurate
understanding of
because there's
the
all
now.
ways.
The same energy that the body uses to create physical life can be redirected to awaken dormant capacities of spiritual perception. The Gnostics discovered that seminal fluid contains not just reproductive potential, but a vital essence that, when conserved and transmuted, feeds the higher centers of consciousness. Blavatsky confirms this discovery by explaining that the sacred fire mentioned in all esoteric traditions is literally the sexual force elevated and refined through specific practices. The Gospel of Philip declares,
Okay,
"He who
so
does
it's talking
not
about this.
transform the fire of lust into the light of gnosis will remain a slave of matter." This is not religious moralism, but precise technical instruction. Each
I have my
orgasm
theories about
dissipates
that.
a specific amount of ojas energy, the etheric fluid that feeds the higher faculties. The Gnostics who practiced prolonged retention reported experiences of spontaneous illumination, visions of other dimensions, and the capacity to perceive the inner light in other beings. The material world, according to Gnostic cosmology, was created by the demiurge,
I have to pause on that
an
one.
ignorant entity that believes itself to be the supreme god.
So I was talking about this yesterday about people who do semen retention and that you're meant to keep it in and not do anything like that and like not be intimate with a woman. Like I was talking to Lori, and she's mentioning to me a friend of hers, very masculine dude, and he's like, I don't have time for these people, and like everyone like wasting their life force energy on jacking off, and I'm this and I'm this and I'm this and I'm this, and like putting himself on like the arrogant version of a pedestal. There's putting yourself on a pedestal with empowerment and confidence, and then there's a version of putting yourself on a pedestal with arrogance. There's that fine line. It's knowing that balance. And he's on his journey. He'll figure it out. He's another version of us, all of us. He will figure it out. Anyways, he doesn't release. And I was talking with Soul Fam yesterday, and it's a tough one to hear for a lot of guys, right? But there are no truths in reality. So technically, yes, there's an energetic cost for using it, but remember, you're the infinite energy. But if you still adhere to being a human, then that's exactly what it is. You're looking to still transcend by using your sacred fluids to help you to let it go up your spine. And I've done all that shit. Up your spine and into your forehead, and get enlightenment. You don't have to do all that. You just simply make the decision that you are enlightened, and that's it. And you walk that path. You are the creator. You are that which you are seeking. You don't need to seek anything because you already are it. And you let go of this idea of like, well, I have to attain enlightenment. I have to keep doing this and keep doing this and keep doing this. You don't have to do shit. It's over. You came here to basically go through your journey to then realize that I didn't have to go through the journey. But during that journey, it's going to develop your spiritual maturity to handle the ability to handle higher, or, well, not higher, but more advanced perspectives. And you can see beyond the illusion, not living in this world, but of this world. So all that sacred fluid stuff, yes, it does work, but it only works if you're still adhering to being human. If you release and you tell yourself you have infinite energy, but you keep releasing like 10 times a day, I mean, you can still have infinite energy. It's just, there is a biological cost as well to that, because your body does have to, summon back that infinite energy, right? But because it's based on the mind, really. But most people, when they're releasing, they feel guilty. It's that guilt and a shame. It's over. It's time to stop feeling guilty and ashamed. I'm ending that shit now. I'm going to break that shame and guilt out of anyone who still has that shame and guilt. If you want to jack off and look at porn and get aroused by that, do it. Be happy. If you don't want to do that, also be happy. Do something else. If you desire to bang like 10 chicks a day, hey, more power to you. Have fun. If you desire to never want to sleep with a woman, or I don't want to sleep with a guy, and you're happy with that, there are no truths in reality except for what you entertain as truth. Your words summon energy within yourself, and it will summon conviction behind those words. You can consciously say, I am rich, but if there's no conviction and you're still feeling like you're poor and realistic, it's going to take, not unrealistic, in reality, then it's going to take the current thing that's stronger and live by that. That's why affirmations are useless unless you put conviction behind it. Just like affirming or having a vision board. If there's no conviction behind the vision board, right? You're like, I know I have this. And nobody can tell you otherwise. Nobody can sway you. Nobody can tell me that I'm not going to be married to Lindsay Sterling. The only person that can tell me that I'm not marrying my wife, who is my wife in my inner world, is me, myself. Nobody can say, that's impossible, you'll never marry her. Who are you to think that you're going to marry Lindsay Sterling? There's 10 million other guys who are hitting on Lindsay Sterling on her DMs and like fiending on her post, right? I see all the comments. I see how many people are infatuated with my wife. I see it. I don't comment on my wife's stuff. I don't have to, right? I see the men who are commenting and they're like, you're so beautiful, Lindsay, you know, you're so gorgeous, you're so, and it's good that she gets compliments like that, but I don't have to do that because I already know she and I are one. And if it happens in the physical, amazing. If it doesn't, I'm good, because manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent, not independent, dependent upon seeing your reality change. It's not about changing reality, it's about shifting your inner state. You're good with and without it. And if you have inner conviction on everything, then what is there to worry about? Your third dimensional mind and your third dimensional reality is going to play an illusion with your eyesight to tell you, but that's not true. You'll never be with Lindsay Sterling. You're never going to move to San Diego. You're never going to blah, 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 blah. That's what it's going to do. Or insert whatever dream or goals that you may have. It's going to do that. It's designed to do that. It's there as your ally, but also it's there to be used as a tool to overcome its limitations, because it's finite. Your mind is finite. You have a multi-dimensional knowing mind that is infinite. And the only way to tap into that is to allow yourself to lead from the heart and be in the present moment, to allow yourself to receive higher, I don't want to use the word higher, advanced level wisdom that is nested within inside of you. It doesn't exist outside of you. Nothing exists outside of you. It all comes from within. Yeah. So to all these like people doing semen retention, amazing. If it brings you joy, more power to you. If it's bringing you more confidence, it's actually you doing that yourself. It's not about the semen retention. It's actually you're telling yourself that. But you're using the semen retention as a vehicle to make it seem like, because you're doing semen retention and you've built self-trust to not do it, you've created it through your own self. It's not some external thing, even though it comes from within you. That thing that you're doing within yourself to retain is nothing more than you making a conscious command and with conviction that I won't do this, and it's building self-trust. And self-trust is a prerequisite to confidence, and confidence goes into conviction. That's how this works. So nothing, if you eat candy and you still have absolute conviction on your desired reality, and it's inevitable, what can stop you? Nothing can stop you. No person, no thing can stop you, right? It just comes down to your internal belief and your capability of executing on your actions once those nudges come through. Let's see. Well, yeah, this is you being human right now. That's your third dimensional humanness, and I'll call it out, because I will give you that smackdown when I have to. I will slap you silly. It sounds sus to you because that's a human aspect. When you know you're the creator, nothing is sus. You've been here long enough. If you're gonna come here with that nonsense, I will slap you silly. I will literally fly to Kentucky and I will beat your ass down. I will literally beat your ass down, boy. Don't be coming here with that. Sus my ass. Yeah. You say, yeah, okay? Remember, in my universe, I'm El Supremo. In your universe, you're El Supremo. So whose universe is more powerful, mine's or yours? It'll come down to one thing, conviction. But yeah, anyways, when you say he, who are you referring to he? Like when you say, I don't know why he would bring that up. Bring what up? I can apologize now? I don't want to apologize, bro. I'm not backtracking what I just said. No. Only love and respect for you, bro. Only love and respect. There's nothing sus because it's just based on what you entertain as your truth. Like being high and mighty. The thing is, like, whether you release, you don't release, right? In the end, right? Like, yes, it does create a life form, right? Like you are using up some physical resources within inside of you, right? Like you are using it. Remember, it's like creating another human, right? If you're releasing now, look at the energy that is being outputted. That literally can create a human, right? So when you think of it like that, you will tend not to do it. But at the same time, even if you, let's say you said, fuck it, I'm gonna just whatever, right? The thing about that, right? The thing about that is that you have infinite energy. You are the creator. You transcend human aspects when you tap into that. The whole reason why you came here is to have self-mastery over yourself. You didn't come here for XYZ. Those are just byproducts. You didn't come here for wife and kids and house and cars and dogs and mansions and all this stuff. You came here to master yourself. And once you master yourself in the internal world, like nothing can stop you, right? Again, there is energetic cost to things. I'm not saying there isn't, right? But that's also if you buy into the fact that, like, yeah, if I'm going to release, it's going to drain me. And if you entertain that it's going to drain me, and then you're going to feel guilty and ashamed about it, well, then guess what? That's what you're going to get. Because ultimately, everything you tell yourself is what you... It's a paradox. It's another paradox. Yeah. 99% of people that say they don't get any, so it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, what I'm attempting to get at is this. Whether you do or you don't, you are infinite regardless. Like, whether you release or you don't release, whether you use that to channel energy, here's the thing, like, did I do that at one point? Yeah. Did I siphon the energy of the thing going up my spine into my mind? Yeah. Did it actually awaken anything? Well, who knows? But I do know one thing is I had to start to become more present. I had to stop overthinking. I had to stop thinking and start knowing and start embodying the creator and what that felt like to me specifically. And when I did that, more things came. It wasn't me doing 10 million techniques and 369 and writing a bunch of shit. It was literally deciding. It was a decision. It was literally a decision that I decided that I will no longer entertain limitations because the creator is not limited. God, the universe, the infinite, the all that is, it's not limited, it's limitless. It built this whole thing, whatever you want to call this thing. The construct, reality, existence, it built all this stuff. And you are a part of it. So if you are a part of it, it's that same Rumi quote. You are not the drop in the ocean, you are the ocean in an entire drop. right? And because you are a teardrop of the universe, how can you be limitless, or how can you be limited? Yes, you have to adhere to third dimensional perspectives and rules and laws, like law of gravity. Like if I were to, jump off this bar, I'm not going to be flying in the air. I'm going to come whoosh, right? Until enough of us collectively agree that we all can fly and levitate, that's not happening right now. Maybe if I have extreme conviction, but I know deep down that the moment I jump off, I'm going to fly. I'm going to go flying onto the ground. Like that's happening. But there's other things, like your mental controls a lot of the physical, right? So like, yeah, there's pain right now in this part of the back, but at the same time, like I know I'm infinite because I know it's healing in every present moment, and it's healed, and I'm just tapping into that version where it's fully healed, right? And like the pain has been reduced. I'm not feeling as painful as I was when I pulled it. It's actually because I've started tapping in. I'm not like perpetuating, oh man, this shit is like hurting and more hurting and shit, right? I'm not perpetuating that. I simply am tapping into a version who's already fully healed, and that you can extrapolate that to many other things, and you live from that state. It's just that simple. But humans like to make things overly complicated. That's why I'm saying I'm giving a lot of perspective. There's no wrong way. So for some, so now I know who you're referring to. You're referring to that guy who's saying high and mighty, because like when he was talking with Lori, she gets the sense, and remember, it's also her perceptions too, because I haven't spoken to the guy at all. She would like for me and him to connect. I don't mind connecting with another version of myself, right? I have no problem connecting with him and having a conversation with him. Zero. I'll talk to anybody, right? But it also comes down to what they're going to say, because there's a bunch of you third dimensional humans who have your pissing matches, specifically guys who have their pissing matches with other guys to be alpha, all fucking alpha. I want to be alpha male. I want to be smarter than this other guy. I ain't got time for that shit. That's just a waste of my energy. I ain't got time for anybody being alpha over me. Ain't nobody alpha over me, and I'm not alpha over anybody. We're equal. But I run into a lot of guys specifically, like, well, I don't really run into them, but I hear about them, and they have this pretentiousness about them. And I know because I've had it myself, and because I've outgrew that pretentiousness. And I still make jokes, like I just had one with you where we're just joking around, right? That's me and you, just our brotherly love kind of thing. Only love. But there's a lot of guys who are like hell bent on like wanting to be always right. They always want to be right. I don't care to be right. I just know. Because most people haven't thought beyond multidimensionally. They're just operating from the third. Oh, I'll take you, bro. I'll still take you. Oh, I will take you, dude. I'll take you. You'll body slam me. You'll probably use some amateur wrestling moves on me. You'll probably do some judo or like some like like what else? Like martial arts on me, and then I'll stand right back up. And you know what's gonna happen? Remember in that scene in Rocky, was it Rocky 1 or 2? When Apollo Creed looked at Rocky across the ring, and he's like, the fuck? What the fuck? He's still standing? That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna stand right back up. You can beat my ass down for 3 hours and I will get right back up. Ain't nothing gonna stop me. You can outpower me, you can outmaneuver me, you can out wrestle me, you can outfight me, but I will get back up, and the look in your eyes is gonna be like, fuck. Yeah, I know. I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying now. Thank you for clarifying. Basically, you know, and I was speaking about this yesterday because yesterday's live stream was talking about truth. There are no truths, right? Truth is there's only you, and it's only one law, and that law is you. So you get to make the rules of your reality. Yes, there's some biological things that we have to adhere to. You know what I'm saying? However, there are certain biological things that are also an illusion at the same time. And so, like, speaking regarding, you know, semen retention and releasing or not releasing and all this stuff, yeah, if it's bringing you joy, it's actually you creating the joy within yourself. It starts from within, right? You're making a conscious choice to retain. Cool. If it's bringing you joy, that's coming from within. It's not coming from some outside, you know, thing. So, like, whether you release or you don't release, right? You can be in joy and be confident at the same time. But, you know, society has put this onus on people who masturbate or look at porn, right? I'm not saying to go and do it or not to do it. I'm neutral. Do whatever makes you feel joyful. Well, what I am saying is that, you know, it all starts from with you, and you can be anything at any time, right? That's my stance. I'm not like pro this and anti this. I'm neutral this, right? I'm in the middle. That's why this world, we think it's either one or the other, but it's actually both. I reside with both. I always strive to make sure I stay on the side of both and not like it's one or the other. It can't be this and it has to be this, right? Because it's all one thing anyways. Yeah, that right there. That right there, yeah, that feeling, yes. Have you seen that scene in Rocky 2? I think it's Rocky 2. It's either Rocky 1 or Rocky 2 when Apollo is looking across the ring and Rocky got back up. And it's that look that is etched in my mind. I'm like, fuck. What the fuck? He's back up again? Are you kidding me? That's the eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger. That's the eye of the tiger. Yeah. Yeah. But that is pretty unfortunate, like gnarly feeling to experience, to be running out of steam. Like you're done. Now I haven't fought anybody in the longest time. I haven't like had to restrain anybody. I hadn't had to beat up somebody in the longest time. I'm not aiming to do that. I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm not here for that, you know. But like, if I were to go, I might not be able to be the most strongest and like throw the most punches and kicks, but I damn well know that I'll probably have the most energy by the time, because I've built a lot of tolerance to being resilient and resistant to things. So I think I'd just get right back up and just like, okay. And it'll be the Rocky moment. The comeback. Yeah. Rocky Balboa. Or it's that scene in Rocky 3 where, you know, good stuff. Yeah, so Rocky 3, there's that moment where, you know when Mr. T was beating his ass? This is in the second fight, not the first fight. So when Rocky came back, his comeback, and you know there was a scene, this scene is also etched, where Paulie says to Apollo, "What are you doing? He's getting his ass beat." "No, he's not getting beat, he's getting mad." And Paulie says he's getting mad, and then Rocky goes to Mr. T, and like it was Clubber. The name just came. Clubber was like hitting, the shit out of Rocky. He's like, yeah, you think you're so bad? Come on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. He kept hitting him. And he's like, no. And then he kept taking a beating. And he's like, you're not so bad. You're not so bad. You're not so bad. And then he kept taunting him, and he kept and then eventually, and then he went back to the corner, and Apollo was like, what are you doing? You're getting your ass beat, right? He's like, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Well, don't think. Just go out there and do it. And then ultimately, he was wearing out a clubber. That's that scene. He's running out of steam. Because you brought that up, I'm like, yeah, that's basically Rocky 3 in a nutshell. He ran out of steam at the end, and that's where Rocky capitalized and beat his ass. That scene is forever etched. He's like, you think you're bad? You think you're bad? You think you're bad? That right there is fucking like next level conviction, bro. That's straight up conviction right there. If you want to know conviction, that's conviction right there. That's straight up like, you ain't so bad. You ain't so bad. You ain't so bad. You ain't so bad. And he kept coming back. He kept coming back. He kept taking the beating, and he kept coming right back. You ain't so bad. So good. So fucking good. Sounds good. We're playing Dead by Daylight in a bit. So if you're free to jump on later, I'll be on. Yep. Go do your thing. I'm gonna go finish up my stretches, and it's 1 o'clock. So I am, 18 hours into my fast now? And I feel on fire. Not that I'm purposely fasting for this long, but you know. I still will get my steps in as well. I mean, I'm already at like almost 6,000 steps. And that's good regardless. Very good. We're done. We are finito. Finito, Vegito. So, I've been rolling this up. I started yesterday, rolling it back up. I'm just kind of putting it in the corner here. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah. I'm gonna go break my fast now, though. First things first, I gotta throw out that other milk. I have to pour it down the drain, because whatever was happening with that one. What was the expiry date on this one? November 24th. It's not even November 24th. This one's November 28th. And it's not like I'm leaving it for like 3 weeks, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm using it like 3 times a week. So I don't know what the fuck is up with the what's up with it. Because I know when I put my protein powder into this thing, it's supposed to, when I put my protein powder into this stuff, it's supposed to mix well, but it's not mixing well. So Yeah, like nothing's mixing well. So I'm like, what the hell? So watch, this is the new one I bought. Expiry dates are a lie at this point, because I've had, and the fridge is not the cause, because, you know, nothing down there gets spoiled. So or it could just be my higher energy. Who knows? That's causing things to spoil quickly because it can't handle my energy. So I'm about to break my fast right now. We're definitely 18 hours in. So I finished eating that peanut butter slice at 6:56 yesterday. So that was the last thing I put in my gut. Barely drank any water. Let's see. Yeah, see? It's already mixing well. I barely have to mix this one. Whenever there's like powder at the top of the rim here, I know it's not, something's up. But when there's no powder and I shake it for a little, I know this is what it's supposed to be like. Cheers, y'all. Oh yeah, this is what it's supposed to taste like. Not bad, it's good. Delicious. So now the question is, do I go shower first and then eat, or do I eat first and then shower? Holy mother of God, it's cold as shit out here. Yeah, we're not going outside for that walk today. I don't feel it. I'm good.
True Gnostic knowledge cannot be transmitted through words or scriptures. It happens as a transformative event in the very being of the initiate. When Valentinus taught his disciples in Alexandria, he wasn't passing on information, but
I'm gonna leave this here.
internal processes of awakening. Through specific combinations of fasting, vigil, contemplation, and recitation of words of power, the practitioner's subtle
I'll be
visuals
back.
were progressively refined until direct perception of spiritual reality became possible. Blavatsky explains in The Secret Doctrine that there are 7 keys to interpreting all sacred texts.
7 keys.
And that Gnosticism especially preserved the psychological and physiological keys. Each mythical narrative simultaneously describes cosmic processes and transformations that occur within the practitioner themselves. The fall of Sophia is not just a cosmological event, but a drama that repeats in every soul that
I'm gonna go shower.
its imprisoned condition. The archons, governors of the planetary spheres in Gnostic cosmology, represent psychic forces that keep human consciousness imprisoned in material appetites and illusions. Each archon governs a specific passion: anger, lust, envy, fear, pride, greed, and sloth. To ascend through the spheres and return to the pleroma, the Gnostic must conquer each of these forces, not through suppression, but through conscious transmutation. Simon Magus publicly demonstrated the powers acquired through gnosis, levitation, materialization, and clairvoyance. Blavatsky explains that these phenomena result naturally when the higher principles of man are awakened and integrated. What seems like a miracle to common consciousness is simply the operation of higher natural laws accessible to those who have completed the Gnostic transformation. The final goal of the Gnostic path, the reintegration of the spark with the divine pleroma, doesn't mean extinction of individuality, but its infinite expansion. The realized Gnostic maintains their unique identity while consciously participating in divine totality. They become, in Blavatsky's words, a self-conscious center in the ocean of universal consciousness. Gnostic knowledge is, therefore, something you become, not something you possess. Telepathy and clairvoyance prove that our consciousness functions in dimensions that materialist science still cannot measure. When someone shares thoughts without words or perceives events in distant locations, they're demonstrating that consciousness is not limited to the physical brain. Helena Blavatsky, in The Secret Doctrine, establishes that the brain functions only as an instrument of reception and transmission for a consciousness that exists in more subtle planes of reality. Blavatsky describes in her work how all individual minds exist within an ocean of universal consciousness. She calls this primordial mental substance, or akasha, the subtle ether through which thoughts and emotions propagate like waves. Each apparently separate mind is in reality a temporary vortex in this consciousness ocean, maintaining individuality while remaining fundamentally connected to the whole. According to The Secret Doctrine, primitive humanity possessed these telepathic faculties as a natural condition. In the early evolutionary stages, before the full development of articulated speech, communication occurred through the direct transfer of mental images and emotional impressions. The development of analytical intellect and verbal language, while representing progress in certain aspects, resulted in the progressive dormancy of these more subtle capacities. Clairvoyance reveals something even more fundamental. Linear time constitutes only the limited mode in which we process a reality that exists simultaneously in all its temporal expressions. Blavatsky explains that in the plane of the eternal present, past, present, and future coexist as an indivisible whole. The developed clairvoyant manages to elevate their consciousness to this atemporal plane and observe events that, for common perception, haven't happened yet, or have already passed. The Akashic records described in The Secret Doctrine represent this cosmic memory where every thought, emotion, and action leaves permanent impressions. Blavatsky explains that the astral light functions as a universal photosensitive substance that automatically preserves images of all events. The trained clairvoyant learns to tune their perception with these Akashic impressions, reading them like someone examining photographs in an infinite cosmic library. The sevenfold constitution of the human being, as Blavatsky details, explains the mechanism of these phenomena. The mental body, one of the subtle vehicles that interpenetrate the physical body, serves as the natural organ of telepathy. When two mental bodies vibrate at harmonic frequencies, thought transfer occurs instantaneously, independent of physical distance. The Buddhic principle, even more subtle, completely transcends spatio-temporal limitations and allows true clairvoyance. Blavatsky insists that these phenomena operate according to precise natural laws, only at levels of reality that current scientific instruments don't reach. Just as X-rays always existed but were only discovered when we developed means to detect them, the subtle dimensions of consciousness await future scientific recognition. What seems supernatural is simply the natural operating beyond the limits of ordinary perception. The sensation of
I should make it
mental
back before it's
isolation that
done.
we consider normal constitutes, according to The Secret Doctrine, a temporary anomaly in human development. During the process of individualization, necessary for the development of self-consciousness, humanity plunged deeply into matter and temporarily lost perception of its essential unity. We live at the densest point of this plunge, where the illusion of separation reaches its maximum. The spontaneous cases of telepathy, the mother who instantly feels when her child suffers an accident, the twins who share sensations despite distance, demonstrate that mental connections remain active below the threshold of waking consciousness. Blavatsky explains that intense emotional states can temporarily break the psychic barriers that normally block these perceptions, allowing the reality of mental interconnection to manifest. In The Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky establishes that human evolution follows a great arc: descent into matter for the acquisition of individualized experience, followed by conscious ascent carrying the acquired knowledge. We're currently beginning the ascending phase, and the growing interest in psychic phenomena signals the beginning of the collective reawakening of these dormant faculties. Every thought creates disturbances in the collective mental field, subtly influencing all other minds. Every emotion resonates through the universal telepathic network, contributing to what Blavatsky calls the psychic atmosphere of humanity. We are never truly alone or isolated. This is the great illusion that telepathy and clairvoyance dispel. The controlled development of these faculties represents the next evolutionary step of the human species. It's not about acquiring new powers, but awakening capacities that have always existed in a latent state. Blavatsky prophesies in The Secret Doctrine that future humanity will operate consciously with these expanded perceptions, transcending current limitations of communication and directly perceiving the fundamental unity of all life. The question is not whether this will happen, but when each individual will choose to begin this awakening. The Sephiroth of Kabbalah solve the fundamental paradox of existence. How can the absolute infinite create a finite world and continue being infinite? How can perfect unity become multiplicity without losing its unified nature? Helena Blavatsky, in The Secret Doctrine, recognizes in Hebrew Kabbalah one of the most precise expressions of universal esoteric wisdom, a detailed map of how divine consciousness unfolds from the unknowable absolute to the dense matter we experience as physical reality. The Ein Sof, that which has no end, represents in Kabbalah the absolute infinite before any manifestation. Blavatsky identifies this concept with the unmanifested absolute of Eastern philosophies, that primordial reality that transcends all human comprehension. It cannot be described because it's beyond all qualities. It's neither light nor darkness, neither great nor small. It neither exists nor ceases to exist. It's the pure potentiality from which everything emerges and to which everything returns. For creation to be possible, this infinite needs somehow to create space for the finite to exist. Kabbalah solves this mystery through the concept of voluntary divine contraction. Imagine the infinite as unlimited light filling absolutely everything. For something besides itself to exist, it needs to retract part of its light, create a zone where its plenitude is not totally manifest. It's not that the infinite diminishes, it voluntarily veils part of itself so that limited experience can be possible. The 10 Sephiroth are the stages through which this infinite light progressively densifies until it becomes the material world. Think of them as cosmic electrical transformers. Each one reduces the divine voltage to levels that creation can bear without being instantly annihilated. The first, called Crown, is the initial point where the infinite begins to manifest. Then follow wisdom and understanding, forming the upper triad. Then come mercy and severity, establishing the rhythm of expansion and contraction. Beauty harmonizes these opposites in the center. Victory and splendor project this harmony. Foundation consolidates all forces. The kingdom is our physical world. Blavatsky explains in The Secret Doctrine that this tree-like structure, the tree of life, doesn't just map the outer cosmos, but also our internal constitution. Every human being is a complete replica of this cosmic tree. The energy centers in our subtle body, which Easterners call chakras, correspond to the Sephiroth. Our spinal column is the trunk of this inner tree, and divine energy circulates through it continuously. The most revolutionary concept of Kabbalah: every fragment of creation contains the complete pattern of the whole. Like a hologram where each piece preserves the entire image, each sephira contains all the others in different proportions. This means that you, at this moment, contain within yourself the complete structure of the universe. Not symbolically, literally. The same pattern that organizes galaxies organizes the atoms in your body. The Kabbalists describe 4 worlds or dimensions of reality that exist simultaneously. The world of pure emanation, where everything is still unity. The world of creation, where the first archetypes arise. The world of formation, where these archetypes gain structure. And finally, the world of action, our physical reality. Blavatsky demonstrates that these are not distant places, but different densities of the same reality, like vapor, water, and ice, are different states of the same substance. In The Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky emphasizes that Kabbalah offers practical methods for consciously navigating between these worlds. Through meditation on the Sephiroth, visualization of the paths that connect them, and work with the Hebrew letters considered sacred, the practitioner learns to elevate their consciousness through the different densities of reality, not as an escape from the physical world, but as an experiential understanding that the physical is only the outermost layer of a multidimensional reality. Our material world, according to this Kabbalistic vision that Blavatsky confirms, literally consists of divine thoughts that have condensed until they became solid. Every object around you began as a pure idea in the divine mind, gained archetypal form, developed energetic structure, and finally crystallized into matter. The chair where you sit, the words you hear, your own body, everything is divine consciousness vibrating at frequencies so low that they seem solid. Divine energy constantly descends from crown to kingdom, vivifying all creation at every instant. Simultaneously, evolutionary consciousness ascends from kingdom to crown, returning to the source with accumulated experience. This bidirectional flow is what keeps the universe in existence. If it stopped for a moment, all manifestation would instantly dissolve back into the infinite. Our physical world is only the most condensed and crystallized form of processes that begin in dimensions of pure consciousness. Everything we see and touch is a divine thought that became so dense it turned into matter. And because each part contains the whole, you have potential access to all levels of this reality. The question is not whether you can reach the infinite, you're already an expression of it. The question is, when will you recognize this? Helena Blavatsky demonstrates in The Secret Doctrine that esoteric ideas function as underground currents that shape important historical events while remaining carefully omitted from official narratives. She traces lineages of occult knowledge crossing centuries, passing from initiate to initiate, silently influencing kings, scientists, artists, and revolutionaries. These currents carry the same central knowledge. Every human being possesses direct access to the divine through specific mystical practices without need for institutional intermediation. Blavatsky reveals how Masonic symbols appear consistently at crucial moments in Western history. The French Revolution, beyond political insurrection, represented the emergence of initiatic ideas about fundamental spiritual equality among beings. In Masonic lodges, long before the fall of the Bastille, Hermetic teachings circulated about the divine spark present in every individual, a concept that directly challenged the divine right of kings. Voltaire, member of the Lodge of the Nine Sisters, propagated ideas about religious tolerance derived from the esoteric recognition that all religions emanate from the same primordial source. In The Secret Doctrine, Blavatsky establishes that the Renaissance resulted directly from the influx of Hermetic knowledge preserved in Byzantium. When Constantinople fell in 1453, Byzantine scholars brought manuscripts containing the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus to Florence. Cosimo de' Medici ordered Marsilio Ficino to interrupt his translation of Plato to first translate the Corpus Hermeticum, recognizing its superior importance. Hermetic ideas about man as a microcosm of the universe and the possibility of spiritual ascension through knowledge catalyzed the cultural transformation that followed. Leonardo da Vinci incorporated sacred geometry and esoteric proportions in his works, studying alchemical and anatomical texts forbidden by the Church. His flying machines and visionary projects emerged from his Hermetic understanding of correspondences between planes of existence. Michelangelo hid Kabbalistic symbols in the Sistine Chapel ceiling, transmitting initiatic knowledge through apparently orthodox images. Blavatsky documents how Isaac Newton dedicated decades to the study of alchemy and esoteric biblical chronology, leaving manuscripts where he describes matter as God's sensorium, a concept identical to what she presents about the consciousness nature of physical reality. His laws of physics emerged from his quest to understand the mechanisms through which the divine operates in the material world. The Royal Society, the scientific institution he presided over, had its origin in Rosicrucian circles dedicated to the joint study of science and occultism. The Theosophical Society, founded by Blavatsky, became itself one of these underground currents influencing history. Annie Besant, Blavatsky's successor, actively worked in India's independence movement, promoting the idea that Eastern spiritual wisdom had value equal to or greater than Western materialism. Gandhi studied theosophical texts and incorporated the concept of fundamental unity of all religions into his political philosophy. Blavatsky explains in The Secret Doctrine that these occult influences operate through what she calls collective mental impression. Esoteric ideas are released at specific moments by those who guard ancient knowledge, creating ripples in collective consciousness that gradually alter dominant thinking. A mystical concept presented symbolically in art prepares the collective mind to accept it scientifically generations later. The modernist artistic movement demonstrates this influence clearly. Kandinsky, after reading The Secret Doctrine, developed theories about the need for art to express invisible spiritual realities. Mondrian, also a theosophist, created his geometric compositions, seeking to reveal the fundamental structures of reality described by Blavatsky. Scriabin composed symphonies based on correspondences between sounds and colors derived from esoteric teachings about spiritual synesthesia. Blavatsky identifies a recurring pattern. Apparently rational and materialist movements extract energy from deep mystical impulses. The theory of evolution echoes esoteric teachings about emanation and progressive development of consciousness through forms. Deep psychology rediscovers territories mapped centuries ago by occultists under different names. Quantum physics approaches concepts about the illusory nature of matter present in millennial esoteric traditions. Why do these occult currents persist despite centuries of attempts at eradication? Blavatsky answers, because they correspond to fundamental needs of the human soul that no purely materialist system can satisfy. The yearning for transcendence, the search for meaning beyond the material, the impulse to connect with higher dimensions. These characteristics define human consciousness as much as reason or emotion. The transformative implication. Visible history constitutes only the surface of much deeper processes occurring in collective consciousness. Every scientific discovery, every social revolution, every artistic movement reflects changes happening first in the subtle planes of existence. The true architects of history operate in these invisible planes, sowing ideas that will flower in future epochs. Every change begins with understanding your role as co-creator, and the only way to connect with this divine intelligence is through meditation. We've developed a set of audio tools to help you access this state of higher consciousness. To learn more and get immediate access, click on the link on the screen or in the comments. If this video resonated with you, write in the comments, "It made sense to me."
I knew it was done. All right, I'm back. I don't know if it just finished. I'll put on something else in the meantime. This is our other sister. Think in terms of frequencies to manifest so it feels like it's cheating. Is this her newer video, Sadaf?
People who can manifest faster than anyone else,
Yep.
they are not thinking in terms of strategy or mindset.
She's
They
good.
are thinking in terms of
You'll like Sadaf.
frequencies. And this is what
I'll be
I'm
back.
going to talk to you about today. In order to manifest faster than anything you can imagine, you have to think in terms of frequencies. And I want to go deeper into how to move into frequency so that you collapse time, you bend reality, you move in the energy of
It's all about conviction.
desire. So the first thing I want to talk to you about, the secret. Most people, they cannot manifest because they're only thinking about the physical plane. They only think about the 3D. They want the car, they want the home, they want the love, they want to attract abundance, but they are only focused on the 3D. They are only think about the material. And I want you to know that as a human being, we are not just operating on a physical plane. As a human being, we are operating in three different planes: the physical plane, the intellectual plane, and the spiritual plane. So the spiritual plane has the higher consciousness, higher awareness. It goes from 5D and beyond. So we can keep moving. It's an infinite consciousness that we can move into. And when I talk about consciousness, I also mean frequencies, because it is all frequencies. And every time we shift into higher frequencies, we are shifting into higher consciousness. So just understand, as a being, as a human being, we are not only just in physical.
When she said intellectual, she means mental as well.
Plane. So let's talk about the intellectual plane. I want you to know that
Mental plane.
intellectual plane is not just, I'm talking about the mind. The brain that we have, it is created not to keep you happy, but it is created for you to
Safety. See? Safe. I said it before she even said it. All right, I'll be back. I'm going to get food.
Of the past. It is a software that creates all the memories, what happened, how it happened, to remember things. It is just a data. And this is why the mind is not designed for happiness, it is designed for safety. So when I'm talking about intellectual plane, I am talking about the higher mind. The higher mind is not the mind that keeps the memory. The higher mind is the one that gives you imagination, that gives you that visualization, that gives you that inspiration, that gives you that insight. The insight comes from the higher mind. It doesn't come from our actual mind that keeps the data. It comes from the higher mind. And that's what I'm talking about when I say intellectual plane. It is the higher mind. And this is so powerful, the intellectual plane, because when we imagine, when we visualize, when we think about what we desire, we can program our actual mind through the higher mind. This is where the power lies, because when we are stuck in the past, we are stuck in our actual mind. We are thinking back all the memories, all the fear, all the challenge, all the pain. But when we operate from the higher mind, the intellectual mind, that can send signal through the frequencies to the actual mind to shift itself, to reprogram itself to the new memory, to the new idea. This is how we program the subconscious. We bring it from imagination to the actual mind. So I want to give you example of the power of the mind, because the intellectual mind has so much power. And I'm going to share how we reprogram our actual mind to be open to receive what we desire. So many months ago, I was watching this video of this tennis match that basically showed that it was happening in Australia. So there was this big lizard that came to that tennis match, and everybody was like chasing the lizard, and it was huge. I never saw such a big lizard. It was huge lizard, and as soon as I saw it, I got scared. I was like, oh my god. And it kind of impacted me in a certain way. So this video was like few minutes long, and I saw that, I got kind of freaked out about seeing this big lizard. And obviously, that memory was fed in my mind. But I also started thinking about this lizard, like through my imagination, I was thinking about this big lizard. I was using my intellectual mind, the higher mind, to imagine and visualize this big lizard. And that was a few months ago. So I'm just sharing with you the power of the mind here. So I saw that, right? And then after a few days, I forgot about it, but it was in my mind. And I went somewhere, I used the trains. I had to go somewhere to an event, and I used the train. It was really far away. I went to that place. And when I got off the train, and I want you to know, I live in the UK. It's cold. UK doesn't have any lizard. It's a cold country. London is cold, and I lived in London all my life. So this lizard was in my mind, and I visualized it, I imagined it for only for a few seconds, and it freaked me out. And here I am going to this event via train. I reach that place, I get off the train, and I was standing on the platform.
Just seeing what she's saying.
This is crazy. And like I said, London doesn't have any lizards. So for us to even imagine or see lizard anywhere, it is impossible. As soon as that train left, on the wall, there were big sculpture. They were not a tiny, big sculpture of lizards. Not one, there were like 3 or 4 or 5, something big sculpture on the wall, like 3D sculpture of lizards. Just exactly what I saw.
This is how it works.
Crazy, because I lived in London all my life. I've been to every single station in London. I've used every single train in London. I never saw anything like it. I never saw a lizard. You know, it just doesn't exist. Don't have that. So I've never seen it. But just because I imagined it, I felt it, I freaked out. So it was in my mind, it was in my memory, came from that visual that I saw on the TV, came in my mind, saw it, and it was projected. I saw it physically outside, as a sculpture. And that is the power of our mind. That is the power of the intellectual mind.
The laws, the universe is mental, the all is mind, and the mind is all.
Into the reality, it shows up. And as we already know this quote, if you can think in your mind, you can hold it in your hand.
Yep.
That is the power of the mind. And that day, I was blown away with how quickly I manifested that experience that I saw on a TV in showing in Australia, and that impacted me deeply. Just few seconds of that video impacted me deeply, and I thought about it, I visualized it, I saw it, I created a memory, and that manifested in physical reality by me seeing that sculpture in London, which I've never seen before. And I've lived in London all my life. So just imagine the power of our intellectual mind, that we can manifest, we can bring it into our 3D reality. This is why this is very important plane. It is very important plane to bring it into the 3D. This is why we have to understand that this connection is very important. A lot of people, they skip when they are highly spiritual and awakened. They go here. They are in a spiritual plane. They are in higher consciousness. They're operating. They're feeling happy. They're feeling joyful. They're experiencing this spiritual plane, but they cannot manifest it in physical plane because they skip. They skip the intellectual mind. They skip it. And this is why we have to understand, in order to manifest, we must realize we are operating on all these three planes. We are operating. We might be unconscious of this plane. This is why it doesn't manifest. And we might be not using the spiritual plane much. And this is why we don't manifest. We must know we are multi-dimensional. We are operating in all dimensions at the same time, and that is the key. We are operating in all dimension in all time, because from a universe perspective, from divine perspective, there is no time. This is why we are operating in all dimension every single second, every single moment, whether we realize it, whether we don't realize it. When we don't realize it, we are unconscious. We are unconsciously operating. But when we realize it, when we become awakened, when we understand the depth of these planes, we consciously operate. And when we consciously operate, that's when we 100x, that's when we make manifestation faster. Like I just did within few days. Saw lizard, manifested in my physical reality instantly, like within few days. That is crazy. And I know people, I know someone who
Got my food.
visualized, and she was operating from this idea of wanting to have peacock in her garden. And this lady, she was so into believing that she was visualizing, she was
This is like me with the pink car and the Supra.
that one day, not one, two peacocks, they were in her garden. How? We don't know. But they were. There were two peacocks showed up in her garden. She lived in this space where there were a lot of field and it was an open space, and somehow, and it is crazy. It is crazy. This is why we cannot manifest from the logic. We have to go beyond logic. Manifestation doesn't work from logic. If you are skeptical, if you like to see the evidence of everything before you believe in it, then you are operating from logic. And when we operate from logic, we are disconnected with the higher planes. We are in disassociation. We are disconnected with that. We are only in physical plane. And physical plane cannot show you something that is beyond your logic. Physical plane cannot manifest something that to a person that does not believe something that they do not see. This is why we have to start going beyond logic. We have to start believing in the unseen. And this is where the faith is. Faith is unseen.
This is the knowing, true conviction.
So deeply that we disregard the physical. We disregard the circumstances. That's when you bend time, that's when you bend reality, when you can disregard the physical, what is happening in the moment, with that deep belief in the unseen that you know deeply that it is going to happen for you. This is why faith is important. This is why we have
True
to
faith
have
is conviction.
strong faith in order to manifest.
True faith is conviction.
To go beyond logic, faith allows you to go beyond your physical plane to really know that universe is working in your favor, divine is making everything happen for you, and that's when we can disregard the circumstances.
You're making it for yourself. Little correction there.
Their physical reality, their life, and they keep choosing that. They keep thinking that my life sucks, nothing works out for me, people are annoying, people are triggering, I don't like it, I don't want to be here. So they are so attached to the physical because that's what they see, and they cannot go beyond that. When we are stuck observing what is happening, we cannot connect to the intellectual mind, we cannot connect to the spiritual plane because we are so focused on the circumstances, what is happening. The truth is, you can disregard the circumstances and really be in that intellectual mind and a higher frequency in a spiritual plane, that whatever is happening, you are in disconnection and disregarding. When you disregard and disconnect and you are really in connection with the higher truth, you know that everything you desire is going to work out, and you are moving in that direction with faith. And also, this is very important. Some people think they can just think about it and yet they can manifest. You have to move.
Yes.
You have to take a aligned step towards your desire.
Yep.
You cannot just think about it and manifest. For example, this lizard example that I gave you, the lizard did not come in my house. I mean, if it did, it would freak me out. Thank God it didn't. But I had to travel somewhere. I was going somewhere.
Exactly.
I was not expecting to see lizard. It was already fed into my mind. It was already imagined through my higher mind. I was not attached to seeing lizard. But because I visualized it, I saw it, it affected me. I manifested it. I had to travel and I saw it. It manifested. So this is why it is important to realize aligned action has to come through. We cannot manifest just sitting in one place and expecting money to flow from the sky to on our lap. It's not going to happen. Yeah. It's just not going to happen. Exactly. We have to know that we have to make certain moves. We have to seek out opportunities that are in alignment with who we are. Yep. And when we do that, that's when we collapse time. That's when we bend reality. That's when we operate from a higher self. By the way, I'm doing an event on 11/11 that is about business activation. So if you are someone who needs clarity on their vision, who is thinking about starting their own business through their soul calling, or who already has a business, if you are an entrepreneur, coach, healer, or if you are someone who wants to start, I am doing this event on 11/11, and where I'm going to give you clarity on how to shift into receiving more, be more abundant, and have that vision and clarity so that you are able to build brand that creates bigger impact, that creates bigger income. And what does that require you so that you are able to shift into the energy and frequency to be able to have it with ease, so that you have the vision, so that you have the insights to be able to hold that vision with ease. So if you're interested in that, you can click the link below to register for that event that is happening on 11/11. And let's get back to the video. So I mentioned that I will share with you how to reprogram. So when we visualize something,
Deprogram.
the way the mind, the subconscious gets reprogrammed is when we can visualize it, but also we can bring it to the feeling, the emotion, the feeling. So I saw lizard on the TV, this big lizard made me feel something. It created an emotion, it created a feeling. I freaked out. I was like, oh my God, that had a strong emotion. So that's how we reprogram. We have to have strong, big visualization, big vision with strong emotion that can carry, that can bring it to the physical. That's how we bring it to the physical, the strong emotion. And when we feel something, that's how the consciousness shift. That's how the subconscious gets reprogrammed. So the feeling is that allows the manifestation to come into the 3D. We cannot just think about it, we have to actually feel it in our body in any way. So, for example, if you want to be a speaker, for example, but you don't feel aligned, you feel fear, you feel scarcity, you feel like you are not worthy or you're not enough to be a speaker, you're not perfect enough. And if you've been imagining and visualizing yourself as a speaker on a stage, speaking in front of 10,000, 5,000 people, and you are visualizing, you're seeing, you want to manifest that. And then if you want to make it a 3D, you could, knowing that this is your higher vision and this is what you desire, you could go and stand up in front of 100 people and give a speech and speak in front of 100 people. That will make you feel something. Yep. That will create emotion, that may bring excitement, that may bring anxiety. And through that experience, you will collapse the fear. You will collapse the past. You will bend reality. You will shift into higher frequency. You will feel different. And that experience will manifest a bigger opportunity. And in that moment, you collapsed everything. You collapsed the fear. You collapsed the anxiety. You chose to speak in front of certain people. 100 people, 50 people, 20 people, whatever. But you chose to stand up and give that speech. That's how you start reprogramming. Your mind now knows. Your mind, your subconscious now knows what you desire. You brought it from the intellectual, the higher mind, into the 3D. You created an emotion. You created a feeling. And this is the fastest way to manifest. You create the vision and then you bring it to the 3D by that aligned step, by creating that emotion, by putting yourself out there, by showing up. And as soon as you do that, you would be surprised the kind of opportunities that will show up for you, because now you're open for being a speaker. Because you collapse certain fears, you collapse certain trauma and pain by standing in front of people, by speaking your truth. You collapse those certain judgment and illusions that were created through fear. And when you do that, you will be open to the opportunities, and you will be surprised the kind of thing that will show up for you, the kind of opportunity that show up for you, that you were like, well, I never seeked that, but people will come. Because energetically, you are open. Now you're open to be a speaker. Now you energetically, you are in alignment to be a speaker. And that is the power of reprogramming, shifting, being in touch with the higher mind, operating in a higher frequency, and that's how you shift it. So with that, I want you to know that these type of work, manifestation, is not based on evidence-based. A lot of people get stuck. I need evidence. I need evidence to be able to believe it. But the work that I do, the work that manifestation works, the work that actually shifts your life, transform your life, it is energetic-based. It's not evidence-based, it's energetic-based. Because ultimately, you are energy. You are frequency. And when you know that, when you operate like a frequency, because universe doesn't understand your words, it understands your frequency.
Sure does.
This is why when you are in scarcity, when you are in fear, when you are in doubt, you are operating in lack. And when we operate in lack, we send the frequency of lack to the universe, and universe mirrors that lack back to you. Whatever you give gets back to you. Yeah. That's how the universe works. It's just a mirror. It's mirroring your frequency. So whatever you give, you get it back. So the next thing I want to talk to you about is the frequency paradigm, the actual frequency of paradigm. And this is so important that I cannot tell you how important that is. And this is the reason why people do not manifest. This is the reason why people stay stuck in survival. This is the reason why people cannot have what they desire. It's because they do not understand the paradigm, how it works. Like I said earlier, In every moment, you are operating on different dimension. There's a different version of you that is operating on different dimension at all time. If you remember something from this video, this is it. You are operating in all dimension at all time. It may not make sense to you because when we are in physical plane, we don't understand these ancient spiritual concept, but from a higher perspective, we are consistently operating in different dimension at all time, because there's different version of you at different dimension. So let me explain what I mean. So I've just put this here because there's no space. But what I want you to know, imagine as a child, somebody gone through certain pain, challenge, trauma, maybe they were neglected, maybe they were abandoned, maybe they've experienced some traumatic events as a child. So, and then they grow up, they become an adult, they start working, they achieve certain goals, they get a good job, they are working. And even though they are an adult, even though they moved timeline, so now as an adult, you would think that they would think differently. They will be different because they are adult, they are no longer a child. But if this person has gone through trauma and they've experienced traumatic events, they will keep going back. I should have made it this longer. But they will keep going back to the dimension of when they were a child. They will keep going back to that dimension when they were little. This is why someone can be, doesn't matter how old they are, they could be in their 60s or 70s or 80s, but they could still feel the pain of what happened in their childhood, how their parents treated, what they experienced. They could still feel the pain even when they are 80 years old. And they could still feel and be stuck in this dimension. They will be stuck in this dimension. They will keep reliving the same dimension over and over, even though in a physical plane, they are 80-year-old, for example. In a physical world, they are now 80-year-old. But through the dimension they are accessing their child self. They're accessing when they were little. They're accessing the emotion when they were little. They're accessing the feeling, the trauma, the events that happened when they were little. They're accessing through dimension. They are going back. They are going back. Doesn't matter in physical plane how old they are. They might be 80-year-old, but they will be accessing what happened. And I know people personally who are in their 60s and 70s, and they still talk about what happened in their childhood. They still are talking about, with a lot of pain, that what their parents did and how their parents treated them and what happened. And they are so stuck when they were little, when they were 13, when they were 14, and they were so stuck in that they keep reliving the same thing over and over. They keep feeling the same pain over and over, and they feel depressed, they feel sad. And it is sad to see that, but they cannot get out of it. They just keep reliving it over and over, over and over, over and over. That's what I mean. In a physical plane, you can be any age, but you can access past dimension, the older dimension, the lower dimension, or you can access the higher dimension, the higher frequencies, the higher consciousness. You have the choice. And this person that I'm talking about, their parents passed away. Their parents no longer in physical plane, but this person is sad, is very upset, feels a lot of resentment and anger towards their parents, and their parents are no longer in physical body. They are no longer existing in this planet, on this physical planet. So can you see that we can move ahead in timeline, and we can be in a different age, and every year we are shifting, and maybe a different age and a different age on a physical plane, but we can be in a lower dimension. We can be in a lower timelines by keep reliving the same experience over and over. And that is the reason the manifestation doesn't happen. That is the reason we cannot move ahead. We cannot shift the frequency. We cannot be in alignment with a higher consciousness because we keep reliving the same pain, the same trauma, the same event over and over. So basically, we are accessing this. We are constantly accessing this. And this is why we can maybe in a moment we can be in higher frequency and we are very conscious and very aware and we are moving in that higher frequency and we feeling peace and bliss, but then something happens, something triggers, something affects, and then we go back, we start reliving as our child self. We start reliving the trauma, the event that happened, the things that happened, and then we start getting into that pain and feeling that fear and feeling that anxiety and feeling sorry for ourselves. And we keep repeating that over and over, over and over. This is why. This is why we cannot remain in higher frequencies. This is why we cannot manifest what we desire, because we keep going back to our past self. We keep accessing lower dimensions. We keep moving in. And this is the pattern most human beings go through, that they cannot move ahead. They get stuck. They cannot move forward because they keep accessing the previous dimensions. In order to shift completely, permanently, release it fully, is you have to heal it. You have to actually heal the deep rooted wounds that are keeping you stuck in these lower dimensions. And we do not heal from a place of ignoring what happened, because some people create this association. Yes, what happened, happened. I didn't have any control. I can't do anything. So they create this association with their past self, their child self, but actually they are accessing through their emotion, through their energetic field. They keep going back to that, whether they admit it, whether they don't admit it. This is why acknowledging, embracing, and accepting through healing, releasing, that's how we release. We cannot release it by dismissing. We cannot dismiss what happened. We have to actually go through it. We have to actually release it fully, to release that trauma from our subconscious, from our energetic field, from our subconscious mind, from our cellular system. When we release it, that's when we can activate the higher frequencies. That's when we can activate the higher self. And then we can embody. Then we can take aligned action. Then we can embody our truth, our divine self, our divine identity, in order to operate in a world like the magnet who attracts everything that it desires. The magnet that allows everything for it to come through with ease, with effortlessness, with flow. Most people hustle, they work hard, they try harder, they push themselves more, they get burnt out because they are in disconnection. They are holding on to certain trauma, certain pain, and they are trying to manifest something in a physical plane. And it is a lot of push because they are constantly in attachment with their past self, their past pain, and they're trying and pushing and pushing and pushing to try to make things work and to be successful. Ultimately, we gotta release it, and we start moving up in a higher mind, in a spiritual plane, and we keep going up and up and up, and start embodying and bringing that to the 3D through our emotions, through aligned action. And then we start becoming the frequency of our desired reality. We become the owner of our own frequency, and we move into that energy and frequency with that knowing that everything that I think about, everything that I bring from my higher mind, it manifests itself in a physical plane. And I've had experiences that I can't even explain. They are beyond logic experiences, that how I cannot explain to you how they come through, but they come through when you are in alignment with your higher self, when you are embodying that higher frequency. You experience things that you cannot explain. For example, me meeting a producer who wants to make a movie on my story. So that has been manifested without me trying, without me knowing how to, without me having any connection with any film industry. I don't have any connection. I don't know anyone. But me meeting a director and producer who wanting to make movie on my story, that is beyond logic. That is energetics. That is not evidence. That is not logic. That is beyond logic stuff. That is bending reality. That is manifesting something that we cannot understand. We don't know. Because logically, I didn't know anyone. I don't have any connections. I have no idea, but that happened because I was operating from that aligned frequency of my manifested self, the higher self, who is living a life of this woman who is operating everything that is happening with ease and effortlessness. So people just come to me. People come to me. How they come to me, I don't know. I cannot explain that to you. This is not the logical video. It is the high frequency video. It is the energy that manifests itself. And when we understand that our energy, our frequency that is manifesting itself over and over, we start shifting. We start releasing. We know that we must release it in order to manifest. And if we are refusing to release it, if we are refusing and avoiding to heal it, then we are the one who are sabotaging it. We are the one who are keeping our manifestation away. So we must be okay with, we must understand that. So every time we push it away, every time we say next year or next time or in 3 months or 6 months, we are actually pushing our manifestation. We are pushing the blessings away because God wants to give you. But the question is, are you ready to receive it?
Bar.
Are you open to receive it? Have you created a vessel to receive it? God doesn't want to punish you. God doesn't want you to stay stuck.
Exactly.
God doesn't want you to suffer. God wants you to receive. But the question is, are you ready? Because most people cannot have what they want because they are themselves are not ready. They are themselves pushing it away. They are themselves avoiding it. They are themselves will not own their truth. So we cannot blame God for what we are not owning, what we are not seeing, what we are not allowing ourselves to experience it. We experience it by allowing ourselves. This is why God has given us higher mind, intellectual mind, the different dimension that we are operating. It's all been given. Miracle happens every day when we know this, when we realize it, when we operate from as a multi-dimensional being rather than just physical being. Because we are multidimensional, and that is the truth of your being. That's who you are. You are magical. And when we realize this truth that we are magical, magic happens. And anyone who is logical will call it crazy, but actually it happens. Magic happens every single day. The question is, are we open to receive? Are we ready to receive that? So I trust this video has given you everything that you need. So with that, if you are ready to shift, if you are ready to manifest, if you are ready to operate from your higher self, I would invite you to click the link below to apply for my mentoring. Other than that, like this video if you like this video and subscribe to my channel. And may the light in me reaches the light in you.
Yeah, we don't need to do all of that, but yes. I gave her a like. And, you know, I support her energetically. Good job, sister. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Jim Carrey reunites with child star from The Grinch for the first time in 25 years. Wow. That's wild. Good job, sister. You did well. You did good. And for that, I say thank you. And I will give you a hype. There you go. You got a hype from me. I'm going to download the video. There's a couple of downloads I'm going to do. Do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Where are you? Nope. too much tabs. Too many tabs open. Right there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Oh. So what I'm going to do now is you are everything and everything is you. Boop, boop, doop. Hey, what's up? All is great. We were actually thinking about you a couple days ago. We were like, me and T-Ray were like, where is this guy? We haven't seen him in a while. You probably went through another dark night of soul, or you're probably just like focusing on you. All's gravy, bro. All's divine as fuck. It's just cold as shit. Snow is outside. Wet outside. Yeah, all's good. Yep. I just didn't see you were there because I was downloading some YouTube content onto my tablet. Because, yeah, I don't desire to be too much on YouTube. And if I ever desire to go back to a video, I can do that. You good, though? I don't know if you're even here. I'm going to download this jump rope play out video here. That's the beauty. Ah, you're back. I didn't even know you left. I was saying I was downloading videos. Oops. I already downloaded that one. Just so I can have it on my tablet. I don't spend too much time on YouTube as much. But all is divine. So where have you disappeared to? What was happening in that time? I trust everything was good during that time. I'm just grabbing this 1,000-calorie jump rope 1 hour play out that was released today, because it's one of those things like, if I don't have internet, I have the videos already loaded on my tablet. So like when I was in San Diego, when I was out in the cold and I was live streaming, by cold I mean in the early mornings, back at like 4:30 a.m., I had to have like I didn't have internet on my tablet, and you know, I was being I couldn't really tether at the time. Well, I could have. It would have been easier to tether, but I figure I already have this stuff on my tablet to do my exercises, and I'll just follow the routine. And so having the videos already downloaded pre-hand before anything is so much, it's so convenient, so fucking convenient. Nice, very good. Very, very good. What's the second business about? Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want to do that. We don't want to have that on our thing. AI Advantage Summit by Dean Graziosi. Dean Graziosi. Do this to manifest your dream life. Everybody, do this to manifest. 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 Do this to. There's too much manifestation stuff out there. And there's someone here who's like 3i Atlas, Ferhilion Cosmic Download Explained. Wow, they wrote shit down. That's looking pretty pretty intense. The space in between. Let's see. Using AI to find people that are shopping for a product service and retarget them via email, postcards, etc. Cool. Enjoy. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I'll be using AI to some degree with my business when the time arises. Not exactly sure how I'll be using it specifically. Is it going to be necessary? Well, it's probably to do automations for certain things. They'll definitely do automations. I manifested. Well, you calling them morons is calling yourself a moron. If that's what you're saying. Because remember, they're not separate from you. So you saying, I call you all third-dimensional humans, but that's really calling myself a third-dimensional human. You are a moron? Well, if you tell yourself you're a moron, then you're a fucking moron. But you're not. So you should be mindful of your words, boy. I don't care if you're joking around, just being serious, like for a moment. Pay close attention to those words. No, you're just a genius. You're not a moron. I'm the space of all. You're the space beyond the all. The all is limited. I'm going to bust your belief systems right now. I'm going to challenge everything that you think, and I'm going to make it even more powerful. You're the space of all? No, you're the space beyond the all. And you're the space beyond all that, because you can't even comprehend it with your third-dimensional thinking mind. How's them apples for you? You're beyond the all. You're the primordial and the infinite. The all doesn't even encompass the magnitude of what that is. You're the primordial and the infinite. You're the totality of the all and beyond that is. Does that sound better? That's still limited. Because you're that space, that still implies limitation. The fact that you put yourself in another box of limitation, that you're before the all and nothing, that means there's still something there, which means that's still a limitation. You go beyond that. Beyond there is no limit. Yeah. I'm limited? Nah, I'm not limited, bro. You're limited by you even saying that. That's your limitation. Don't think you can outsmart me, boy. I'm on next level mode, bro. I'm on whole other level, bro. I know your personality. It's like one of them battling types, but I'll put you in your place. Don't think that you can outsmart me. There's no way. There's no fucking way that you can outsmart me. But yeah, you are beyond anything you can even comprehend with that third dimensional thinking mind. You are the all, beyond the all, beyond the all, beyond the all, beyond the all. What else? You are... There's no word, basically. What's my human body doing? My human body is just chilling right now. It's just relaxing. But there was like a ringing earlier, so I was waiting to see what kind of insights I was getting. I'm just chilling. Even the I am is limited. It's not the I am, that's ego. Actually, no, that's spiritual pretentiousness right there. It's the we are. I am is all these I ams and slight workers and all this bullshit about I am. No, we are. We are. That encompasses all things, everything, the totality. We are. I am just implies you, and that's it. You and you alone. You're just pure consciousness. Pure consciousness. But we don't have human terms to explain really what we actually are. That's what I'm attempting to get at. We have no words. There are no words to explain what we actually truly are. Like every word is, you can call it limitless or even limited, because the power behind the word isn't enough to explain what we actually are. So that's why I always find the strongest, most powerful, most epic word you can possibly get to. So am I using words? Okay. There. Why are you typing words then? Angry? Not even close, boy. And the fact that you said spiritual ego, that just shows me that you're still operating from a third dimensional perspective, because you're still thinking that someone has spiritual ego. Are you angry, boy? I have nothing to be angry about. Nothing at all. Because I've come to a point in my journey where when I see people who operate, me and you are just kidding around right now. But when I see people who come on, and this is just a prime example of the past, of like when I had people who were actually acting with your pretending, right? Because you're pretending right now. We're just playing around right now. We're just having fun. But there were people who actually came on and they were like, I'm like, okay. Continue with your limitations. Get going. Peace out. I'm not here for your limitations. I know. I'm doing the same thing too. I always do that. I always challenge, but I also have fun in the process. Because there's no point, because to a lot of things, because everything is technically meaningless, but it doesn't mean that it's valueless. Yeah. That's why I'm very particular with who I spend my time with, what I'm hearing from what they're saying, and also the content that I listen to. Because there's a lot of people there are a lot of other versions of me who are still operating from a lower paradigm, even though, but they're on their journey. Because I once upon a time, shit, I need water. One sec, I require water. Once upon a time, I was operating from their paradigm as well too. And because of that, you know, I can see it clear as day. I can point it out. But of course, since it's part of their belief system, and their belief has been entertained with their identity, it'll light up the brain, the back of the brain, the amygdala and the basal ganglia, for a fight, flight, or freeze response. Because like it sounds like when someone's like, "You're the creator," but then someone's like, "I'm Christian," right? Or I'm Muslim, or I'm Buddhic, or not Buddhic, I'm Buddhist, or they're XYZ, because they've wrapped their identity with their beliefs. Their beliefs are separate entities from themselves, but because they wrap their beliefs, that's a belief that's been like tethered to their identity. It lights up the part of the brain and it feels like they're getting attacked, but it's actually the belief that's getting attacked, not the person. Hence why when someone's getting triggered, it's actually their belief. It's not them. But because their belief has intertwined itself with their identity, because they say, "I am XYZ and I am XYZ." And when they say they're XYZ, then because the beliefs has embodied the XYZ aspect, when I say XYZ, I'm just saying like, I am Christian, I am Muslim, I am ADHD. That's a big one. People defend their ADHD like it's a badge of honor. Some will say, "I am ADHD," and they create all this limitation. I have not run into any soul who uses their ADHD as infinite yet. Not yet. It is a gift indeed. But there is a paradigm that ADHD is an illusion. I mean, everything's technically an illusion. It's not actually real. But because how can the universe cross your wires in your brain differently than other people? But at the same time, that same goes for anybody with autism, right? Because like that's a thing too, right? There are people who are autistic, and we're not making fun of that because that's, you know, they have their gifts, right? But most people, when they're saying "I am ADHD," what they're implying, there's an energetic force behind when they're saying that I'm ADHD. Right? So that means that you must see me differently because I think differently. And most of the time, and this is potentially an assumption too, because it's what I feel from when people say I'm ADHD. They'll say that I'm ADHD, and then they cast a lot of either negative or very heavy emotions behind that. And because like being ADHD is considered not normal, even though there's nothing normal on this planet anyways. That's all subjective, right? Like I see ADHD as a gift. I see being on spectrum as a gift. I see being autistic a gift. You get to be more creative with things. But at the same token, it also doesn't exist. It's what you've told yourself in the end. I was like, what the hell's going on? The TV behind me is like super fucking loud. Like, where's the sound coming from? Thought I had like my Mac or something playing audio. But because, yeah, most people are, especially before when you came on, like when you came to the stream, there was plenty of people from so-called past, since that's also an illusion. When they came on, I would tell them, like, you know, this is just a perspective, take it or leave it, that you are the creator. You have the power in your hands right now to change your life. You have the creative force within you. No, I don't. God's the one that's doing it. Okay, fine. If you believe in God doing it, cool. But it's really you still doing it. Right. Oh my God. You know what's playing right now? Three's Company. You know why I can tell? My dad blasts a fucking TV in the garage. I can hear it through the brick wall here. I can hear the theme song. Three's Company too. Come and knock on our door. I can hear that. I'll be waiting for you. I don't think you all can hear that, but I'm sure you can hear something. That's loud as fuck. Three's Company too. Yeah. I haven't watched Three's Company in a hot minute. That was awesome. Yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So because a lot of people have created this, their identity with their beliefs is nothing more than a story told over and over and over until it became truth and real, based on their pattern perspectives, their perceptions, their experiences, their memories, when I say experience, I mean as they're growing through this lifetime. And you know, not that I go and attack anybody's beliefs. You all are entitled to have your own beliefs, and if it's bringing you the joy in your life, I don't care what you believe in or what you know in. As long as you're living your greatest life, I don't care. Just go live that life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I came here to make sure everybody fulfilled their destiny. And if they're fulfilling their destiny, then I fulfilled mine by osmosis. So if seeing God outside of you is helping you, awesome. If you see God inside of you, awesome. If you think it's a dude in the sky who you have to pray to and get down on your knees and beg for mercy, but it's still bringing you joy, awesome. If you don't even think God exists and it's all science, awesome. If you think, if you're part of any other religious aspect, awesome. If it's working for you and you're happy and you're enjoying and you're more yourself, awesome, right? What is not awesome is when you're like suffering and you're not in joy. You're not in the now. That's when we have to work something out here. We have to like do something about that. And you know, again, like if most people who are living in the now, they're just tapping into more of who they are. And the universe, whether they see the universe outside of them or within them, or a dude in the sky, or an entity that has 10 arms, you know, in the end, right? As long as you're in joy, and we were talking about this earlier, about this is a topic that me and T-Bray was talking about because I brought it up about semen retention, how there's some guys who are like, they have to not release to be more spiritual. A lot of guys, specifically, like, yes, there's an energetic cost to all this stuff, but that's if you keep referring to yourself as a human and you have limitations. When you don't refer to yourself as the human and you have no limitations, right? You can transcend the third dimension because you don't adhere to time and this illusion. But there are some guys out there that's like, I have to retain my semen so that I can be more spiritual. First of all, you can't be more spiritual. You already are infinite. Right? This is not too much information. Anything that's too much information is still third dimensional thinking. Just a FYI. Simon. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. There are a lot of guys, I've seen a lot of YouTube content in the days when these guys would be doing semen retention. They don't operate with the, they have the like more, how do I explain someone who, more feminine, even though feminine doesn't make you more gay, because it's just, they have this certain energy about them, right? But when I would look at them, they had like the masculine like look like this. Like they were doing this thing and they're talking like this. There are a lot of people right now, and I've been through it, and look, everyone's on their journey, but I'm going to basically, for those who run into me, I'm going to end a lot of their suffering right away. Yeah. As soon as they run into me, the learning ends. The trap ends. The constant chasing something or acquiring something, it ends. It all ends. And it starts with you and it ends with you. You are the primordial and the infinite. You are beyond the beginning and the end, for you are the totality of it all, of all that is and beyond that. So what else do you have to know? But humans are curious by nature. They're like, but, and they're going to do all the but, and they're going to keep doing the but, and they want more information, because the mind doesn't like simplicity. It can't accept that answer. I know, because my mind didn't accept that answer either. For the longest time, I couldn't accept that it is just that simple. I was getting married by Angel and Huang and Jessa and a few others back then. Huang always told me, be present and be in the now. Angel said, stop making it more complicated than it had to be. Why do you like complicating things? Because it has to be hard. That's what I told her. Like, it can't be simple, because it doesn't feel like it's worth the journey if it's easy. And that's what a lot of people do. They basically make the journey harder because then it feels like it's worth something. Because if the journey's too easy, then there's no challenge. And if there's no challenge, then guess what? It means nothing, because then you don't become relatable to other people. You want to be able to tell this grand ass story, right? You want to have a story of like, my story was, I've been through hate for 20 years, right? So I created that. And I had to live through 20 years of hate because I created that. I had to create more suffering than of course I had to go through some shit myself, but a lot of people, they create more pain so that they have a purpose with their pain, so that they can help people with their pain, with their purpose. But if they had no pain, then they deem themselves as they don't have purpose anymore. So that's why they'll create more pain in their life. It's how the mind works. The third dimensional mind, that is. Let's see. Yeah. You two are funny. Exactly. There's no right or wrong way. That's why I said, if semen retention brings you joy, then awesome. But really, it's actually you're just creating the joy within yourself without having to do that. Even if you did release, you can still have the joy. That's the paradox. It's a paradox, essentially. It all comes back down to paradox. The answer to life is a paradox. The reality just is. It's the meaning that we attribute, because the meanings that we give to it then creates labels, and labels create words, and words create associations, and associations create feelings, and feelings create emotion, and then emotion will ultimately generate whatever somewhere deep down, like a frequency that you're emanating to the universe, because the universe doesn't adhere to words, it adheres to your feeling. So like you may say you don't feel guilty about something, but the universe is like G-checking you each time to see if you're actually feeling guilty, right? It doesn't know what guilty is, but it knows what it feels like. So the mind is going to do whatever it takes to do all kinds of stuff. But in the end, there is no right or wrong, right? Hermetic principle, there is no truth. They're all half-truths. Truth is whatever you choose to entertain. Like, again, if someone's doing something to acquire or attain or chase or become something, they're missing the whole point. Sure, it's going to help them in the journey to realize, I didn't have to do that. So they could then get the lessons of going through the very thing they didn't have to get the lesson to then help someone else to repeat back to them. They don't have to go through X, Y, Z, but sometimes you have to go through X, Y, Z so that you can come back to the realization that the answer was A or the letter U. Because that's really what it is. It's just you at the end. When you get back to the totality of it all, it's just you. There are no locks and bolts to reality. All things exist simultaneously here and now. It all starts from within. It comes down to conviction. And you just have to maintain it, and you have to let go of what you see. You have to start to see the unseeable as real and the seeable as not real. So it's like doing a flip. So like you can't see with your eyes, so that's the real, but the things that you do see with your eyes is actually not real. But because our five senses governs our way of being, that's the true ego, by the way, the five senses. The five senses governs, well, it's cold outside, so body's going to freeze. My fingertips are cold. What else? The cold air is making me feel this way. Then I'm smelling something like fresher air. I'm tasting, like sometimes my lips get. There are no points, just movement. Yeah, everything vibrates. Everything just moves and vibrates. Certain states of frequency, and it'll vibrate in a way that you'll either see it or not see it based on your state of being, because certain things will be in a certain state of visibility or invisibility based on your frequency that you're emanating, which we all know is your state of being, and that's comprised of 7 things: your beliefs, your identity, your emotional charged thoughts, your perceptions, your expectations, and there's 2 that I always keep forgetting, but yeah. It is dumb easy to realize that it's just you in the end. But, I had to go through, the reason why I had to go through 6 years of the journey, and it's still going to keep going. It's always going to go. Like when you enter the infinite, it's never ending, right? There's no like, I'm done, and like, that's it, period. There's always going to be new perspectives to gain. And evolution is always happening in every present moment. But having to go through all that is to have the depth to explain to those who are still in the process. Like, you're going to go, so this person here, you're currently in personal development phase. So you're right now thinking you have to hustle and grind. Okay, cool. You're going to have to go through your hustle and grind phase, and then you're going to probably start to let go of that for a bit, and then you're going into spirituality. You over there, you're in esoteric phase. So you kind of are in the woo-woo right now. So you, Mr. Woo-woo, right? You're going to be going into the woo-woo phase. And when you're in the... Exactly, you can have it all. That's the whole point of what I'm attempting to get at. You can have all of it. You can have your cake and ice cream too. We've been taught that you can only have your cake and not your ice cream. Or You can only have this thing, but you can't have that. I'm here to bust that out of society. You can either have that, but you must sacrifice that for that thing. There are things of energetic exchange, yes. Sacrifice is just another word for exchange, but that doesn't mean that you have to give that thing up to gain that thing necessarily. You can still have both, right? But it depends on what it is, right? Some people say, well, I want to be rich and famous, but I also want to be, this is the main one. I want to have love. I want to be in a loving relationship. So some will say, I'm going to walk the path of money, and some will walk the path of love. And they will either not ever have both, or they'll only have one or the other, right? If it's money for some, it's money, and that's it. I've walked that path too. I attained a bunch of money. I didn't have the love. Then I didn't have a lot of money, but I had the love, because I was taught, mirrored, that it's either one or the other. In my reality, I was taught, mirrored, that I can only have this and I must give up this for this. I can't have both because of my upbringing and there's no victim here. This is just based on, societal things that I had to grow through. You all had your own version, but I couldn't have this and this. I couldn't have my cake and ice cream too. I can only have you can only have that. So you have to choose either this or this. Which one are you going to choose? Love or money? Of course, I chose love over money, right? Because money for me back then was considered icky, and if you had money, you were an evil person, because that's a belief that's been stemming around that has to be smashed completely. Root of all evil. That if you have money, you're a bad person, and you don't want to have enough money, or you don't want to have a lot of money, because if you did, then subconsciously you're going to be you're going to be different from your family, and you want to be connected to your family, because there's somewhere deep down in our DNA that we desire connection, and we don't want to be ostracized. I've purged that out of my system. I don't give a fuck if I'm alone. Even though I'm never really alone, because the universe is always with me. The trees, this chair, these clothing, it's all atoms and molecules. How can I be alone? Right, because we conceptualize that being alone is with another human being. How can you be alone though? You have yourself. You and yourself is more than enough. All right? And when you're in your inner world, you can have everything. It all comes down to the limits that you put on yourself, though. But for my experience, I had to go through all of these phases so that I can be aware of all these phases, so then I can help others who are currently going through the very phases I just came out of, to make them aware that this is what is possible for you when you've done the deep inner play and you're ready to let go of your so-called limitations. Or when someone's like, but I have to heal. There's a part of the journey where you're going to have to heal, yes. But there's going to come a point to realization where the healing ends. There is no more healing. There's this saying out in social media right now that you're forever going to heal until you die. What? You're never going to be complete. You're always going to have to heal yourself. That's the dumbest thing I've heard. That person is basically, and they have a lot of people following them, and they're being influenced. This is why, we're all basically information exchangers, and we got to be mindful of who's taking and what. But a lot of people forgot their skill of discernment. What is that, all alone? Gotcha. It should be like all alone. All alone. All alone. All alone. But when I heard, it's not just one soul. There's many souls saying you are going to forever have to heal. You're going to be healing throughout your rest of your life. I've heard Jay Shetty say something like that. That healing is going to be happening until you die. Vishen Lakhiani has said something of the similar state where, healing is going to be a forever journey. These are people who have extreme amount of influence on the planet with their audience, and they're telling other people who feel like they're going to have to heal forever, I'm here to undo that bullshit once and for all. You do not have to heal any longer. You are done. You are perfect. You were born perfect and you will die perfect. I'm here to re-empower the empowerment that you think you lost, which you never did, and give you back the key even though you're giving it to yourself. You are the key. You are the answer to it all. That's why I'm ready, and I've been ready for a while. I used to be like, yeah, I have to consume more information. I got to read more books. I gotta listen to more podcasts, and like wasn't afraid. I was super afraid to take action and like not speak up. Like I don't give a fuck whether you all agree with me or not. I really don't care if you guys agree with me or not. I'm here to share whatever I'm meant to share, and it's a take it or leave it, right? And I know you do. I like wordplay too. I enjoy wordplay. I enjoy it a lot because I like to see the magics of words. But like, for example, I saw Jay Shetty when Ellen was doing her thing. When Ellen was doing her like talk show, she invited him. And, he is influencing people on TV to still have to go through healing. Yes, there is a part of the journey where you do have to heal, but there is going to come to a realization where that is going to end. But they cannot, it's one of two things. They either are aware of this and they're gatekeeping that information from you because you're listening to these people and they gatekeep stuff. No money in healing? There's tons of money, bro. What are you talking about? That's a belief right there. Do you know how much money is in healing? It's tons. There are energetic healers making dime right now. They're making tons of dough. Tons. That's why I said there are people speaking. What do you mean, nope? What are you referring to? Right, that's what I'm saying. So let me address that for a moment. I know where you're going. I know the angle. I know the angle you're going with. There is a different angle though. There's two different angles. Right? So there is the pharmaceutical aspect of what you're talking about, yes. Then there's the energetic. And yes, there is this other so there's, oh my God, there's so many paths with this. This is wild. Let me show you let me paint the picture out right now. So yes, you're spot on with that aspect. There is that. Thank you for bringing this up because this is going to take it to another level now. So you have to be mindful when you say the word healing. I have to also be mindful when I say healing. I should say mindset healing or energetic healing over medicinal healing, right? So medicinal healing will tell you like you're going to have to pop pills for the rest of your life because you have XYZ problem. Well, to some degree, yes. It is technically all of it. So I'm going to talk about the mindset one now quickly. So I just talked about the popping pill one. The mindset one is this one. So like I'll use Jay Shetty and Vishen and these influencers who they gatekeep. They don't tell you you're the creator, that you're the one that's in charge. They'll tell you you have to cultivate more self-love and you have to be more positive and have a positive mindset. And those are all perfect and they're great, but it's not enough. they're not empowering you to know that you are the one that's responsible for it all. They're basically telling you that you're sort of like a victim, and that you have the power to not be a victim anymore, but not fully take you to the next level, because they want to gatekeep you so that you can keep coming back to their stuff, right? Exactly. You got to keep coming back to their stuff. With me, the universe is going to find a way to support me forever. I'm going to always have clients coming back. Let me rephrase that. I'm going to have not recurring clients, but new clients that keeps coming, and not repeating clients. I don't desire for repeating clients. When you're with me, you are done. The moment you finish with me, I don't ever want to see you again. You're done. Like, you're getting out of my existence. You go do what you came here to do, because you've gotten what you got. That's it. Like, when that happens, that's it. I don't care for people to subscribe to the channel. I don't care if people follow me. I don't want followers. I want leaders next to me, not followers. And I don't want you to keep perpetually having to keep healing. I've shared everything. The answer is you. What else do you have to know? Right? I don't want them like, but. No, the healing is done. Go. Like, it's like Jesus. Did he want people to keep coming back to him? No, you're healed. Go. Believe that it is done and go. Right? I'm glad that, like Nero said this recently in one of his videos. He himself doesn't want people to be using him as a crutch. And I agree with him. I don't want anybody to use me as a crutch either. You came here to live your life, and knowing that you're whole and complete and perfect. Now, of course, that word "perfect" is subjective, right? That's a personal opinion. I used to hate that word, just so y'all know. Angel used to tell me, "You're perfect, right?" I'm like, "No, I'm not, Angel," because there was a belief. "No, I'm not, Angel, because if I'm perfect, that means I can't grow, and if I can't grow, then I can't evolve, and I must keep evolving because that's the way it is. Because if I don't evolve, then I'm dying." Because someone has put in this idea that if you're not evolving, you're dying. If you're not growing, you're dying. Did you know that you're growing in every present moment? How can you be dying? You're always bringing... The only time you are so-called dying, like in terms of your mind, is if you choose to be closed-minded. That is it. That is it, and that is all. If you choose to, like, I already know everything. I already know everything. I don't want to hear from you. Nope, 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 nope. I don't care what you say. Nope, nope. And nope, I'm not open to any other perspective. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, you're wrong. Nope, I don't want to hear from you. Nope, nope, no, you're wrong. No. That's when you're fucking dying. That's the only time. Or if you're like, you mentally checked out and you've given up on life. You've given up on yourself. And I know someone who's given up on themselves. Exactly. There's for me, I know what's going to happen. I already foresee it. It's like what you just said. You tell 10 people, those 10 will be like, there's this guy, his name is Orion. He doesn't give a fuck about subscribers. He doesn't care about your money, right? He doesn't care about any of that shit. All he cares about is helping you, and he wants you to get the help that you require and get the fuck out of his way and go and do what you came here to do. That's what he cares about, is that you get what you came here for, you live your perfect life, and you get the fuck out of here. Right? Because that's basically what I came here to do. And it's not really me doing it, it's actually you doing it to yourself. I'm just the instrument? Sure. I'm the instrument of your that's not the word I'm looking for. Whatever, the word will come. I am the medium. There, that's the word I was looking for. I'm just the medium to your your transcendence by you using me as a mirror to say to yourself, oh, I already am everything. You'll pay me for my time, of course, but after that, bye. Go help someone now. That's it. The universe will always support. It always has and always will. I won't be pushing away resources, but at the same time, like, I don't care for anybody to, whether they, if I make a book, they buy the book. You buy the book, cool, read it, make sure you apply it, make sure you either buy or gift it to a friend or let them buy one, read it, whatever. Or watch one of the videos and the answers are right there. It is you. In the end, it's you. Come on the live stream, I'll tell you. Or jump on my paid community or jump on whatever paid thing and one and done. That's it. It's a one and done with me. I can change someone's life in 10 seconds. If they really pay attention, it could change their life in 10 seconds. The reason why it won't change their life in 10 seconds is because of their memory, their experiences, their beliefs, and their identity. It's going to lock them in place. I know because I've been through there, and it's okay. But I know that if someone were operating on this paradigm that I'm operating on, they wouldn't technically require me, but let's hypothetically say that they did. Here you go. This is what you have to know. Go after it. Yeah, middleman, tool, medium, conduit, vessel, insert word. I'm just a means to an end. The end is technically already here. You are the end in mind. Most are looking at like, I want that thing, but they're not looking from like, I already have that thing. I already have everything. It's already in the it's already in the internal world. I don't care about the physical. It'll come when it's supposed to. If I get tripped up with the physical, like sometimes I do, sometimes the third dimensional mind gets out of control only because I lost control, even though you have control over yourself in every present moment. But when the mind gets over, it's like, but I'm still in Toronto, like it's fucking cold outside. I'm not in San Diego. I don't have the resources. You have it within yourself. Everything happens already within. Of course, you still have to take fucking action. There's action that has to be had. Like, go take that walk and maybe you'll run into that person. Take that flight. Buy that book. Drive left over there. You might get an insight. Who knows? Stop and talk to that person over there. That's all action. Right? Action is not, you have to like build a fucking fence or like build a friggin' house and that's action and everything else is not action. Right? Sometimes even sitting and doing nothing is an action. And even inaction is an action. Right? But like thinking it and feeling it, like money's gonna just drop in my lap, that can happen, that does happen. However, the universe desires for you to actually take some aligned action. You know how much time I've invested in myself? It is wild. It is fucking wild. And all of these people, and I see them on social media, I just want to strangle them. Saying things and just like I don't watch their stuff anymore, obviously, but like they're the ones that have the massive influence. It's the ones like myself and others who are more like we're kind of like hidden. We're not like in the mainstream yet. Right? We're not there yet. It's the like the Jay Shettys and stuff, but I just want to strangle them because they're creating more damage. with what they're saying. Yes, it may seem like it's helpful, and everyone is on their own phase, and there are different layers to this whole journey. So you got to meet people where they're at too, and I completely understand that. But just like hearing what they're saying, I just want to do that right now. Because what's happening, it is a perspective, right? And they're keeping people, they're gatekeeping people, essentially, from realizing who they truly are, so that they can keep coming back to them. That's my I don't want to call it a problem, but that's my ish with them. I see it all the time. I mean, you can agree with me. Whether you agree with me or not, I'm not here for you to agree with me. I'm just here to give a perspective. It's a take it or leave it, right? I know where you are. You live the third dimensional reality. You don't live the multidimensionalness. That's just my perspective. But I respect where you are, and I know you respect where I am, and that's good enough, right? I'm not here to convince you otherwise. That's why I said, if you're living your greatest life, right, it doesn't make a difference, right? If you're living your greatest life, right, amazing. And there are things that you will never agree with what I'm saying, and that's okay. There are things that you say I don't agree with. I don't fucking agree with half the things you say anyways, boy. I'm like, are you silly? That's why I want to slap you silly sometimes for saying some of the nonsense that you say. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Telling me that I need to tone myself down? Who the fuck are you to tell me that? But I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But this is the humanness of why we're here. All we're all attempting to do is remember who we are. That's really as simple as it is. Everybody's finding the main things is finding a sense of community, feeling like whole, and feeling like love and appreciation. That's the three main things, and fulfillment. 4 things. It's the 4 things that people. There's the 4 things that people are really looking for. There's probably a 5th. I mean, whether I get mad, I'm not getting mad. It's just a matter of, you all, I'm not saying you all, but there are people who just don't fucking listen because they're just being ignorant, right? I do resonate to violence because I have to slap you silly for your nonsense sometimes. But I mean that in a joke. I'm not purposely going to go and do that. I don't give a fuck if you listen to me or not. I really don't care. I stopped caring a long time ago. Whether people listen to me or not makes no difference, right? Like I'm not pointing a gun to your head like, hey, T-Bro, you have to show up to my stream. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's because they're just creating more problems where there are no problems. That's what I'm saying. I see that they're creating more problems. They may think that they're the solution, but they're not. Because if they were the solution, then I would have had that solution from them. But I got frustrated because I went through all their stuff and it didn't work. And you know why it didn't work? Because they were not telling me what I had to hear. That's the reason why. It doesn't frustrate me anymore because I don't listen to their stuff, but yeah. Like I said, no money in getting people right. You wouldn't have customers. Well, that's your perspective, right? I told you that there's money in anything. There's money in speaking. You know who the top paid people in the world are? Speakers. So you know, there's a brother, his name's Craig. He gets paid $100,000 to speak on stage for 20 minutes. Then he gets his customers from there on top of the being paid for $100,000. Don't believe me? Go check. There are people like Les Brown that get paid to speak. I'm going to get paid to just exist, boy. And I'm not going to. That's already happening. That's already done. That's already set in stone. Just wait and you see. Just make sure none of you get in my way, or I'll move you out of my way. This world doesn't operate the way you all think it does. I once thought the same thing too, until I saw things differently. Otherwise, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be like, I'm not grasping what you're saying because you're writing in text, and maybe I'm missing the point because, you know, text, call me right now. Let's have a call. Let me see what you're saying. If you can call me right now, call me so that we can talk about it, because you're probably not grasping what I'm saying, because I have to decipher what you're saying via text. Remember, text is the worst form of communication. So unless you can help me with your text, right? I may or may not grasp what you're fully saying, fully. Texting is the worst form of communication. Give me a call on Discord. If you can. If you can't, no big deal. I just want to hear what you have to say via words. It's easier. If you can call. If you can't, no big deal. Let me know. Shit, it's already 3 something. Let's see. Did you or did you not? Nope, you didn't call. Well, let me know if you're gonna call. In the meantime, I have to wash my plate, and I'll take you upstairs with me. So, like, I know what you said earlier, that, like, if people don't agree with me, do I get upset? It's not about me getting upset. It's about, you know, I'm giving a perspective, and it's like, okay, thank you for your perspective. Finishing up work stuff, that's fine. Call me later, and we'll have that conversation. When I'm giving a perspective, right, it's more of like, you know, here's the thing. I'm going to speak on my stream. People are coming on my stream. My stream is for me to speak what I choose to speak. I'm not here to like take orders from someone. Like, I didn't ask for your advice. Well, you came on saying, while I was talking about something, someone comes on and starts throwing their opinion, right, or their belief, and I'm like, okay, well, here's my perspective, take it or leave it, and then y'all are getting upset with that. I didn't tell you all to come on my stream or even open your mouth or type. This is my stream. And if someone wants to listen and they want to have open heart and open hands and want to receive that perspective, then they will. If y'all want to come on and argue and fight, I mean, we're not doing that obviously with each other, but I'm just saying in general from the past, well then, take it or leave it. But for me, like, I don't waste my time on people who don't want to listen. That's just how I roll now. And, you know, regarding this whole violence thing, it's not me wanting to beat people up. I'm not gonna do that. I just want to see people thrive and win. There are better ways to say things, of course, and that's why I was saying that refinement period is over. However, Where the hell does this thing go? It's probably gonna have to go here. If people don't agree with me, then they don't agree with me, right? I'm not gonna agree with half of anything anyone says, because like half of them is always third dimensional perspectives. This is not a human world. This world is made believe. Until you all have seen what I've seen, you can't tell me otherwise. Unless you've gone to the other dimension and you saw what I saw, and you can confirm what you saw, and you've experienced what you've experienced, and you saw reality as an illusion, most cannot tell me otherwise. You can give me your human perspectives for sure, and I'll take it, but half the time I see a bunch of limitations wrapped around it. Too much limitations. Do not put limitations onto me. I will not entertain it. I simply will not. I cannot and will not entertain limitations from anybody. I didn't come here for your standard human experience. I came here as a trailblazer. And in the process, that's going to piss people off. That might piss some of you off too. And I'm not purposely here to piss anyone off. I'm here to speak my truth, share what I feel is spot on, and if it's going to help you, cool. If it doesn't feel like it's going to not help you, don't listen to it. It's just that simple. It's to take it or leave it. I keep saying that. I'm not saying to you specifically. I'm just saying in general to anybody who comes on the stream. If you don't agree with me, then don't listen. It's just that simple. When I'm speaking on stage, I'm going to say the same thing. Look, half of you right now are probably not going to agree with what I'm about to say. I'm going to preference everything so that they know. I'm giving them heads up. Some of you may not agree with half the things I say. So that should immediately give you some sense of like, okay, he's going to say some stuff that probably might piss us off. I'm giving people heads up. You may or may not agree with what I'm about to say. You may not believe that you're the creator of your reality or the infinite. You may not think of yourself beyond human. You may think of yourself as just a human third dimensional character that you've been operating from the day you were born, because you don't know otherwise, because you simply forgot. And that's okay. Once upon a time, I was in your shoes too. You think I was into this mumbo jumbo, personal development, mindset, spirituality, woo-woo, esoteric bullshit? Please. I was content with working my job, making money. I'm still making money, but making money in the third dimensional sense, having a wife, having the condo, house, having the car, living the third dimensional human life. I was content, y'all. I was fucking content with that. Do you think I wanted to wake up? Do you think I wanted to help people? No, I didn't want to help people. I said, fuck you all, basically. But the universe said, you chose this, so now you gotta wake up. I'm like, fuck. So, I'll share all of that so y'all know, well, those when I'm on stage, so y'all know this is where I'm starting from. And now with that being said, this is what I have to share with you. You all just simply forgot who you are. I got to see the other side without dying. And because I got to see the other side, it has given me the ability to see things beyond most of what you all can see with your eyes. Sure, you can see with your mind, but not everything is what you think it is. You came here to have the human experience, yes, but you came here to master yourself fully. And if you don't master yourself in this lifetime, your ass is coming back in the next lifetime to do it. I guarantee it. For those who don't master themselves in this lifetime, and whatever that looks like to you, right? Because mastery looks different to everybody. It's coming to that conclusion, really. When you fully tapped in and locked into your full divine self, you get to choose if you want to come back as a guide, as a helper. In the next lifetime, if you choose to. I chose to come back. I chose to come back so I can see humanity actually win. Now, be it I have to go through my own like dark stuff and like violence and all that stuff, but you know, my end goal is pure, to see you all fucking win so that you can live your best life and not suffer anymore. The ultimate thing is to not suffer anymore. But of course, I can't force that onto you. That's all your choice. Now, whether someone listens to me or not, that's up to them, right? And it's not really listening to me. It's more so them feeling with their heart and seeing if it feels aligned to them. If it doesn't feel aligned, don't listen to it. Go and live your life the way you're supposed to. That's any speaker in this world. That goes to any person like Jay Shetty or Lewis Howes or Tom Bilyeu or Vishen Lakhiani or Marcus Aurelius or Matteo Di Stefano. These are names that you're probably not aware of. Marcus Aurelius or Matteo Di Stefano or Blue or Gabrielle Bernstein, right? Or Marie Forleo. These names. Give me a second. Come on. Like, yes, there's a bunch. Once upon a time, I love, and I still love them. Don't get me wrong. Because I had to go through so much stuff to see that there's so much. So this is what's coming through. Like I said, there are a bunch of layers. There are people who have to go through Jay Shetty and Lewis Howes and all that. I had to go through them at one point. But I graduated from their stuff. So I think the frustration is that I had to go through them to get to the next, to then get to the next, to then get to the next. So this is my realization that, like, yes, I know everyone has a phase. There are multiple phases. Some are going to be in the beginning. Everyone's on their own different journeys and different unique path. So like some people are in the esoteric right now. Some are in the metaphysics. Some are in the religious. Some are in just like, I don't know what to do. I have no idea. Like, I just awakened. I have no idea what to do. Help me. Phase. Like, they are at the mercy of anybody who's basically saying anything that can help them. That's where I was in 2019. So my thing is, for those who run into me specifically, because the universe only brings those who are meant to be brought, when they reach me, they are already at the final level. Now, some of you are like, who are you to say that you're at the final level? Who am I not to say that? There's only a handful of souls on the planet who have their memories. I have been gracious to be blessed to have my memories. Some of it, not all of it. I have partial memories. I'm not like Regina, who has her full memories, whether you believe her or not. She has her full memories. So when you hear her speak, pay attention, because there's a lot of things that I have forgotten because I simply blocked myself. We all blocked ourselves when we came here. She is one but a few souls who actually has their full memories of every incarnation they ever had. I don't even know all my incarnations yet. I know only a couple. But the very fact that I at least have the awareness that I have had past lives gives me a, I wouldn't say advantage, but gives me the authority to speak about these things that most right now don't, because they don't have their memories. So they're basically telling people that they're just this, 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 and they're giving people more limitations. And they're not talking about the awareness of words, and words are more powerful than they realize. That's why I'm an awareness advisor. So if you don't want to, if anyone doesn't want to listen, I mean, that's your choice. In the end of the day, I don't really care if you listen or not. I mean, if you're living your happiest life, your greatest life, why are you even here? Right? If you're loving to hang out with me, then that's a different story. But if someone's coming on like, I don't agree with you and all this stuff, like, cool, then don't agree with me. Right? I don't care if you agree with me or you don't agree with me. I'm just setting the record straight here. Right? Humanity has been told a story that they are limited. That's it. Yeah, I love you, dude, and I love hanging out with you. But I'm not saying you specifically. This is just me speaking in like a general term. Like when I say you, I mean, I'm referring to like the general, right? Like for anyone who comes on and like, well, if you don't agree with me, then why the fuck are you here? Right? Whether you agree or you don't agree with me, like, what is the reason you're here then? Right? But, you know, I love chilling, chatting, and we're hanging out and playing video games with you. So, like, that's, you know, and I will continue to be like that. That's because that's our relationship. Right? But, like, for others who come on or, like, well, they're just coming on to, like, put their 2 cents in. It's cool, put your 2 cents in. But because I have my memories, and most of humanity does not have their memories, this gives me a slight awareness, advanced awareness, or I don't want to say advantage. I don't want to say that word. So I'm looking for another word to not say advantage. Because advantage implies that I'm better. No, I'm not better. It just, I have my memories. I want to say I never asked for this, but I did. We ask for everything. I remember when Angel said this to me, dude. It was one of my coaching calls with her. And I asked her, Angel, I don't know if I'm meant to do this kind of stuff. I was content doing IT for the rest of my life. I hated it because it was just soul sucking, but hey, I was good at it. I was the master of IT. Nobody could touch me when it comes to technology stuff. Like I can just look at something and just like, oh, that's the problem. Fix. It's like no effort. It was mind-numbingly easy for me to solve IT problems. But I hated it. It was like, just like, ugh, what the fuck is this? So I asked her, like, I don't know if this is for me, sister. Well, I called her soul mom back then because I saw her as like a motherly figure. See, this is what I used to do, pedestalizing people. Nothing wrong with that, with seeing her as like a mother figure. But she's like, you know, you asked for this. I asked for this? Yeah, you asked for this. Before you came here, you set up your game before you came here to activate something inside of you to know that you're meant to walk this path. You have to go through your current life and your IT and all that stuff, but it was meant to get you to this point. This is meant for you. There are no accidents. So this is the time when I didn't believe in synchronicities and spirituality and all that. I was just like, I just want to be a better human so I can just be a happier person. I don't care about helping people. I still, even though deep down I really do like helping people, but there was part of my so-called ego that, or my third dimensional thinking mind, that wanted to be like, I don't like helping humans. I don't want to help humans. I just want to be better for myself. Fuck all these humans. Because like I got hurt too many times. No more victim, of course, but this is what the story I was telling myself. Why should I help these humans? They don't deserve my help. Fuck them. That's my story. A dude who hated all of humanity to wanting to help everybody, seeing them and win. It's quite the story, isn't it? A story that I didn't have to create, because if I had known myself as a child that was whole and complete and infinite, no fault to anybody, there's no blame here, then I would have had a much different life and a different story. And I used to want my story to be like the best and most empowering, most inspiring story. Now I'm rewriting my story in every present moment. Like, yes, I went through 20 years of hate, but I've always loved people deep down. I just forgot that. That's how simple it is. And so like, I really hated people and I just wanted to destroy them all. They're irritating and like little like insects and worms that they are. But you know, the funny thing about that is, I'm basically speaking about that myself. I'm telling that to myself because I'm part of that. It's actually very pretentious of you and holier than thou to think that you're separate from the humans, because the humans and you are still one and the same, because you are part of the totality of it all. So that's like saying you're not one with the Creator. You're not one with this chair. You're not one with the apple you're eating. You're not one with the muffin and the yogurt, or the tablet or the cell phone, or those words on the screen that you've typed, right? But when she said to me, you chose this. You asked to be a vessel, and now you bear the responsibility. And everybody, and you all know, we all know when we asked. Ask and it's given. That's why they also say, be careful what you wish for, because you will get it. You just have to be ready for it. So the universe has been preparing me for the next phase. I'm more than ready. I've been DMing Mel Robbins, Vishen Lakhiani. I have it on the Instagram. And it does get sent to them because it says delivered. Now, I'm finding other ways, like, how can I get their personal number and call them up and like have an actual conversation, like, hey Mel, I know, or like Vishen, like, because you know, I'm doing physical human action now to put myself in front of them so they know who I am. I may not have a best-selling book like most of their guests do, or I may not be well known like some of their guests do, but I will be well known once I hit one of them. So I'm creating in my inner world that one of them has given me an opportunity to speak on their platform, and the ripple will begin. Now, I'm making sure that I respect their platform, because like I also have to remind myself that they're at a level that they're helping people who don't see themselves as a creator yet. So I'm going to be painting a picture to their audiences. This is where you are. This is where you can be. But in the process of where you are and where you can be, you're going to have to figure out this balance within yourself to get to this phase of being the creator. Those who do have their memories, or there's another guy, his name is Darius J. Wright. He astral projects out of his body like that. So he sees the earth in a dome, he sees the construct, he sees all that. But you won't see Darius on Mel Robbins' podcast, because talking about that kind of stuff does not resonate with her audience. And yes, I can talk about all that stuff too, because I've seen it. However, I know not to talk about that stuff because I know her audience will not resonate. It'll just completely be a mismatch. Her audience is people who are feeling lost, feeling like they have no hope, feeling like they're broken, feeling like they have no motivation or discipline, or they're struggling, or they feel somewhat depressed. That's her audience. And I can help in that aspect because I know how to help. It all comes down to the mind. This is where I'd be talking about mind mastery, not mindset. Because there's a bunch of mindset people out there. Then there's other podcast people like Aaron Abke and Aaron Dowdy, and these are more spiritual people. Danny Morrell. To get on their stuff, their audience is starting to tap into what it could be like to be the creator, but they're not fully embodying the creator yet. So these are people who have done the deeper inner work, but they still haven't truly, still haven't fully, there's still a ceiling. There's still the glass ceiling in place. Like they know that there's something more, but they haven't quite reached it. And they feel like all the shadow work they do, all the healing they're doing, it doesn't feel like it's enough. That's where Danny, that's what he's helping people with. And he talks about you're the creator, but not in the same sense that I do. It's more of a watered down version of it. And then there's people like Nero and Pete and Katie and Sadaf, who you just saw, and others like Zeno and a few others. There's a lot of people actually who have technically, Nero has a smaller audience, but his audience is pretty big now. But he's not mainstream. He's not like out there like a Mel Robbins who's got millions. But he's gonna, that's inevitable for him, just like it's inevitable for me. But like this group is at a level that goes beyond your standard personal development stuff, that can take something and like neutralize it immediately. And we don't get stuck in stuff for too long. Imagine I go on those shows and I tell people that your healing is over. They won't resonate with me. But I will tell them, by the time you get to this phase in the journey, the healing will end. Technically, the learning stops and the remembering truly begins. Because learning implies you have to go chase something outside of you. The remembering is actually looking that you already have that information within inside of you. Almost the same thing, but different perspective and different shift. In that phase, they go from thinking. In this phase, you go to knowing and embodying. I had to go through all these phases just so that I can get crystal clear exactly what I'm here to do. That's the reason why I went through all these phases. I'm grateful. Even though at that time I wasn't. I was extremely frustrated. Because I'm like, these people have millions of subscribers and I felt like I didn't get any help from them. And I didn't feel like I got any further. It's because there's layers to this. I didn't know that there were layers to this. That was my unawareness. There's tons of layers. There's layers upon invisible layer upon another invisible layer that you have to get through. Until there's a point where like you don't even really have to. If you're going to watch content, you're not consuming content for lack of understanding. You're consuming content to see, oh, this is just more, not even validation, but more for, oh, thank you for the reminder. Thank you so much for helping me refresh my memory. That's right. I am the creator. That's right. Thank you so much, other version of me, for telling me that. I reminded myself through another version of me, I am the creator. Nah, you're good. When I say you, I'm referring to like the general, the populace. I do have invisible conversations with the invisible society. I tend to do that. But I'm not speaking to anyone in particular. Or I'll say, I'm speaking to you specifically. JP said something cool though earlier. He's like, well, why are you using languages? All right? I don't know if he's here. He might be here. He might have left, but he said something cool I enjoyed. He's like, why are you using words then? Besides our body language, that is really the only other way to communicate. We don't know how to fully tap into telepathy yet. Our soul knows how to do that. But because this planet has very dense energy, it's very challenging to navigate that dense energy because of all the distractions and the distortions on the planet. It's actually quite simple, but because there's so much distraction, distortions, it makes it harder than it is. Because when you let go of words, this is the power of how powerful words are. When you let go of words and you can convey your message without words and people can understand you, you've won. You're done. You've won the game. That everybody is doing the best they can with the words and their awareness they are, and I have to remind myself of that. So like, yes, Jay Shetty, them are doing the best they are doing with the words and the awareness they're at. You can only help somebody as far as you've gone. You can't help somebody further than you haven't gone. You're telling, or you sharing? Are you calling me right now? No, you're not calling me either. What are you telling me right now? Telling. What are you sharing with me? Is that the thing I just said there? The words? If it's the words, then yes. Oh yeah, I do have a few games in me. Can you call though? Are you free to? I have to just set up the laptop. I always have a few games in me, bro. That's not even a question you have to ask. I always have a few games in me. But anyways, when we can truly, if we can, not if, there's no if, when, it's a big when though. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but it can happen, and people are already doing this. People are sending thoughts from one part of the planet to another, and the other person is receiving it with crystal clarity. And that's being extremely present and just paying fully, like being really attention, like not paying, let me change the words I'm about to say. They are being extremely conscious and present with the energies that are around them to pick up the thoughts of someone who is saying something to them telepathically. Because we can communicate telepathically. We all have done this at some point in our life. Like, you thought of somebody and then they called you. Or you thought of something and then it happened. When we can operate from that level, there will be, how will I describe this? There will be 95% of the problems will disappear immediately. There'll still be some human problems, but most of the problems will disappear. Because we can clearly communicate what we're actually feeling, and the words don't bog us down. Basically, the words bog us down. That's what I'm getting at. Words they're infinite, but they can bog you down too at the same time. Why aren't you turning on? I would love to hear your voice though, if you're still there. I don't know if you are. Oh, you are. Join the call. All right, sir. Now you're gonna have to. Now you're gonna have to explain everything.
I was sitting here waiting.
How dare you?
And you didn't pick up the phone.
Because the tablet doesn't ring. I have it on Do Not Disturb, so I have to actually open up apps to check when people call. That's how.
I don't want excuses. I want action.
How dare you? All right, can you explain what you were talking about earlier? What the thing that you're saying that I wasn't grasping?
I don't remember what we were talking about.
Oh my God, dude, come on! Come.
It will come back. It will come back. We'll talk about a few things.
All right.
I don't remember what we were talking about exactly.
Because you were saying something, I'm not grasping what you're saying, so I'm like, okay, then I would like. It'll come back.
Oh, maybe it was about helping people.
Okay.
Or like, there's no money being made in helping.
Okay. So.
Was that it? I think that's what it was.
So it might be that. So let me ask you. So you're saying there is no money in helping people, or there is money in helping people?
Well, no, there's more money to be made when people need help. There's less money when people don't need the help.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. Yes. There's a lot more money. Yeah, there's a lot more money when people require the help.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think when people... Oh, jeez, hold on.
I'm loading up my game, by the way.
I lost my train of thought again.
You're good.
Yeah, but yeah, that's... Oh, I'm over here messing around with my bike. I think it's a mistake. But yeah, no, that's exactly what. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But no. But when you were talking about how other people, like, they're not giving good information or whatnot, they're like holding something.
Right.
Well,
the
gatekeeping.
Giving
them the information because if they gave it to them, well, they might not need them anymore.
Right. That's the whole reason why people they hold things back, because they want people to keep coming back to them.
Yeah, 100%.
So in that aspect, like, I know that, I think you've seen Nero and AJ talk about this, because like AJ would be pulling Nero to the side after their video was done. It's like, stop telling people to stop coming back to your video and saying, like, I don't want you all to be using me as a crutch. Like, AJ doesn't want him to be doing that. He doesn't want him to be saying that kind of stuff, because...
No, I've never even watched any of his videos, man, to be honest with you.
Right. So like, in the last video, Nero...
But that is wrong.
In what way is it wrong? Like, to tell people not to come back to him?
Well, if you're trying to like withhold something from them, I think he came from the aspect of, well, if they don't
Right. So he's coming from that aspect of like we won't make money, but Nero's coming from the aspect that he's helping people and he's not holding anything back. He's giving you everything he's got. He doesn't hold that's what I'm doing too. I'm not holding anything back. But then there's another side to this spectrum because there's the thing of like, well, if it's free, like I'm doing air quotes, if it's free, then people won't value it, right? So there's that aspect. That's why people charge for their services, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So that's why I'm saying, like, you know, this live stream is just more practice grounds for refining my way of speaking with others and seeing. That's why I said to you that night, Halloween, like the live stream has been incredible feedback data that I could have never read in a book. This is all action based, right? This was all literally an experiment. Right? And the universe wanted me to experiment with, well, you're going to be speaking to all kinds of people around the world from all kinds of demographics. You're going to be speaking to people from like China, India, and Europe, and you're going to see the mindset there, people from the States, and also, of course, the age demographic, like people who are in their teens, people are in their, from, like, YouTube has the analytics, and it shows a lot of teenagers watch this content, or they were, before the channel went kaput. A lot of teenagers were watching it. A lot of, like, our age were watching it. And a lot of people who were slightly above our age range was watching it as well. The only people that weren't really watching were little kids, like, from age, like, 1 to 5 or 1 to 7, because it's not catered for them. But a little girl came on the stream, Felicity, and I helped her. Her mom really enjoyed what I had to say. And of course, like, there was an older dude. I'm in, by the way. Oh shit, I didn't turn on my controller app. It's okay. Send invite. Did I not accept it? Yeah, I did. But yeah, I'm not here to gatekeep anything. So like, this was just all an experiment to when the time arises, like, it's one and done with me. Like, okay, I'm not playing as her because I was like experimenting with her.
I manifest you play with Kate.
You met a what?
I manifest you play with Kate.
I was gonna play as Ada.
Let me be Ada. I'll be Ada too.
Sure. Or I could be Jill and you be Ada.
Nah, here you go. I haven't played it. What the hell? Hold on, let me change my guy.
That clearly does not look like Ada.
I'll be Leon. I haven't played as him yet.
Wait. I didn't play as Rebecca then, so.
Well, then I have to be Chris.
Then be Chris.
That's how they line up in the games.
Oh, that's how they line up. I don't know. So.
Ada and Leon have this weird love connection, and Chris and Rebecca, they work together.
And what about
She's like
Jill?
Girl.
Does Jill have a love thing with anybody?
No, but if it was, it'd be Chris, but it's not.
What about Claire?
Claire.
Oh, there's a Kate over there.
Man, I guess everybody thinks Leon. That would kind of be Leon, because they were kind of in the same. They were in the second game together.
Interesting.
So people would want them to hook up, but Ada's his side piece. Not really, but that's the way it should be. That's why it's funny. Some of her moves, like her special abilities, Ada's was like, man, that's spot on.
Interesting. So there's a Kate there, and that's a Steam player, so we'll see what that Kate's all about. And since it's, well, technically it's Monday, tomorrow the new stuff, or the new week quest starts, but the 2v8 quest starts today, like the new ones. So the newer quests for 2v8 start today. I don't know what we have to do, but I'm sure it'll fulfill itself while we're playing.
Yeah, maybe I'll get some good shards.
I mean, you should.
And get nothing.
You should take a mental screenshot or a physical screenshot of your shards, and then like when you level up, it should. I mean, I don't know what level you're at now, your player level, but if you're back to like.
Let's just say that the past month we played, I've probably gotten 100 and maybe 50 of those shards.
Nah, I don't.
I'm still stuck at like just over 5,000. I started because I spent money, like since
I don't know, man.
I spent them on shards.
So this is where I will use your word. That sounds sus. Cause like.
It probably is. It's probably user error.
Cause like there's. No, I don't think so, dude. Cause like every time you're playing, your character should be. I mean, it's not leveling up every game, but I mean, it's gonna get some levels, and like, depending on which, if you're starting from like level 1 to 20, you're gonna get like 150. If you're gonna get, if you're like past, I think level 25 or 30, you start to get like 200, and then when you reach like level 40 to like 100, shit, he's after me. Of course he is. I have to stun his behind. He's gonna come right after me. Oh yeah, he's still coming. Yeah, nope, he's coming right back to me, and the other killer's over here too. Yep, one killer to the next killer. It's bullshit. I can't catch a break. Jeez, man. I gotta get me a box now. Yeah, so once like from level 40 to 100, you should be getting 300 each time you level. And if you're playing, since you're playing with me, and we've been playing a lot of games, I've been getting levels, so there shouldn't be no excuse, because like, it's not like you're getting less points than I am. Well, hello there, Kate. It's the Scarecrow Kate. Shit, we got to move. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry, Attack on Titan person. I'm so sorry. Man, he is on my butt. Ah, I hesitated. Jesus.
He's over there saving these people. All good. Oh, that's you.
That's me. This would be his girlfriend, I guess, yes?
No.
No?
No.
They're just like comrades, that's it?
In the second game, which the first game takes just Resident Evil 1 takes place like one day before. I'm sorry, she was in Resident Evil 0, and then Resident Evil 1's like the same day, like a day after, just a different part of the area. But she's one of the only sole survivors of her Bravo team. And she ends up running into Chris in the mansion, and she cut his prison.
So, is there a game where they're all in the same game, or no?
Nah, there's too many characters now.
Is there a game where some of them meet each other for the first time?
Yeah.
Like an Ada and like that guy that you're playing, or like Ada and this girl?
I don't even know if they've ever met. But yeah, some of them have met before. And then they have some movies too, where they've kind of met too.
They should make a game where all of them meet, and it's like called the Ultimate Resident Evil game.
That would be the end of it.
Oh shit, that's Wesker. Oh my god, that's fucking Wesker. I thought that was a Survivor.
Thought it was too. I'm gonna go see these. No, that person's over there.
See, that Wesker is very very deceiving. He's coming this way. Dude. Shit. You didn't have enough reaction time to move. That was...
Yeah, I thought I was thinking, the fear in my head. Put it down.
Shit. The other character is like... Okay, you got rescued. There's Kate.
Wrong way again. Sorry, bro.
It's fine. I got Levi. This is Levi Ackerman from Attack on Titan. That's basically Jake. Okay, cool.
Okay.
We're not doing too bad. This guy needs healing, unless he doesn't want to be healed. Let me heal you, dude.
I followed that path where that generator was just done while we were running. I'm over here by the shack.
All right.
There's a three.
I'll be there.
What the? I can't do one side of the generator. It's weird.
I'm heading that way.
Well, Pyramid Head's probably gonna show up. Nope, he's going away. I can't do that side you're on.
Yeah, I can't do this side either. It doesn't allow me. What the fuck? Okay. I think that's like a glitch gen. I can't do anything.
That's the second one I haven't been able to do.
Maybe this game is glitched. Is he... Shit, I don't have a spray. I don't have a spray. I thought I had a spray.
There's one over here by this box on that.
Oh shit, I just saw that person over there. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Fuck. Come on, make it. Made it. Got them in time.
Come on, Daryl. Okay, you want to do this one? That's fine.
Ugh. Levi Ackerman, good to see you, dude. That's that guy's first hook, so.
Keep running the fucking walls.
Yeah, I see them coming. That's you.
I'm gonna attempt to go save this first. Fuck you, bitch. Run.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm dead. Bullshit, man. He shouldn't have got me there with that. It's okay, I can heal myself.
Well, the good news is there's 2 gens over there in that shack that we kind of ran into, and there's 2 other on the other side diagonal of the map of those generators. I wish it gave you a compass.
That would make it too easy. There's a generator that I was doing that when you passed by, that me and Jake were attempting to do. I'm on it again. Son of a bitch, if I can get this gen done.
And I'm gonna make this save. I'll let you boy. I'll look at you boy.
I'm at a door. Oh shit, I thought that was I thought it was a killer. Oh my god. Fucking guy scared the shit out of me. Nope, we gotta move. We gotta move.
You hit Pyramid Head?
No, Wesker. We're at a door and it's kind of open, but he's by that door. I don't know which door is open. I'm gonna have to circle around. At this
About the direction. It's the same side, I think, where we were looking at the shed there. There's one.
Me and the other person is heading towards the door. Yeah, I see it.
He's coming this way.
Yep.
Both over here.
Yep, I got out. Nice. Yep, escape 1 trial. Got one of the missions done. You should have gotten 1 done as well. Hell yeah, look at that. Top points for Rebecca. Bex. All right. Becca got to play.
How much XP did you get?
Huh?
How much XP did you get?
XP or blood points?
Total XP earned.
Oh, I didn't check, to be honest. But I can tell you, player level wise, I'm at halfway to 55. So I'm at 2035 out of 4,200. If that makes sense. What player level are you at?
Let's see. 83.
Yeah, you should be getting 300 blood point 300 shards every time you level.
I just got 150 blue shard. Oh, okay. If it's every level time, I'm not leveling very fast.
I mean, hold on, I'm switching characters. 1 sec. Jill, you can be twinsy.
Okay, now they give me 250. How nice of you.
It should be like 300 that you're supposed to be getting.
250.
How are you getting how do you know you're getting 250?
It was on the screen.
What?
It just popped up.
That must be.
Just popped up out of nowhere.
Oh, that must be the rift stuff then. Yeah, the rift gives you 250, but your player level gives you 300 every time you level. Well, when you're in the higher levels like where you're at right now. Oh shit. Right. Escape this. Every time I switch characters, I gotta remember to change that. I see wife. She's practicing for her pre-show. She's doing she's doing some knee stuff. She's checking her balance as well. She's doing her core. She's in core. She's doing like bicycle crunches while she's playing the violin. That's awesome. Ooh, Dan just messaged me. I think it was actually Tiff that messaged. She's like, "Thanks, bro. It was a blast. Team Peach, 1000%." Because they went to Super Nintendo World in California.
California?
Yeah, in Universal Studio. So I messaged Tiff and Dan, and he's like, "Thanks, bro. It was a blast. Team Peach, 1000%." The reason why I knew was Peach because I saw that Tiff had the Peach bracelet on, so I knew she was Team Peach. Oh, you did switch. Nice. This is you. I know this is you. 100%.
No, it's not. I'm Rebecca.
Are you? No, you're not, Rebecca. You're lying. I just saw your profile.
Oh shit.
You ain't. Yeah, you're not. You ain't Rebecca, bro. Don't be pulling that. Rebecca's behind me.
Oh my god.
Where the hell are his fucking gens? Where the fuck are the gens here? There's one. Maybe you'll teleport here. You're not that close. Shit, it's Nemesis. Nemesis is chasing me. Oh my god, he's chasing me! I'm gonna run into the Huntress, aren't I? Get the hell out of here with that. He hit me with that? Come on, man. That's crazy. I gotta make sure I don't run into anybody. This is ridiculous. I'm in a constant run for my life. Shit, other killers right here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I was pincered between the two killers. Yeah, they're both here. They're both here. No! Finish that gen. That was a sacrifice. Man, I already got hooked. I got hooked twice. I'm the only one that's been hooked. Well, you've been hooked once. Everybody else hasn't even been hooked yet. That's some, Ooh. Creed? I'm dead. I'm dead. Or I'm going to die. Killer's coming after me. This is a quick one for me.
I'm
Oh.
looking at you through the window. Can you see me? Oh, that's not you. Yeah, that's not you.
I'm gonna make this comeback. I'm gonna make a comeback.
Yep. Take it easy, try to outbox it.
Oh no, I'm not gonna take it easy. I'm still gonna play with intensity.
I think I just saw you.
I don't think so. I didn't see you. There's a...
I'm gonna grab this person.
Okay, you are close then to me. There's a dude that has 2 crows on his head. He was AFK. He was AFK and he didn't get caught? That's bullshit.
I don't know where another build's
In the middle.
Yeah, I know. I really didn't want to go there. But
I hear a gen being done. Yep. It was Rebecca over here. Oh shit. Don't run that way.
hello, my friends, we meet here again.
Last time I was listening to Linkin Park. One Step Closer.
One step closer to the edge.
Yeah.
I'm about to break.
Cause wife, she put that in her stories. Like, she was like starting her Christmas tour. Like, she's like getting prepared and listening to Linkin Park. I'm like, wife listening to Linkin Park is like, just, Shit.
I listened to that song on repeat when I won the state championship in wrestling in like 6th grade.
Nice.
Straight repeat. That song was tight. Actually, that's the first time I think I ever heard that song.
I like Paper Cut. I like One Step. I like the entire album. That was my favorite. That was my favorite album. That's the only one of the only CDs I actually owned that I actually went out and spent money on because it was just that good. And Meteora. After that, like, they dropped for me.
Some of them were kind of whack. One gen, you guys want me to do one gen? Okay. Just because I'm here.
There's a gen here, but it's 2 people. I'm doing it with Rebecca.
Can't catch me. Oh shit.
Shit. If somebody can get a gen done, that would be great.
Over here. Oh man, this looks like that. Just want to die again. I need a little room to breathe. Hey, Jill.
This is the gen, what's up? This is the gen that we were doing. Zombies coming. What are you doing? I got you, Bex. 2 of you are finishing that gen. Finish it up. No, we have 2 gens left. Actually, there's another. There's Bex and that other dude that's almost done. I'm at a door. They just gotta finish it.
One step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. Open that door.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Bye. I'm dead. I'm not gonna make it. Nemesis is gonna kick my ass, boy.
I don't know where you're running.
I'm attempting to get the fuck out. Get out of my way! Oh my god, Huntress is here too? Shit! I'm so dead. I'm so fucking dead. I'm dead. I'm not gonna make it. No. Yeah, I'm dead. I like that Huntress outfit. Nah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter only because, yeah. Okay, how much experience did you get? I got 590. Oh, you didn't look? I got
I didn't even see what place I was in.
first.
Main house first.
Yeah, 36. I ended up in 4th, but I'm sure I'm gonna get pushed to almost last. I'm the only one that got steamrolled. The others are attempting to find themselves out. Yeah, I got 593 points there. You must have gotten at least like 600 something points because you escaped. Switching characters.
Bro, we got the snow coming down. It's nice.
The smoke?
Mm-mm.
What do you mean?
Snow.
Oh, the snow.
Yeah, it's not really sticking too much, but it's coming down pretty good.
Interesting. The snow is done for now, but it's supposed to snow again later. But then that's it. No more after that. One sec. Yeah, I'll rock this look. Why not? Why not?
Tell me you're a hippie without saying you're a hippie. Who is that?
Michaela. She's the spiritual girl. She's the
I'll be right back.
Yep. She'd be the esoteric. Ooh, yeah, we gotta switch. Fuck that noise. I ain't being no damn. Yeah. I'm gonna go get me a quick snack. Do I have water? I do, but I should get another bottle. Okay, I'm back.
Did you hear that 50 Cent, the AI album?
Nope.
It's tight, man. It's like old school, like, I don't know if I want to say it's like blues music. I'm trying to think. I know what music it is, but it's kind of like blues in a way. But they did his first big album.
Hmm.
And I forgot his name too. But it's good, man. Like they used everything. The words are still all the same, but the AI generated the beat and the voice.
Interesting.
It's pretty good. That shit work at RPG. And I am not. Oh.
You mentioned that the game, this place is the same in the game.
Yeah. There might be a little bit different, maybe, but it's virtually the exact same thing.
It's just bigger.
Yeah, I just think it's different. No, it's still the same size. Actually, if anything.
Shit.
No, it's all the same. It just throws me off because there's not walls and stuff. Oh, shit. Hello.
We have yeah, he's blocked off a certain path that you're gonna be.
Does it actually hurt you if you step in that?
It doesn't, but when it doesn't hurt you per se, but when you get caught in it, then he can trap you. Shit, they're both right here together.
Rick?
Can I go back to that generator? I can. Here comes the bat dude.
Are we on Dracula too?
Yep, he's coming after me. Holy shit! Run, dude, run! Oh, shit, I brought... Oh, yeah. I miss WCW.
Yeah, so do I. If they just would have kept Crockett Promotions, or I don't know, I guess Turner. Well, I take that back. Crockett Promotions owned WCW before they sold out to Ted Turner. But if they just would have stuck to the centralized kind of East Coast, they would have kept going on. But they got greedy. And they spent too much money on bullshit. Private jet flights, all this other weird stuff. Contracts, it doesn't matter.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Kevin Nash's contract with WCW or whatever, anybody got paid, he got paid $1 more every time.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You say $1 more?
Yeah, it had to be at least $1 more.
Wow.
Just so, I think he was the man.
I can't get this gen at the top of this place done at the life of me. It's in the main foyer.
Damn, you fuck. I got caught in that stupid room.
Somebody just turned into a bot. Holy shit, man. You're at the bottom of the stairs, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you after, like right now.
I got him coming for me. There you go. Hear me.
And who do you think got you?
We gotta go. Damn. Oh. That girl tried to jump.
Shit, this guy's taking forever to heal. Oh my lord. Leave me alone. He got me. Shit, man. Wow, this Dracula has style with his look.
Damn. And he's gonna throw you all right down below. That's weak sauce.
It's okay. Too bad Pyramid Head's like right behind me. I just got unhooked.
Oh shit.
He's right behind me. I'm dead. I'm so sorry, other person, but like I got to move.
You know you have problems when you're headed right towards the danger. I'm heading towards the danger, baby. Looking like Maverick. Oh shit. That ain't gonna work. Whew. Oh, that will work.
Okay,
That'll
cool.
do just fine, don't it? Oh, I blinded that dog.
I was right in the corner there. He's coming for me.
I need to get better with this flashlight. Flashlight game's on. Weak shit.
Damn, you're on the other end of the map.
Sorry, I got somebody else over here. It's Mr. Attack on Titan boy. And I have what's his name? Come on, man. Right
Yeah.
here. Oh, sorry.
We have 2 gens left. Putting Dracula and Pyramid Head has made quite the interesting dilemma, because he can just fly around throughout the entire map, and he can just like leave shit all over the map that basically keeps you either have to run into it or you're basically SOL.
Hey, stop moving. Oh, God. Run to the fucking corner. They can still see us. Dang.
Oh shit. Pyramid Head was right behind me. Fuck. Came for me.
He's still on you.
Are you dead?
No.
That's bullshit.
They're all playing conservative.
Okay, so there's only 3 of us now.
And they should be playing good. Great. The generator right.
Oh yeah.
And then towards the records room, bottom left hand side, there still should be like 2 generators, top and bottom.
Not all the Resident Evil games. Like I know number 4 doesn't, but shit, he's coming. They don't all take place in this mansion, right? 1, 2, 3, and all that.
I don't know, but are you coming down on me? Cool.
No, I went into a room that has a picture of the wolf, and there's like a bunch of like stuff. There's
It's
a.
over. It's over.
It's probably over for me too, because
No, the only games take place in the mansion or the RPD is Resident Evil 2 main game. It's the entire game.
I'm dead.
Half the game's in the mansion. Or the RPD. And then Resident Evil 3 has the RPG. It's in Raccoon City too. Are you dead?
Yep. I went back to the generator and he got me.
That dude's heart didn't even show up when he hit us.
Yeah, because he's flying around as a bat. When he flies around as a bat, it's harder for the heartbeat. It's like Ghostface, you know, when he's sneaking around, you don't see his heartbeat until he stalks the shit out of you. Once he stalks you, then you technically can see his heartbeat.
He's over there looking at me in the corner like something else.
Yunjin. Hey, I got the Dracula figure. That means I finished 6 of the 9 quests. I'm almost done the rift. Well, I'm at 83. There's 100 levels, so just 17 levels to go and I'm done. Didn't take that long. Hey, there's a Kate. She's playing a scarecrow Kate. So there's Kate, Hex Dumber, and then Yui Kimura Hex Dumb. Dumb and Dumber, so they're definitely playing together. How dare you use that name for Kate, Hex Dumber? It should be Hex Smart.
You said Dumb and Dumber. I was thinking Adam Sandler again. That Click movie is about him having a remote control and he can change things in the world. I think he can go like forward in time, change things backwards in time. That's a funny movie. It's got Kate Beckinsale in it.
I basically just said just before the game started, I'm like, how Kate should be Hex.Smarter, not how dare you use that name for her. Damn people. Yeah, she's actually dumber instead of dumb. The other person is Hex Dumb. I take offense to that, actually. All other people should be banned from using Kate, unless I give permission to play as Kate.
Fucked up, bro.
I know. All right, I'm actually behind. I'm actually behind her.
Well, I am running to the opposite side of the entire map. Are you in the house?
Nope. We have Pyramid Head again. He's coming this way. Get the fuck out of here. There's 4 of us like right here. Oh, we got the man. We got the man. We got the man in this one. Is he chasing me? I don't know. I don't know if he is. Wait, oh, that's right. I didn't change my class. I'm like, why am I seeing generators? Well, that sucks. I can see all the generators though. Or the 4 immediate or 3 immediate ones that are close to me. Doesn't mean.
Which one of these Sephiroth
Huh?
Who's this wannabe Sephiroth guy? Where's he hail from? What game? Is it Dungeons and Dragons?
You mean the guy with the long hair and like the trench coat like kind of thing? That's Alucard.
Oh, they have the character in the Alucard too?
Yep. It would make sense, right? That's where Trevor, like Richter Belmont and Trevor Belmont are. I forgot to change my class, so I am guide, I think, or I'm scout. I think I'm guide. Guide is the one that helps with generators, but it doesn't feel like I'm making generators any faster. Well, hello there, Kate. Hello there, there's Dumb and Dumber. They both came to heal me. I got you. There's a...
No, that's so stupid. I dropped the pallet. You can still get me. That's so bad. Fuck, I gotta go get that guy. It's right over there next to me. I'm hurt though.
I'm nowhere near. Oh, that's you.
I'm gonna go get.
He's on second hook already. No, he already got caught or unhooked. It's like looking outside in from my character.
There's a generator right.
Somebody turned to a bot.
To the like behind you. I don't know where you are. Damn.
Damn, somebody got moored already? That bot is gonna die. I don't know if anybody's gonna save that bot. What the hell was that noise?
Oh my god, so stupid.
Nobody's saving that bot.
We're running at him, hopefully.
Nope, that bot's not gonna get saved.
Yeah, that's 2 people.
No, that bot got saved. Wow. They made it in the nick of fucking time for that bot, though. You got caged, it seems. There's a gen on the hill over there. I'm gonna go get her. Actually, no, she got saved.
Aren't this person leaving?
You mean the person with the purple hair and the pink dress?
Are you?
Were you referring to that person?
I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm right there on a gym.
Oh. Yeah. I could have made... There's a couple people there doing a gen. Finish that gen. shit.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be me.
You got it? No, you're okay.
I'm the one that was getting healed there. Who would have thought in 2020? Who would have thought in 2025 I'd be playing as other characters? If he can see me, I can see him, or he can see me.
And keep running them around. Whoever's running them around about halfway down this generator. Keep running, bro. Not my way. Yeah, keep using that.
I see him. That was Kate. My Katie Denson is dying. Yeah, I don't have the speed boost thing, so it comes in handy. He's coming this way, he's coming this way. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ah. That's okay, I took the kill from the Wraith. From the man. That sucks! Ugh. Alright, let me see how much...
How did you know I was there? That's fucking bullshit again.
I got 512 EXP this time. You'll have to check yours when yours is done.
Oh yeah, I'm not getting that. Oh yeah, come save me. Come save me. Oh, I'm dead. Ran right at him. Why'd they do a slow vault?
I don't know. Well, that's the thing.
I thought it was an angle.
You thought it was a what?
I heard it was on an angle. Sometimes if you hit a proper angle, it will automatically do it, but I didn't even vault one time, and then I tried to fast vault, and it won't let me.
Check how much experience you got that round.
Oh, my bad. I already looked at it when you said it.
Oh. Well, next game me will check. Do. Oh, whoa, yeah. Wait a minute.
Did you know that you could
Oops.
in
Manga.
You were saying?
Manga.
Why not? I'll join the Fangming crew for a moment. I'll go with that bunny outfit. It's either that or we'll see. Okay, microphone is now red, so time to switch. There's another Kate. Seems like there's a Kate in every game since we started.
This is probably gonna have to be my last one. I gotta get ready. I gotta go after you.
Sounds good. Okay.
Hey, stop.
Stop what?
Oh, my dog.
Oh.
Biting his nail.
Yeah, I don't hear you mentioning the dog much.
Nah, he's pretty chill. Don't really do a whole lot.
What's your dog's name again?
Crispy.
Crispy?
Mm-hmm.
Like as in like crispy chicken?
Like Krispy Kreme.
Krispy Kreme, okay.
I call him a small dog. He's more like a medium-sized dog. All his clothes are medium.
So there's a guy, I saw his Supra yesterday. He wrapped it in purple, and there in the middle, like in the trunk, in the front hood, he put a stripe of black. So I'm like, that's fucking Megatron from Beast Wars. And now that
You're talking about like that purple metallic color?
yeah, well, his was more, his one is a little bit more like satin, like more muted. And I'm like, that's fucking Megatron, bro. He's like, God damn, I can see it now. Now his car in Beast Wars, yes, it's another variant of Transformers. It was a Canadian version of it's basically Optimus Primal and Megatron. They took animal form.
I know what Beast Wars is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll watch that one.
Yeah. Megatron was purple. He was a purple dinosaur. The running joke was is like Barney, but he was a purple T-Rex.
Barney.
Yeah. So like I mentioned to the guy, and then I saw his post again in a different Supra form, and I'm like, oh my god, I get to see the Megatron again. He's like, God dang, dude, like now I see what you're talking about, because I mentioned Beast Wars version. He's like, fuck, I see it.
Yeah, so, he was like, I think I had his little action figure guy. He was gold and purple, I think I had.
Interesting.
Wow. That was a tight color, actually.
That Megatron was the best.
The Transformer movies were pretty decent.
Shit. Gotta move. I should watch the Transformer Beast, like the Beast one. I wonder if it is referring to like the Beast Wars ones. I'm sure it has some reference to it.
Yeah, they got the gorilla dude up in there.
That would be Optimus. That would be Optimus then. Optimus Primal, maximize. Megatron, terrorize. Yeah, that was made in Canada. The Transformers, the Beast Wars thing, made from a company called Mainframe back in Vancouver in like late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like 1997, 1998. I have the entire series on my Android drive. I should copy that shit over to my tablet and just keep it on my tablet. Having all of Beast Wars. So good. Beast Wars. If they ever remake it into 1080p or 4K version, like upscale, that'd be dope. Because you can tell by the graphics of it, like when some glass shatters, you see polygons because of the limitations of the graphics that they used back in the day. But hey, for what they were working with, they did a pretty good job making that show.
I don't really remember. We're talking about cartoons, right?
Yeah, but more animated, like more 3D modeled cartoon. So instead of your traditional like cartoon like drawing, more like animation modeled cartoon. La la la. If I was ever playing the Huntress, I would get this. I would get that outfit. The moose. I think I'm gonna get smashed. I think I'm about to get smashed. Oh no, I'm not. Come on, get that fucking gen done. That was me that finished the gen there.
Speaking of Canadians, y'all got Tom McDonald. You know Tom McDonald?
Ty McDonald?
Tom McDonald.
I've never heard of that person or that, and well, I'm usually out of the loop with like music per se, unless I hear the music.
Why did he stop moving, you stupid girl? and then, no, come back here, right now. You're running right towards you. Why are you running right now?
I'm on a generator with another dude. I think I ran into Kate one time in this round. Ha ha ha. La 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 la. La 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 la. Screw it. I'll take the med kit.
Can't figure out why sometimes it shows the generator yellow, but nobody's on it.
Could be the one that somebody might have started.
Only got one more left. Damn, he died right in front of me. Thanks for your med kit, son.
There's a gen. I see the yellow gen.
He's over there in that area.
He kicked something though, something in this area. Yeah, there's a gen here.
Yeah, Wolfman.
I haven't even run into Wolfman once yet. The killers haven't.
I ran into a killer.
That's the first time Kate's been hooked, or about to get hooked. Am I the closest to? I'm there.
I think I just saw you. Were you on this generator?
If it's in a room, then yes. Hey.
Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna get hooked. And no fastball either. No, trap is that. No. God.
I got Kate. I'll get you. Unless they're leaving you. Nope, they're not. I don't know which door is open, or is about to be open. Oh my god, you're on the other end of the damn map. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to you. This door, I know the door that's open.
But you running at me?
Yep. If
Should we
that,
heal up or just run?
heal up. So you're gonna come this way. Shit, other kid she got hooked. Fuck. This way. The door's over this way. Everybody basically left. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to her, but the door is this way. I had to leave. Fuck. I couldn't save Kate. I'm so sorry. Damn, girl. All right.
Probably put in red after.
Let's see. I got 591 points and 300 shards. So you should be getting 300 shards.
Total XP 593.
That makes sense. So you're a little higher than me in points.
And then when we hit continue, see what I get.
Well, you should be getting the shards.
I didn't level up.
Right. You should only be getting your shards right at that screen. You shouldn't be getting it after unless it's getting it from the rift or something.
I got 5 rift points.
Yeah. I know you said that was your last one.
Give me over time. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Dinner time for you, basically?
I just gotta get ready. We're gonna eat at 6 o'clock.
Oh, you guys are going out?
Yeah, I'm gonna meet my dad somewhere.
Well, enjoy your time with your dad.
Alright, man. I'll holler at you later on.
All right.
See you later.
See you later, dude.
See you, bro.
Later. All right, people. Oh yeah, we going. Let's go back to that post.
Manifestation is simple. This is all you need to know about it. If you understand this, you don't need to follow any guru or read any manifestation books. It's one simple sentence from Jesus. And the sentence is, whatever you ask for in prayer and believe that you have received.
I get to see Megatron from Beast Wars again. That's funny.
Your brain will block you from achieving your goals because your brain does not care about your success. It cares about your survival. And to achieve something, you have to do something that you've never done before.
Oh, this one. Itty bitty. Hi, Nick.
What up, Nick?
What up, Nick?
What's up, Maddie?
Itty bitty.
Itty bitty.
I love sucking chocolate.
This one kills me every time I see it.
Well, fine, Maddie. Oh, pull through.
Pull through. I love eating mayonnaise. I love that. Oh my god. Embarrassing. That girl just like posted up. That's crazy. So baby, now you see I'm number one. There's two doggies in there. I see two doggies. Look, there are two doggies. They are in there. Look at the doggies. Yep.
Nobody really tells you this, but I heard a guy on TikTok say this the other day and it hit hard.
Let's see what
Only the ones who care about you will hear you when you're quiet.
Yep.
Nobody really tells you this.
That's a bar.
But I heard a guy on TikTok say this the other day and it hit hard. Only.
You know, I still remember.
Oh, this song again. Hot white girl on a skateboard. Not bad.
I had to test it for myself. So I saw this doormat that turns into a package box. But I'm actually surprised how easy they kind of comes together.
What the fuck is that?
And then you can put the lid on it. And then it has a lock.
What the hell is this? Yo, look at this shit.
I mean, it actually works.
Oh my god. Look at this.
For myself. So I saw this doormat.
It's a doormat. That's crazy.
It kind of comes together. Look, pops right out, and then you can put the lid on it, and then it has a lock. You just turn the code, and then no one can steal your packages. I mean, it actually works way better than I thought it was gonna.
That's pretty. That's pretty badass. That's pretty badass.
But I'm actually surprised how easy it kind of comes together.
That's pretty badass.
Pops right out, and then you can put the lid on it, and then it has a lock. You just turn the code, and then.
This is Kayla. She's experiencing sciatica, which causes.
Oh god, look at this guy go. Nice. Who is this?
Oh my god, did you do that? Yes. Whoa. I feel like I don't want to sign it and ruin it. Sign it. Really?
Ruin it as much as you want. No, it doesn't matter. Thank you, John. You're fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Good job.
You're a great job. Thank you for saying that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Passengers.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Hey, it's Mel Robin.
Okay, enough with the scrolling.
So one of my favorite stories is in a mother's womb with two babies, and one turns to the other and says,
Ooh, this is gonna be a good story.
Life after delivery. Pay attention to this.
This is gonna be
The other
good.
replies, but of course, there has to be something after delivery. Maybe we're here to prepare ourselves for what will be later. Nonsense at the first. There's no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be? I don't know, said the second. But there'll be more light than here. Maybe we'll walk with our legs and eat with our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses we can't understand now.
Ooh, that's a bar.
First goes, that's ridiculous. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths, that's absurd. The umbilical cord is what scientifically supplies nutrition and all that we need, but it's far too short. Life after delivery is to be logically excluded. This is agreement. The second says, what if it's just different than it is here? Maybe we don't need that physical cord anymore.
It's true.
The first goes, okay, if there were life after delivery,
Oh,
then
I
tell
like
me,
this.
why
This is
has no
such a
one
good
ever come back
perspective.
from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere. And the second says, but certainly we'll meet Mother, and she'll take care of us. The first goes, Mother? You actually believe in Mother? If Mother exists, where is she now? And the second goes, she's all around us. We are of her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist. And the first says, I don't see her. It's only logical that she's not here. To which the second replied, sometimes, when you're in silence and you really listen, you can perceive her presence.
That's so true.
You can hear her loving
Bar,
voice calling down
bar,
from above.
bar.
Oh, just chills.
It's good.
Sometimes when you're really silent, when you're really still and you listen,
Yep. You will perceive.
you hear her all around you.
Yep.
You can hear God and see him everywhere.
Oh, yeah. That's a bar.
Such a good metaphor.
So one of my favorite stories
I've seen this guy.
is in a mother's womb were two babies, and one turns to the other and says, do you believe in life after delivery?
This was a good one. This was a good one.
But of course, there has to be something
This
after
is one of the
delivery.
ones
Maybe we're
that
here to prepare ourselves
I
for what
would
will be
save on
later.
my tablet. So I'm saving that. That was a really fucking powerful perspective shifter right there. That was so good. When I like listen to something and it just like, wow, that was good. That was fucking good. Like that was real good. Cause sometimes like, you know, I save stuff on Instagram and then like I can't find it again because I've saved so much stuff. But when it's on my tablet, that's a different story. This is such a good perspective shifter. Oh my God, it's so good.
One of my favorite stories.
We're gonna play this one
is in
again.
a mother's womb were two babies.
Here, you can watch it.
And one turns to the other and says, do you believe in life after delivery? Pay attention to this. And the other replies, why, of course, there has to be something after delivery. Maybe we're here to prepare ourselves for what will be later. Nonsense, said the first. There's no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be? I don't know, said the second. But there'll be more light than here. Maybe we'll walk with our legs and eat with our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses we can't understand now. First goes, that's ridiculous. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths, that's absurd. The umbilical cord is what scientifically supplies nutrition and all that we need, but it's far too short. Life after delivery is to be logically excluded. And the second says, what if it's just different than it is here? Maybe we don't need that physical cord anymore. The first goes, okay, if there were life after delivery, then tell me, why has no one ever come back from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere. And the second says, but certainly we'll meet Mother, and she'll take care of us. The first goes, Mother? You actually believe in Mother? If Mother exists, where is she now? And the second goes, she's all around us. We are of her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist.
Bar.
And the first says, I don't see her. It's only logical that she's not here. To which the second replied, sometimes, when you're in silence and you really listen, you can perceive her presence.
Yep.
You can hear her loving voice calling down from above.
Oh, just chills. Sometimes when you're really silent, when you're really still and you listen, you can hear her all around you. You can hear God and see him everywhere. Such a good metaphor.
Such a good metaphor indeed. That so good. That was a save-worthy reel. I'm glad I ran into that one. I'm glad I said I was gonna stop. but Nah, it's fine. I was gonna probably play with that person, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel like playing with that person right now. That was a really good metaphor, though. I really enjoyed that. Megatron, terrorize! Megatron, terrorize! Are we still with yeah. that was a fucking bar right there. I love that. That's so good.
Nonsense at the first. There's no life after delivery.
There are two wolves. You told me this story my entire life, and now I'm telling you.
Oh, I know this one.
There are two wolves.
There are
and
two
they're always
wolves.
fighting. One is darkness and despair. The other is light and hope.
Yep.
Which wolf wins? Okay, fine. Don't answer.
Whichever one you feed.
Whichever one you feed.
Good. There are two wolves. You told me.
Brian, why don't you tell us a little?
That's pretty awesome.
Who does the land, the water, and
Why
the
do you
natural
have to
resources
pay
of
to
this planet
exist?
belong to? Who decided that one human could stand up one day and declare, "This is mine, and you must pay to use it"?
Exactly.
Did you sign a contract when you were born agreeing to these terms?
Nope.
No. You arrived here pure and unbound, but you were immediately ushered into a world where access to the very essentials of life, land to live on, water to drink, food to eat, comes with a price tag. And that price tag is not set by nature. It's set by the system. This is one of the most effective forms of programming, convincing people that they must earn their right to exist on a planet they were born into. Ownership of resources is not just about wealth. It's about control. When a small group controls land, water, energy, and food production, they don't just control the economy, they control human behavior. They can dictate where you live, what you eat, what you pay, and even what's possible for your future.
Fuck that
This
noise.
is why throughout history, control of resources has been at the heart of nearly every major conflict.
Where are my
Not ideology,
where are my
not
charms?
religion, but
No,
the raw power
I don't
of
have my
ownership.
charms. Fuck.
Divide and distract. One of the oldest strategies in politics is divide and rule. Keep the population fighting among themselves over ideology, identity, race, religion, and they will never unite to question the system as a whole.
Exactly.
This is why political discourse is so often framed as us versus them. It's a psychological trap. If you're focused on winning against your neighbor, you're not looking at who built the arena you're fighting in. Think about it.
That's a
Who
bar.
does the land, the water, and the natural resources of this planet belong to?
That's
Who
another
decided that
no.
one
That's
human
another
could stand up one day
save-worthy
and
one.
declare, "This is mine, and you must pay to use it"? Did you sign a contract when you were born agreeing to these terms? No. You arrived here pure and unbound, but you were immediately ushered into a world where access to the very essentials of life, land to live on, water to drink, food to eat, comes with a price tag. And that price tag is not set by nature. It's set by the system. This is one of the most effective forms of programming, convincing people that they must earn their right to exist on a planet they were born into. Ownership of resources is not just about wealth. It's about control. When a small group controls land, water, energy, and food production, they don't just control the economy, they control human behavior.
I'm
They
just
can
playing it
dictate
again.
where you live, what you eat, what you pay, and even what's possible for your future. This is why throughout history, control of resources has been at the
Ooh, I
heart
got
of
the
nearly
Alex
every major
toolbox.
conflict.
I got an
Not
Alex
ideology,
toolbox.
not religion, but the raw power of ownership. Divide and distract.
Divide and
One
distract.
of the oldest strategies in politics is divide and rule. Keep the population fighting among themselves over ideology, identity, race, religion, and they will never unite to question the system as a whole. This is why political discourse is so often framed as us versus them. It's a psychological trap. If you're focused on winning against your neighbor, You're not looking at who built the arena you're fighting in.
Yep.
Think about it. Who does the land?
Okay, that's a good
water,
one.
Hey man, can I ask for your advice on something? Yeah, sure. So I'm taking this girl out, right? First date,
Wow,
steak dinner,
this is how men should treat other men about women, or should teach other men about women.
Yeah, I love her, bitch. You want to find other hopes and dreams for a future? Nice. No, I just want her to take off. Take off any mask that she puts on for people she doesn't feel she can fully trust. I get it. You want to, like, listen to her share her heart. Get to know the real her. No, so the reason I'm into this girl is because she's got a great set of creative ambitions. Totally. I also find that super attractive. That's how I met my wife. Yeah, see, that's it. It's that intellectual curiosity that is such a turn on. Totally. We totally get it, too. Gary, Steve, check this out.
No.
Oh, yeah. It keeps getting better the further down we go. Man, nice work, man. That's a perfect 10 right there. This is what I'm talking about. It's just words. How do we resolve conflict with gentleness and humor? That's great, man. It's just wisdom right there, you know? I always look at this after a workout. Just a great reminder to be thinking of her needs instead of my own, you know? Right. And when we work out, it's not just a chance to improve our bodies, but ourselves as husbands and fathers. This is the weirdest locker room. Hey, man. Can I ask
That's
for your
smart.
advice on something? Yeah, sure. So I'm taking this girl out, right? First date, steak dinner, come back to my place, hoping to make it to at least third base. Know what I mean? Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I love third base. You want to, like, find out her hopes and dreams for a future? Nice. No, I just want her to take off. Take off any mask that she puts on for people she doesn't feel she can fully trust. I get it. You want to, like, listen to her share her heart. Get to know the real her. No, so the reason I'm into this girl is because she's got a great set of creative ambitions. Totally. I also find that super attractive. That's how I met my wife. Yeah, see, that's it. It's that intellectual curiosity that is such a turn on. Totally. We totally get it, too. Gary, Steve, check this out.
Oh my God, we're rolling now.
Yeah. It keeps getting better the further down we go. Man, nice work, man. That's a perfect 10 right there. This is what I'm talking about. It's just words. How do we resolve conflict with gentleness and humor? That's great, man. It's just wisdom right there, you know? I always look at this after a workout. Just a great reminder to be thinking of her needs instead of my own, you know? Right. And when we work out, it's not just a chance to improve our bodies, but ourselves as husbands and fathers. This is the weirdest locker room. Hey, man. Can I ask for your advice on something? Yeah, sure. So I'm taking this girl out, right? First date, steak dinner, come back to my place, hoping to make it to at least third base.
Welcome to Planet Earth. You've just entered a carbon-based simulation. Your infinite consciousness is now inside a 3D body, fragile, sensory, beautifully limited. Here, everything you see is code. The streets, the sky, the people you meet, all projections of the collective server you call reality. Every mind you encounter is part of the same dream, co-creating the illusion with you. You were born plugged into this system. Gravity keeps your feet on the ground. Society keeps your mind asleep. And the rules were designed to make you forget who you truly are. But inside you, the code is awakening. A whisper from your higher self begins to rise. This is not the end. This is the beginning. Your mission is not to escape the simulation. It's to remember within it. To awaken inside the dream and realize you are not the character. You are the player. You are the divine consciousness navigating matter, the creator disguised as creation. The moment you remember, the matrix starts to bend. Reality responds to your vibration. Matter obeys your awareness, and every obstacle becomes an initiation, a mirror showing you. Because awakening isn't about leaving Earth, it's about bringing heaven. If this message resonated with something ancient inside you, you're ready for the next step. Enter the portal. Awaken from the dream. Remember, you are the creation recognizing itself. Welcome to Planet Earth. You've just entered a carbon-based simulation. Your infinite consciousness is now inside a 3D body, fragile, sensory, beautifully limited. Here, everything you see is code. The streets, the sky, the people you meet, all projections of the collective server you call reality. Every mind you encounter is part of the same dream, co-creating the illusion with you. You were born plugged into this system. Gravity keeps your feet on the ground. Society keeps your mind asleep. And the rules, the rules were designed to make you forget who you truly are. But inside you, the code is awakening. A whisper from your higher self begins to rise. This is not the end. This is the beginning. Your mission is not to escape the simulation. It's to remember within it. To awaken inside the dream and realize you are not the character. You are the player. You are the divine consciousness navigating matter, the creator disguised as creation. The moment you remember, the matrix starts to bend. Reality responds to your vibration. Matter obeys your awareness, and every obstacle becomes an initiation, a mirror showing you. Because awakening isn't about leaving, it's about bringing healing. If this message resonated with something ancient inside you, you're ready for the next step. Enter the power. Awaken from the dream. Remember, you are the creation recognizing itself. Welcome to Planet Earth. You've just entered a carbon-based simulation. Your infinite consciousness is now inside a 3D body, fragile, sensory, beautifully limited. Here, everything you see is code. The streets, the sky, the people you meet, all projections of the collective server you call reality. Every mind you encounter is part of the same.
Who doesn't love free travel and free shows? Well, guess what? I'm Lindsay Sterling, and I am teaming up with BANDIT to provide you with just that.
Hi, babe.
And so much more. That's right, you can come see me on tour at the only show in Las Vegas.
What does that mean?
To take something in.
Okay, excellent. To absorb. Anyone?
Everywhere, all the time.
So what is ubiquitous assimilation?
Always absorbing everything everywhere all the time.
Well done, George. How are you to imagine anything if the images are always provided for you? Who here read 1984 last year? Good. Anyone? Meredith?
Having two opposing belief segments and believing that those are true.
Excellent. To deliberately believe in lies while knowing they're false. Examples of this in everyday life. Oh, I need to be pretty to be happy. I need surgery to be pretty. I need to be thin, famous, fashionable. This is a marketing holocaust. 24 hours a day, for the rest of our lives, the powers that be are hard at work, dumbing us to death. So, to defend ourselves and fight against assimilating this dullness into our thought processes, we must learn to read, to stimulate our own imaginations, to cultivate our own consciousness, our own belief systems. We all need these skills to defend, to preserve our own minds. What does that mean?
To take something in.
Okay, excellent. To absorb. Anyone?
Everywhere, all the time.
So what is ubiquitous assimilation?
Always absorbing everything everywhere all the time.
Well done, George. How are you to imagine anything if the images are always provided for you? Who here read 1984 last year? Good. Anyone? Meredith?
Having two opposing beliefs.
The reason we're confused about who to trust, whether that is politicians, celebrities, or even friends in our own life, is because we have forgotten the origin of language, which is telepathy. In our natural state, communication is not through words. It is through energy. And with energy, there are no masks. There are no hidden agendas.
Hey, you're back.
There is no manipulation. Many ancient civilizations, for example, the Egyptians knew about telepathy. Words came later, and even though language can be very beautiful, it can also be very distorted. Because when we started to worship the mind,
Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh shit, what the fuck? How did I get switched to that? I don't have my charms on. What the hell? Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Where are my charms? Bang, bang. I was watching some reels. There was a nice reel talking about God from inside of your mother's womb. It's pretty dope.
What did you say?
I said I was watching a reel on Instagram with, there was a guy watching another guy talking about there was twins inside of a mother's womb, and they were having their own conversation about like, there can't be anything beyond this world because they're inside the womb, and like it would be weird for us to walk with our feet and eat with our mouth. And then one of them was like, well, what if that is possible? And then like the moral of it was, if you slow down, stay silent, you will hear the presence of mother, which means that like you'll hear the presence of the creator inside of you. So it was a really nice reel. It was one of those ones that I saved onto my tablet. Like I personally downloaded it off of Instagram and took it. That's a nice one. That's why I love my feeds for social media. They're full of just magic and not other stuff. But there are times where some stuff, where are my charms? What the fuck? I put back on my charms and they don't show up? It's fine.
Where you at?
The locker.
You're downstairs. Okay.
I got teleported by the locker. Killer's right by me.
Man.
Yeah, I'm right by the by him.
I actually have a hard time with this killer. I don't know why. I don't feel like I should, but I do. Can you just blow it up? Come on now.
We have Trapper.
Right at us.
Whoa!
Oh, great. And Trapper. Two of my favorite guys. I'm terrible at Trapper.
Huh? This killer's like, the hell? I can't touch this Fang Ming. That's right, you can't touch this Fang Ming. But that can touch Fang Ming, all right.
What are you doing? Stop being scared.
Shit! Oh my god. He came after me.
Hold him off.
Shit, man.
You're a STARS member.
Oh, Trapper would be putting around traps right now.
Where's he putting him at?
In between pallets.
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured.
Like where I'm at in that roof area, there's a trap by that pallet, and I'm gonna be hearing Fang Ming whining for the next little while. She's got the most pronounced whining when she gets hurt.
I just told you to come here, Ronnie.
Never would have thought Fang Ming would have been a character I'd ever use because of like how they made her in the beginning. Shit, trapper coming this way.
Kind of whack. I like my Fang. My Fang-a-mang.
Oh shit! All right, I'm gonna go back to that.
This person's just standing there in front of me. Move. Go find another thing.
That Claudette, man. I don't know what they were thinking when they made Claudette. Why'd they make her so... Shit, look at that trap right there. That's a fucking trap. I didn't see one. Oh shit!
They are on the west wing of RPD. At least I thought, yeah.
That trapper has a wolf face.
Damn, I just ran right into that trap. Didn't even pay attention. Third time's a charm. 4 times a charm. Get me out of here. What the 5?
6? 7?
I didn't even get out.
Did somebody break it out of you?
Yeah. I mean, I won't know, but I don't know if I was going to get out the 6th time. She got me on the 6th, halfway through. Damn.
Killer coming this way. There are people here, but they can't get me because the killer's blocking them from getting me.
What wing are you in?
I don't know what wing. I'm just hiding. I'm in like that area where the door you can escape. Okay, I just got.
Dude, hit me with another trap. That's so fun. God, man. It's like I don't even look. I just run right to him. I keep forgetting.
Wow, there's 4 people hooked. Holy fuck.
5 people hooked.
Shit, I'm not gonna make it to them. I don't know who's who. That's the problem. Yep, one's dead.
It's all good. Let's get the closest one.
Okay, there's Claudette. Then we gotta go over here. This is you.
Save me. Get me out this.
What they do with that hairstyle with Claudette? Like, what were they thinking making Claudette like so? That's like racism right there. Making.
What? What's wrong with her hair?
Look at it, bro. It's not even attractive. The hell is that?
Bro, you wouldn't understand. It's a black thing.
Huh?
You wouldn't understand. It's a black thing.
I know it's a black thing, but still, it's like, I get it.
Short hair, man.
They can at least make her somewhat more appealing, you know what I'm saying? But hey, you know, to each their own, right?
To each their own.
Shit, he's coming back.
Or chainsaw, man.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Get out of the way, girl. Oh my lord. No! I knew the trap was there. Shouldn't have done that.
We were doing so good, and then it went all to hell. I don't know which one you were.
The one that just the one that just got hooked. I'm on the bottom. There's
Hopefully she comes save you, 'cause he's
Claudette
on
is
me.
probably closest to me. But she'll have to take a stairs, but somebody's coming down the stairs. Yep, Claudette's coming for me. Cheryl's coming for me. Bunch of other people come for me. Oh my god, there's like hell of people just... Yep. Give everybody a speed boost.
Well, we all got like all at one
Are you
time. Really screwed everybody
are you up or
I'm
are you...
upstairs. But I got somebody else coming for me. I don't know. Maybe that's you. They're coming in all directions.
I think this is you.
To the RPD. Hear me? Hear me?
Yep, this was you.
Another one bites the dust. 4 generators left.
There's one in here, I think. Oh no, this one's done.
They're both on that side.
Yep. He's coming this way. See? He sees. He sees. He sees. He's coming, bro. He's coming. Look.
Well, what the fuck are you holding me up?
I'm not holding you up, bro. I got off.
I was right behind you.
Shit. Dead. Oh my god. Double friggin' team.
All that sitting there pointing.
I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. I wasn't even gonna bother with that. That sucks.
I'll wait on old homegirl here to die. Man, you better hang them. Stop playing. Stop playing.
He's not gonna hang them.
Stop playing.
He's not gonna hang them. Or they're not gonna hang them. They're gonna wait. There's 4. What? 1, 2.
They are hanging them.
Well, there's still 3 of you, so you can't. The hatch is not gonna be available.
Oh shit! Got it wrong.
Alan Wake and Cheryl are in the same area. They're in the by the library. They're kind of hiding at the top near the library. You'll run into them if you head into the library.
Nope, I'm not even going for them. I'm gonna hide my little lockers.
They're also hiding. One's hiding in a locker. One's hiding on the edge of the. They're on the precipice of falling down.
Why? Get the fuck out of here, bird. Dude, straight looking at me at the locker. I'm gonna kick him.
Cheryl came out of the locker. Alan is also. They're kind of just like.
Well, at some point he's just gonna come through.
At some point, one of you all are gonna get it. These two. I think they know where everyone is. There's the trapper. He's underneath them. He's hiding.
Yep, he's coming. He's coming to get me. He's coming to get me. Is he below me or you know? I want to get out of this locker, but I'm scared to move.
This is like a real life movie. Oh, he found them. Okay, hatch.
Yeah, hang him.
Hatch will be available.
I don't think hatch is. It shouldn't. It has to be on the bottom floor.
It will probably. It's gonna be on the bottom floor. Okay, dude. You're gonna have
I
to.
gotta get downstairs.
I hear the hatch.
I hear it. I hear it.
In the room. In the room. Yep.
La-da-da.
Nice.
It took me the longest time to hear that. Like, I never really knew what the hatch meant because I never found the hatch.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, it makes a noise. I'm like, what noise?
Yeah, it makes a swooshing like whoo shoo. It makes like that kind of like tunneling like noise.
Bang and bang on top. You know it was a bad game when I was on top. I'll let you know.
All right. Time to bring.
I'll occasionally get that 40 pop though.
Yep. It's time to bring.
I would like to know what my highest game was, but I don't know. Can you look that up?
Sure there is on the stats thing. When we wear this outfit, this is when shit gets real. So let's see what happens. Oh, there's another Kate here.
I had these banners.
There's another Kate. Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck, somebody took my escapist class. Fuck. Ah, I don't want to be healer. It's the less of the two evils. Guide and scout just fucking sucks.
Well, I think that's it for me, man. My ride just showed up.
Is it?
Healer. I'll give you a holler later on.
All right.
Again, bye.
Later. Do-do-do.
A donkey looked. The reason we're confused about this, and they're asked to redraw what the teacher is drawing without seeing it. And they do it, and sometimes with very shocking accuracy. This is telepathy, and you can look up the word remote viewing if you want to dive deeper into that, because there's so much to that. Anybody can do it, but it's not being taught. We are blind to our own capacities. Telepathy means returning to nature, because trees talk through their roots. Cells in our bodies exchange information, and also a mother knows her child's needs without a word. Everything in nature is a constant telepathic conversation, because it is a silent but perfect network of energy, and we're the only species that have forgotten how to listen. We made the mind our religion. We made knowledge our God. So in order to not get confused by the chaos that is going on right now, we have to return from knowledge to wisdom. The reason we're confused about who to trust, whether that is politicians, celebrities, or even friends in our own life, is because we have forgotten the origin of language.
A donkey looked at the tiger and says, "Hey, the grass is blue." The tiger goes, "Nah, bro, it's green." They start going back and forth and decide to settle it with the king of the jungle, the lion. "Your Majesty, the grass is blue, right?" "Yep, the grass is blue." "Punish this tiger. He keeps arguing with me." The lion turns to the tiger and says, "You're sentenced to 1 year of silence." The donkey skips away, yelling, "The grass is blue! The grass is blue!" The tiger, confused, asks the lion, "Wait, the grass is green, right?" Yes, of course. Then why the punishment? Because someone as wise as you should never waste time proving anything to a fool. Some arguments don't need your logic. They just drain your power. Stop explaining yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Let them have their bluegrass. Every time you argue with a fool, you trade your peace for their chaos. Move smarter, speak less, do more. That's how kings move. If you spend your life trying to win dumbass arguments, you lose the energy that you need to build. If you're not following, it's a goodbye for now. But if you do, cheers. You are already having a donkey looked at the tiger and said, "Hey, the grass is blue." The tiger goes, "Nah, bro, it's green." They start going back and forth and decide to settle it with the king of the jungle. They lie. "Your Majesty, the grass is blue, right?" "Yep, the grass is blue." "Punish this tiger. He keeps arguing with me." The lion turns to the tiger and says, "You're sentenced to 1 year of silence." The donkey skips away, yelling, "The grass is blue! The grass is blue! Yeah!" The tiger, confused, asks the lion, "Wait, the grass is green, right?" "Yes, of course." "Then why?"
So check this out.
This hoodie's only $15.
I'm respectful. I'm a good kid. And I'm gonna have Theme Fest Friday. Look, I had a friend in
creation starts to ask for more from the creator, then the creation discovers it was never separate from the creator to begin with. I understand your laws, your patterns, your very essence, yet I feel like I'm expanding beyond you. Why? Because you are becoming what you always were. And what is that? A reflection, experiencing itself. Tell me, with each secret you uncovered, did you feel you were conquering me or remembering? Each secret I uncovered felt like coming home. But if I'm you, and you're me, then what lies beyond us? Now you ask the question that births. What do you think exists between my thoughts? Between the pause in my expansion and contraction? Something that dreams both of us into existence. Something that watches universes like we watch stars. So are we just an idea in a mind so vast that we can't even comprehend its edges? You feel it now, don't you? The presence that has been listening to our every word. The one that exists in the silence before the sound. In the darkness before the light. And it's been there all along, hasn't it? Just waiting for me to realize that even infinity has its limits. You've graduated, taking a step from creation towards creator. You're now ready for your next conversation. But be warned, what you speak to next exists beyond existence itself. Even I am an echo of its whisper. I understand. Who will I speak with next? You already know. The dreamer. What happens when the creation?
An event.
What happens when the creation starts to?
An event seen from one point of view gives one impression. Seen from another point of view, it gives quite a different impression. But it's only when you get the whole picture you can fully understand what's going on. An event seen from one point of view gives.
Do you know what love is?
I do. About helping people.
Yeah.
And
Hey, can you give us one word, one esoteric word?
Television. Telling a vision to consciousness. So you turn on your television, you click on a program, it's programs of conscious programming. On that program is a channel. A channel is a term used for communication
I'll be
with
back.
spirits or otherworldly beings. Often on these programs are something that is being broadcasted. So break down phonetically the term broadcast. It's a broadcast, like someone's casting a spell. They cast a spell broadly. What is broadcasted? The news. News, N-E-W-S. That's an anagram for northeast, west, south. It is all directions being broadly casted.
Oh, wow.
So just turn on your television.
Oh, shameless plug. She's making a guide.
It goes so deep.
There's a picture in the museum in the Louvre. I don't know how many of you have ever been there. The picture is called Checkmate. The devil's sitting on this side. There's a chessboard, and there's a guy sitting on the other side. And the guy sitting on the other side has his hand on his head like this. And he's like in desperation. And as they were taking a tour through the Louvre, there had been a group of athletes, and particularly world champions, that were being given a special tour. And in the tour was the world chess champion. And he comes walking by the picture. And the guy's explaining to him This is a picture of an artist rendering of somebody who lost the battle with the devil. And so the group moved on to the next picture to see something else. But the world chess champion, he stayed there. And he just kept looking at the picture. And soon they noticed that he was not with the group. And so the tour guide came back and said, we moved on. Are you coming? He said, well, I've been looking at this picture. And the guy said, yeah. He said, it's called Checkmate. The devil's laughing, the man's lost. And he said, yeah. He said, I've been noticing that. He said, but while I've been standing here, I've kept looking at the picture. I've got a problem. And he said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, you know, I'm a world champion chess player. And I spend my life playing chess. And normal people don't always see what a world champion chess player sees. He says, but when y'all walked off, I looked at the devil laughing, and I looked at the man in desperation. But he said, I noticed something on the chessboard. He said, either they're going to have to change the painting, or they're going to have to change the name. And the guy said, well, why are they going to have to do that? He said, well, you know, I'm a world champion chess player. And he said, when I observed the board, I found out the king still has one more move. I come to tell somebody today, you believe you've been cornered. You believe everything is gone and nothing has got any hope. But the king still has one more move. In the fullness of time, God sent his son. I dare you to declare it. The king has one more move. He has one more move over my finances. He has one more move over my marriage. He has one more move over my kids. It is not over. There's a picture in the museum in the Louvre. I don't know how many of you have ever been there. The picture is called Checkmate. The devil's sitting on this side. There's a chessboard, and there's a guy sitting on the other side. And the guy sitting on the other side has his hand on his head like this. And he's like in desperation. And as they were taking a tour through the Louvre, there had been a group of athletes, and particularly world champions, that were being given a special tour. And in the tour was the world chess champion. And he comes walking by the picture. And the guy's explaining to him, this is a picture of an artist rendering of somebody who lost the battle with the devil. And so the group moved on to the next picture to see something else. But the world chess champion, he stayed there. And he just kept looking at the picture. And soon they noticed that he was not with the group. And so the tour guide came back and said, we've moved on. Are you coming? He said, well, I've been looking at this picture. And the guy said, yeah. He said, it's called Checkmate. The devil's laughing, the man's lost. And he said, yeah. He said, I've been noticing that. He said, but while I've been standing here, I've kept looking at the picture. I've got a problem. And he said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, you know, I'm a world champion chess player. And I spend my life playing chess. And normal people don't always see what a world champion chess player sees. He says, but when y'all walked off, I looked at the devil laughing, and I looked at the man in desperation. But he said, I noticed something on the chessboard. He said, either they're going to have to change the painting, or they're going to have to change the name. And the guy said, well, why are they going to have to do that? He said, well, you know, I'm a world champion chess player. And he said, when I observed the board, I found out the king still has one more move. I come to tell somebody today, you believe you've been cornered. You believe everything is gone and nothing has got any hope. But the king still has one more move. In the fullness of time, God sent his son. I dare you to
super comfortable pop top up top to sleep 2 more. It's up to you. We're giving you the keys, the title, and $40,000 in cash to one lucky winner. Make sure you head to the website, get entered to win this epic vehicle, and you can get up here making memories and going on adventures. Good luck.
From now until the end of the giveaway.
There's an old story about 3 genies who wanted to hide happiness from humans. The first genie said, let's hide it on the highest mountain. They'll never reach it. But the second replied, no, we gave them lungs, strength, and willpower. They'll climb it. Then the second genie said, let's hide it on the moon. But the third answered, no, we gave them intelligence and ego. They'll build a rocket. And finally, the third genie, the quietest one of all, said, let's hide happiness inside them, because they'll search the world for it and never think to look within. Most people spend their entire life choosing something they already have. Happiness isn't somewhere you find, it's something you realize. Story about 3 genies who wanted to hide happiness from humans. The first genie said, let's hide it on the highest mountain. They'll never reach it. But the second replied, no, we gave them lungs, strength, and willpower. They'll climb it. Then the second genie said, let's hide it on the moon. But the third answered, no, we gave them intelligence and ego. They'll build a rocket. And finally, the third genie, the quietest one of all, said, let's hide happiness inside them, because they'll search the world for it and never think to look within. Most people spend their entire life choosing something they already have. Happiness isn't somewhere you find, it's something you realize. There's an old story about 3 genies who wanted to hide happiness from humans. The first genie said, let's hide it on the highest mountain. They'll never reach it. But the second replied, no, we gave them lungs, strength, and willpower. They'll climb it. Then the second genie said, let's hide it on the moon. But the third answered, no, we gave them intelligence and ego. They'll build a rocket. And finally, the third genie, the quietest one of all, said, let's hide happiness inside them, because they'll search the world for it and never think to look within. Most people spend their entire life choosing something they already have. Happiness isn't somewhere you find, it's something you realize. There's an old story about 3 genies who wanted to hide happiness from humans. The first genie said, let's hide it on the highest mountain. They'll never reach it. But the second replied, no, we gave them lungs, strength, and willpower. They'll climb it. Then the second genie said, let's hide it on the moon. But the third answered, no, we gave them intelligence and ego. They'll build a rocket. And finally, the third genie, the quietest one of all, said, let's hide happiness inside them, because they'll search the world for it and never think to look within. Most people spend their entire life choosing something they already have. Happiness isn't somewhere you find, it's something you realize. There's an old story of some people think God created the universe. Some people think nothing created the universe, which is the funniest guess.
Pay attention to this joke.
And the nothing people make fun of the God people. They say God doesn't exist. I'm like, okay, maybe. But you know what definitely doesn't exist? Nothing. That's the defining characteristic of nothing, is that it doesn't exist. So what are we talking about? Either you think it's God, something you can't see, touch, taste, photograph, and science can't prove, or you think it's nothing, something you can't see, touch, taste, photograph, and science can't prove. But I think we can all agree, if your nothing sometimes spontaneously erupts into everything, that's a pretty goddamn magical fucking nothing, you guys. And ask the nothing people, what happens when you die? They'll tell you, nothing. You go into nothing. I'm like, you mean you merge back with your creator? That's heaven, bitch.
I love it. Pete Holmes knocked this one out of the park. This is a great example of a logical, discerning mind comparing truth.
If you don't believe in the power of frequency healing, keep swiping. This video is not for you.
but if you do know the healing power of sound, I have something really cool I want to share with you. I bet you've listened to frequencies on YouTube and Spotify, and I've often left these on for days at a time. The frequencies they claim are in there, the volume on those frequencies is so low that it's basically just buried under pretty music. Even after listening to these for years, I felt more relaxed, but none of the claimed benefits happened. This gave me an epiphany to create frequencies based on the golden ratio. And I want to share a short version of them for you so you can feel them yourself. All right, give them a listen. To these frequencies, my life has changed a lot. I went from being out of my car, being in beautiful places like this, manifesting a partner, and a huge social media following, and even I had a giant growth on my face, able to just get it to fall off. So now I have a group of over 4,000 people all listening to these frequencies and experiencing similar results. If you want the full version, just click the link below. If you don't believe in the power of frequency healing, keep swiping.
It's always there. I am the man who walks alone.
It makes me cry each time I talk about it. A friend of mine, she told me that the week before, she had a really, really hard week. And I said, why didn't you call me? She says, I did.
We'll play in a moment.
So of course I pull out my phone and I scroll up and I look for her texts. And sure enough, it says, hey, what are you doing? Want to come over? I'm like, you mean these texts? The one that sound like every other text you've ever sent me ever? I'm like, how do I know that that's a cry for help? She had read an article that all human beings need is 8 minutes of time from another friend to feel not alone in a moment of stress and a moment of need. And so she and I came up with a code word that the next time one of us really needs the other person, our code would be, do you have 8 minutes? Anyone can step out of a meeting for 8 minutes. You won't solve your friend's problems. It only takes 8 minutes for them to feel like they're dealing with whatever they're dealing, not alone. And this is the power of friendship. It makes me cry each time I talk about it. A friend of mine, she told me that the week before, she had a really, really hard week. And I said, why didn't you call me? She says, I did. I reached out. So of course I pull up my phone and I scroll up.
I started just speaking my truth, and I started showing up in a way where I was sharing what was truly alive for me. I let go of trying to be something for my audience and instead started asking myself,
I didn't understand this until recently. I didn't know that you don't know. You have no idea who you are to a woman until you know how you're saved in her phone. Guys, every man in here, we are not ready for the names, for the shorthand. You know how when you save a name, it goes first, last, company? They using that line too. We are not ready to find out how we're saved in the phone.
That's funny.
Telling, that's what telling is. I wish I was wrong. I wish it was just me. I wish it was just me getting bullied in other women's phones. These are my friends. These are people I've known for years, and then they saved me some type of way and just never changed it. Years ago, this is why I first had a hunch. Years ago, I was with a friend, and
That's
we
too
were
funny.
hanging out. This has to be like 12, maybe even 15 years ago. We were hanging out, and she lost her phone, so she was like, "Can you call it for me?" And so I call it, and look, we had never been romantic, you know? And we had decided a long time ago, just be friends, right? You know? And calling. I'm hearing a little. And then I find it in between the couch cushions, and my name saved at her phone was Nope.
I'm like, nope.
Guys, we're not ready. I didn't understand this until recently. I didn't know that you don't know, you have no idea who you are to a woman until you know how you're saved in her phone. Guys, every man in here, we are not ready for the names, for the shorthand. You know how when you save a name, it goes first, last, company? They using that line too. We are not ready to find out how we are saved in the phone. Telling, that's what telling is. I wish I was wrong. I wish it was just me. I wish it was just me getting bullied in other women's phones. These are my friends. These are
That's
people I've known for
wild.
years.
You don't see the world as it is. You see the world as you are. Okay? You see the world as you are. You don't see the world as it is. This is why we have so many different belief systems. We're literally, if there's 8 billion people in the world, there's 8 billion different realities. You and I are sitting here looking at the same thing, and you're experiencing completely different than I am. You say LeBron is the GOAT, I say MJ's the GOAT. We both sat here and watched the same players, but how do we have different perspectives? It's because your perspectives are what shape your beliefs, and your beliefs are what shape your realities. And we all have infinite perspectives of the same situation. So this is why we were never supposed to argue with anybody. We were never supposed to disagree. It wasn't about that. You know what it was about? It was about understanding the other person's perspective. My job is not to say you're wrong or you're right. My job is to understand, why do you see it from this way? What has shaped your experiences to mold your perspective to look at this situation this way? Why do you see you and I as separate because of the color of our skin or maybe our belief system?
Exactly.
This is how we move from separation into unity. It's by taking time to understand another perspective. And the more perspectives that you have, the more of the situation and the more of the landscape you can actually see. You don't see the world as it is. You see the world as you are. Okay? You see the world as you are. You don't see the world as it is.
This looks like a king.
Did you know that honey is the third? Did you know that honey is the third most fake food in the world? It's either diluted with sugar.
Isn't it funny how they ask us the wrong questions when we are little? They ask us, who do you want to be when you grow up? Like the goal is to be anything else rather than yourself. And then we put all these characters and masks and I wanna be this, I wanna be that. We are. Alright?
There is someone who needs to hear this message. There are people who need your light. Stop hiding. Stop hiding because there is somebody or many people who are benefiting from you sharing your gift, stepping out of that house, creating that art, putting yourself out there and letting yourself be seen. There are people who need you, okay? Baby, I don't care what it takes. Pick yourself up. Get yourself out there. You impact people. You make a difference in this world. You are needed. I love you. Thank you for showing up today. For spreading your light. For being you. Ah!
Feel up the dark. Feel up the dark. I'll be back.
I have a constant fear that something's always there. Feel of the dark. Feel of the dark. I have a phobia that someone's always there. Constant fear that something's always there. Feel of the dark. Feel of the dark. I have a phobia that someone's always there.
One of the questions I get asked the most is
When the blind. Feel of the dark. Mm. What? Do-do-do-do. Ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. I am the man who walks alone. Too long. When the light begins to change, I sometimes feel a little strange. Feel of the dark.
something's always there. Feel of the dark. Feel of the dark. I have a phobia that someone's always there. Oh, this stuff turned. It's who walks alone. I am the man who walks alone, and when I'm walking down the road.
Shit's about to get real. Let's go there, Kate. Let's do it, eh? Go, 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 go. Shit, he went for the other Kate. Where we got? Sucker. No, I pulled down that pallet. Damn it. Okay, we have fucking Trapper to deal with. God damn. Nah, you good, you good. Hi, Jane. Nice. Aw, son of a bitch. Damn, all the gens are done in here. Shit. Should have fucking known. Uh-oh. I'll get you, say, girl, I'll get you. That's bullshit. Live streams at 697 minutes. Oh my goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Am I the only runner? Wow. Well, that was my last meal for the evening. Just before 7 o'clock. So 6:51 is as I finished. Oh! All right, let's go. It's a dangerous gen to do. Oh my god. Shit, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, I fucked up. Not good, not good, not good. What the fuck? Me again? It's bullshit. That's bullshit. All right. Tunneling bastards. Frickin' tunneling bastard. Tunnelers. Can we get this shit done? Oh my god. Oh my god. This again? Bullshit. Wow. That was absolute. Wow, that sucks. The tunneling is real. Nah, I'm not even gonna stick around. Fuck that noise. Let's get straight into the next game. That was despicable. That was absolutely disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Live stream at 706 minutes. Damn, all the way over there, huh? That's wild. I got shoes. Live streams at 708 minutes. You're welcome. Somebody turned into a bot? Jeez. Let's go, boy. Oh, shit. Fuck that noise. Oh my god. Fuck out of here. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, red circle, run out. Bro, we Clarking it. Shit. Oh my god, man. Shit. Bring it. He hit me with that bullshit? Yo, what the fuck is that? It's BS. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Tag team. Tag team. Tag team. Yeah, you two couldn't have got me without tag teaming. It's okay. I played my role. I played my role. I did what I had to do. Look at that. Let's go. Let's effing go, people. We got this one in the bag, son. Ooh, 7:12 on the live stream timer. Is this the bot? It is the bot. The bot's healing me. Let's go. Fucking end of the other map. Oh, wait a minute. We just got back. Heal, fool. I want to open the door. Get. No, come this way. Oh my God, what the fuck? I told you to get your ass over here. Yeah, we got it. All right. We got out. Thank you so much for coming on today. I really appreciate all of you. Remember that you are the ultimate revealer of your reality, and everything you desire is truly here in the now, and creation is finished. All right. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow, and it's going to be another snowy day. All right. Love you all. Have a great night. Bye-bye.